Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Good morning, everybody. Hold on one sec here. We seem to be having some technical difficulties. Oh, there we are.
Hey there, folks. Hope you're doing well today. Boy, do we have an interesting video for you today. Today, we're going to be looking at the Cartier family. They have a YouTube channel. They've seen a lot of success. They have 1.5 million subscribers, and they are a group of Black conservatives. And the video we're going to watch is from Nick Fuentes, you know, that white nationalist, and the video is called Dear Black People. So, you know, we expect this to go off the rails pretty quick.
I think Black people are not irredeemable, but there just needs to be brutal honesty. It's like, look, these Black people are really struggling and they're turning into these maniacs. It seems like they don't do anything right. They're obnoxious, they're rude, they're inconsiderate, aggressive, cruel, and...
Wait, was that Nick Empathy Fuentes talking about people being cruel and insensitive? Remember, Mr. Your Body, My Choice?
There will never be a female president, ever! It's over. Glass ceiling? Dude, it's a ceiling made of fucking bricks. You will never break it. Your stupid face keeps hitting the brick ceiling.
And so, obviously, Nick Fuentes is just a troll. And the really sad thing is that the Cartier family is associated with him. They both fall under this conservative tent. They're basically peers. So it'll be interesting to see if they embrace these ideas or push back. Let's keep going.
You know, look, nobody hates Black people for being Black. If there are people like that, I think that's exceedingly rare. And I don't consider myself one of them. The reason that people have negative attitudes about Black people is because most people's interactions with Black people are negative. Most people's interactions with Black people is when you're stuck in traffic and you see a Nissan Altima speeding down the shoulder. And you say, what the fuck? You're not supposed to do that.
Okay, and this is worth touching on, right? Racism isn't just slurs or burning crosses. It's when you take negative experiences with individuals and generalize them to an entire race. It's pattern matching people's worst moments to their skin color and then excusing your bias as data. It's saying, when I see a white guy speeding, he's just late. But when a Black guy speeds, he's dangerous. That's not truth. That's racist logic, where whiteness gets nuance and Blackness gets blame. And where do we see all this, right? They're just emulating the victim in chief, Donald Trump, who blames everyone else for their problems, right? This is the society we live in. No ownership, just blame.
Now, it just goes to show people are not racist. It goes to show people don't like people that are rude. That people don't, it's unpleasant. People want to be treated with consideration and respect. And it is true that black people are, in this day and age, unfortunately, seem to have very low moral character. It's not even just the violence, although the violence is pretty striking. If you live your life and you know that you're going to be mugged by black people, it kind of colors your opinion or perception of black people, wouldn't you say?
And so what we see Nick doing here is trying to define racism in a way where he could never be guilty of it. He's not prejudiced. You're just misbehaving. It's the equivalent of saying, I don't hate water. I just refuse to drink it because it's wet.
And people go, and these black people go, well, you're racist. You're racist. It's like, no, I just hate inconsiderate behavior. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say black people, oh, yes, dude, yes. My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please come right on in. Man.
Why is he this way?
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro.
So this is straight up plantation logic, right? Be quiet, be polite, be non-threatening, and maybe we'll treat you like people. The price of respect should not be obedience.
My day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please come right on in. Man, what a relief to see you here. You're a sight for sore eyes. If black people were known for being the best, then we would be racist in the other direction. Oh, finally. So yeah, that really bothers me. It just bothers me in this damn ass city, because that's all it is in Chicago, is just these black people who can never take accountability. It's always somebody else's fault.
It's a good point he ended on right there. To a lot of black people, it is always somebody else's fault.
And so out of the gate, we immediately
This sounds like
start to see
B-Bray's
them
grandson.
sympathize with his ideas and align with some of his ideas. Very concerning.
There's two different races of black people here. We have regular black people, like us here, and then we have Gus.
And out of
He described option B there.
Well, I mean, he lives in Chicago, so I'm sure
There's a lot of them there.
Yeah,
and how
But
many,
there is a difference. Like, I'm sorry, but there is a difference.
Hold on. What
it's nothing to
percent
be
of
sorry
us?
for. There is a difference.
What percent
It's
of
two
us?
different races of people completely.
So this is what happens when internalized racism tries to cosplay as social commentary, right? You have regular black people like us is the same energy as I'm not like other girls. If other girls were targets of every racist policy for 400 years. So congratulations, you just called yourself the teacher's pet in a classroom run by white nationalists.
It is. But what percent of us are?
I don't know. A lot.
What estimate?
50,
I would say
55.
nah,
45.
not even that high. I would say like, I don't know what I would say. I don't know how many, but I know
I would
that
say about 70.
nah,
70 is too high. 70.
I would say
it's
like
not the majority.
And so this is it, right? This is
CB Brave.
dividing marginalized communities into acceptable and deviant. This is just reinforcing the white gaze as a standard. So historically, this tactic was used by colonial powers to control colonized people and reward those who mimic the oppressor and shame the rest, right? This is divide and conquer being live streamed right here.
I think the point that he made about rude, inconsiderate behavior from people and negative interactions could sour you to a people, and I think that's a valid opinion. I think that's a valid outlook to have. I mean, if I had a bunch of negative interactions with someone, I would think negatively of that someone.
And so the idea here is that negative experiences shape perception. And he calls that valid. Yes, an arsenic can be found in nature. It doesn't mean you should. Personal experience doesn't equal universal truth. If you keep having bad experiences with a specific route, maybe check your surroundings or your attitude.
sad.
I don't know, man.
It is sad. I ain't gonna lie. The way to end it is to do what we do. I feel like it, to call it out, and we can't just spare people's feelings anymore. That's why I'm not mad at what he said at all.
Well, I don't know. I think there just has to be some sort of accountability among black people. Like if black people as a collective stop defending that behavior and justifying that behavior and then accepting it as black behavior, then it would be frowned upon. But a lot of this stuff is accepted and defended by black people. Oh, they're just kids. Oh, they're hungry. Oh, they're this, they're that.
They
they're
had
this.
to.
It's always a defense from black people. So it's almost a justifying that behavior.
And this part right here really pisses me off, right? We can't spare people's feelings anymore. That's why I'm not mad at what he said. You're not sparing feelings. You're sparing racism from accountability. You're not brave for saying what racists love to hear. You're not truth-telling. It's trend chasing with the side of self-denial. And so this is the popular rhetorical trick. Claim the moral high ground by pretending you're the only one telling it like it is, when you're actually just regurgitating old stereotypes. Racism thrives when it wears the costume of honesty.
Well, I mean, I feel like black people approach me differently than they would him. So I don't know. I'd say my experience with black people would probably be different than someone else's. As a black man, I'm just going to be logical here. Like, I think someone might be inconsiderate and rude to someone that's white, but I think when they come to me, it's going to be a different interaction. I'm just keeping it 100 based on my life experience.
It's impossible to find a number here, but
Do you think that's a bad take?
No, I mean, this is anecdotal evidence here.
Yeah.
And that's right. Anecdotal evidence is the foundation of prejudice, right? Without statistics, patterns, or historical analysis, it's just personal trauma being projected out, or in this case, maybe even inward. And that's not commentary. It's a confessional.
You know him. I already seen it.
Yeah, I mean, someone else's experience with someone is not going to be my experience. I can only speak from my point of view.
I think that
people are saying he's racist.
I mean, I don't think he said anything racist. He didn't denigrate. He said this is why people feel.
He
that
just
way
described
based on
the
these
other race of
things.
people. He did not describe. He described niggas, not black people.
I mean,
I think there is
said,
a big difference. I think that I've met a lot of black people and I've met a lot of niggas, and there is a giant difference. There really is. It's two completely different mindsets. That is what I will say. Just being honest.
And so here today, we saw the Cartier family not just reacting to racism, but rehearsing it, like carefully, proudly, and worst of all, strategically. They built a platform not by challenging power, but by performing obedience to it, weaponizing their blackness as a shield for white supremacy. Their commentary isn't about truth or accountability. It's about validation, giving racists permission to keep hating while saying, see, even they agree. That's not resistance. That's compliance. They claim to be real and unapologetic, but they're anything but. What's real about blaming single mothers while ignoring the systematic forces that break families? What's unapologetic about regurgitating white supremacist tropes and calling it data? What's rebellious about becoming the mouthpiece for the very ideology that criminalized your existence? This isn't truth-telling. It's grifting. Not revolution, not empowerment, but more performative proximity to whiteness. And let's be clear, the right doesn't love them. They love using them as props, as covers, as pawns in a larger game to pretend their hatred is about culture and not about race. When the cameras are off, the same people applauding the Cartier's family are calling the cops on them in their neighborhoods. That's not allyship. That's political blackface. You don't win freedom by flattering your oppressors. You don't earn dignity by distancing yourself from people. And you don't escape racism by co-signing it. The tragedy of the Cartier family isn't that they believe what they're saying. It's that they've sold it, dressed it up as insight, and convinced themselves that proximity to power is the same thing as power. It's not. It's just another form of captivity, wrapped in likes, monetized in views, and deeply, tragically unsustainable.
Leopards are eating my face.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Kind of wonder would this have been more effective if he didn't dress it up in a cartoon character. I thought this was spot on, and I also think that this describes so many content creators in this anti-black sector. It's like spot on. You know, this is just my opinion. We have a bunch of Cartier family blacks, and we have a bunch of Nick Fuentes whites. And yep, I'm going to be blunt, and I'm sure there will be people who go, "Who, me?" But you know who you are, and if you don't, next time I run into you on a panel, I'll remind you. So everyone, with that brutal comment, everybody make sure you hit the like button. We're gonna keep doing what we did yesterday. Round about the 7:30 or 8 o'clock mark, I'm just gonna move the whole show over to my channel. And I actually thought it worked out really well. I'm definitely, as a matter of fact, I may just start doing the show just on my channel. We'll see how that goes. What else was I going to say? Oh, make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. And also make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. I'm sure that some of John's street interviews will be clipped up and put over on the Urban Landlord Clips channel to be seen individually. I watched some of it. It wasn't bad, but I could only take so much once Be Brave got up on the panel. Anytime he gets up on a panel, it just takes a real brutal racist turn. Dude is a fucking menace. So what I've got is a bunch of news stories, and then I've got a bunch of videos we didn't get to yesterday. Most of it has to do with black stuff. And then tomorrow, probably going to get back into unitary executive theory, a bunch of videos I didn't get to. And then if I do a Saturday show, we'll go back to food again. But, all this is just proposed. I'm not wedded to it. So make sure, if you do have show topics, please make sure that you email me. And I guess I should put that email in the in this little banner here at the bottom. I'll add it in a bit. So let's go ahead and get right into some news stories. We ended the show yesterday with five soldiers shot at Fort Stewart, Georgia, in Hinesville, Georgia. Know right where it is. And it's the next county over from Chatham County, which Savannah's in. And I had no idea it's the largest Army base east of the Mississippi. I would have sworn that would have been Fort Bragg, but apparently it's Fort Stewart. So the details from ground news on Wednesday, yesterday, an active shooter incident at Fort Stewart resulted in 5 soldiers being wounded within the 2nd Brigade Combat Team section of the base. Law enforcement was dispatched at 10:56 a.m. and the shooter, a fellow soldier, was apprehended at 11:35 a.m., ending the active threat. The base lockdown began at 11:04 a.m. and nearby schools, including several elementary and middle schools in Liberty County, also entered lockdowns. Injured soldiers received emergency care on site and were transported to Wynn Army Community Hospital. Governor Kemp and others expressed condolences while federal agencies assisted in investigation. Here he was caught by Army CID. The incident highlights ongoing concerns over mass shootings in the U.S. as officials and organizations continue to monitor and investigate motives and circumstances. So, to be honest, I'm actually kind of surprised that more incidents like this don't happen. I mean, there's live fire ranges and everything. Let's hope it doesn't happen. Soldiers tend to be really disciplined, personal discipline. And, who knows what's up with this guy. So let's move on here. You know what? I did this story no, I didn't. This is a different story. Let's see. Some things are out of order here. I thought I'd ordered these, but anyway, federal judges facing threats after ruling against the Trump administration. They're speaking out, and this actually dovetails into something that happened with those Texas Democrats in Illinois. But we'll get to that. So let's listen to this.
Federal judges rarely speak out, but a number of them are making an exception this year to denounce threats against themselves and their families. NPR's Carrie Johnson reports.
Jack McConnell is the chief judge for the District of Rhode Island. Earlier this year, he issued a ruling that blocked President Trump's freeze on federal aid.
And our court received over 400 vile, threatening, horrible voicemails.
McConnell says that included a half dozen credible death threats that shook his faith in the judicial system and the rule of law.
Someone was on the dark web searching for my home address because this is a quote, he wanted Smith & Wesson to pay me a visit at my home.
The U.S. Marshals have been investigating those threats. They tell NPR protecting the judiciary remains a top priority. But the Marshals are already pretty busy this year, chasing leads on threats against dozens of other sitting federal judges. Many of them have followed judges' rulings against the Trump administration. Esther Salas is a federal judge in New Jersey. She helped organize a nonpartisan forum recently to draw attention to the problem.
Judges are being threatened, and these threats are threats that go to the core of a human being, and that's when you're messing with someone's family.
5 years ago, a disgruntled lawyer showed up at Judge Salas's home and killed her son, Daniel. Now Salas hears disturbing reports that people are sending unwanted pizzas to other judges using the name of her dead son.
And then to hear that my beautiful son's name, everything that Danny stands for is love and light. And to hear people using it as a weapon, weaponizing his name.
Robert Lasnik is a federal judge in Seattle. He got a pizza delivery after talking with a local public radio station about efforts to intimidate judges.
What's the message to Judge Lasnik? We know where you live. We know where your children live. And they could end up dead like Judge Salas's son did.
Lasnik has been a judge since 1998. He says his grown kids told him to keep speaking his mind, but he worries about newer judges in this hostile environment.
It's so discouraging to a young judge to suddenly not only worry about how do I do this job right, but how do I keep my family safe?
Trouble arrived at the doorstep of federal Judge John Kuhnauer in Washington state this year after he blocked the president's executive order on birthright citizenship.
The local sheriff's office received a call saying that I had murdered my wife, and they arrived at my house with weapons drawn and what is now called a swatting incident.
He says he signed up for a job in public service and all that comes with it, but his family did not. Judge Salas, who lost her son, is asking politicians and their allies outside government to watch their words.
What we need is our political leaders from the top down to stop fanning these flames, to stop using irresponsible rhetoric, to stop referring to judges as corrupt and biased and monsters that hate America.
A White House spokesman told NPR attacks against public officials, including judges, have no place in our society. And he said President Trump knows all too well the impact of callous attacks, having faced 2 assassination attempts. Carrie Johnson, NPR News, Washington.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. President Trump's latest tariffs kicked in overnight. Writing online, Trump says, quote, billions of dollars in tariffs are now flowing into the United States of America. Most countries are getting an import tax of 15%. Others, such as India and Switzerland, face much higher rates. NPR's Raphael
Hold on
Nam
one sec. I'm
explains what the tariffs
here
could mean for the
typing.
U.S.
The widespread tariffs could raise
my
over
goodness.
$2 billion for the U.S.
I was
over
here
the
looking at something else and didn't realize that story had ended. Speak Radio. Yeah, you didn't see my response from last night. Basically, I don't want a laptop from Universal. Anytime you get a laptop from him, that means you are basically a vacuous, pot smoking prayer lady, and I don't know that I qualify. And let's see, EAE, some humans are just demonic. Simply put, I'm not religious or anything, but some people are probably just biologically prone to be disruptive to society and antisocial. Okay. Let's see. Either that or, he only buys laptops for people he likes. I don't count myself as one of those. All right. So judges under threat. Excuse me. So next, Trump hikes India tariffs to 50% for buying Russian oil. And let's listen to this right quick. And then I have a couple follow-on stories here. Modi's basically saying no.
President Donald Trump said he was doubling tariffs on India from 25% to 50%. In an executive order, Trump says, "I find that the government of India is currently directly or indirectly importing Russian Federation oil, and due to those purchases, imports of Indian goods into the United States shall be subject to an additional rate of duty of 25%. The order says that the newly announced 25% will stack on top of the 25% Trump says he will hit India with on Wednesday night, when his sweeping global tariffs go into effect on most U.S. trading partners. On Tuesday, Trump told CNBC, "India has not been a good trading partner because they do a lot of business with us, but we don't do business with them. So we settled on 25% tariffs, but I think I'm going to raise that very substantially over the next 24 hours because they're buying Russian oil. They're fueling the war machine." Trump has also been unhappy with companies recently pivoting their supply chains from China, which for a time he had 145% tariffs on, to other countries like India. In a May social media post, Trump said, "I have long ago informed Tim Cook of Apple that I expect their iPhones that will be sold in the United States of America will be manufactured and built in the United States, not India or any place else." Apple is set to announce an investment in the U.S. later Wednesday. Most of Apple's most popular products are currently exempt from tariffs, while the Commerce Department conducts a so-called Section 232 investigation. Last quarter, India produced 44% of U.S. smartphone imports, more than any other
Wow.
country,
I had
including
no
China,
idea.
according to data from the research firm Connolly's reported by Bloomberg. That includes iPhones sold in the U.S., the majority of which Apple chief executive Tim Cook said in May will have India as their country of origin starting this quarter. This article was originally published on NBCnews.com.
So that means, does that mean that iPhones are going to be hit with that kind of tariff? Oh, that just will not do. All right. Well, Modi is mighty defiant. Modi says he will not compromise interests of farmers amid Trump's tariff salvo. Says here on August 7th during the MS Swaminathan Centenary International Conference. Wow. Modi said, "For us, farmers' interest is the foremost priority. India will never compromise the interests of farmers, fishermen, and dairy farmers. I believe personally I will have to pay the price, and I'm ready for that as the new 50% import tax on Indian exports takes effect." That's exports to the U.S. Following his warning, Trump announced an additional 25% tariff on Indian goods effective August 27th, after a similar 25% duty last week. Data show India treats agriculture as a livelihood issue, with over 700 million people connected to the farm sector, resisting U.S. demands to open markets. Defending the policy, India's Foreign Office stated the tariffs are unfair, unjustified, and unreasonable, and pledged to take all actions necessary to protect its national interests. Later this month, U.S. Assistant Trade Representative for South and Central Asia, Brendan Lynch, is scheduled to visit India on August 25th as negotiations remain stalled. Well, my take on this is that Trump's promise was to end the Ukraine war on day one or something, to that effect. Making a whole nother country suffer for his inability to deliver on a campaign promise is despicable. President Trump is a problem, and the people that are still on that Trump train, man, making a whole country suffer because he got punked by Vladimir Putin. Really? It's bullshit. So what comes around goes around, that is for sure. All right, more Trump threats. Trump threatens 100% tariffs on computer chips for companies that don't build in the U.S.
You're listening to Trump threatens 100% tariffs on computer chips for companies that don't build in U.S., a news story written by Garrett DeVink, Kat Zakarjewski, and Jacob Bogage, and read by an AI-generated voice. President Donald Trump said Wednesday that he would place a 100% tariff on all computer chips imported to the United States, but exempt companies that commit to building on U.S. soil. The proposal puts economic pressure on U.S. firms, particularly in the tech industry, which generally depend on Asia for the crucial components, setting the stage for more of the showy investment deals Trump has prompted from the industry in his second term. Because importers often pass on the tariff costs to consumers, the chip levies could raise the price of consumer goods dependent on chips ranging from smartphones to kitchen goods to automobiles. Apple has secured an exemption from the chip tariff, Trump said Wednesday. He announced the new semiconductor trade policy at a White House event alongside Apple CEO Tim Cook, who said his company would increase its investment in U.S. jobs and suppliers over coming years. We're going to be putting a very large tariff on chips and semiconductors, Trump said. But the good news for companies like Apple is if you're building in the United States or have committed to build, without question committed to build in the United States, there will be no charge. Apple said in its most recent annual report that substantially all of its products are manufactured at least in part by other companies, located primarily in China, mainland India, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Vietnam. In a Wednesday blog post, Apple said it would spend $600 billion on hiring workers and buying from U.S.-based suppliers during Trump's term, expanding a commitment made in February by $100 billion. Much of that spending will go toward regular business operations, such as paying employees and producing TV shows for its streaming service. Apple also touted a deal with its longtime supplier Corning, a high-tech glass maker, to eventually produce all the glass for iPhones and Apple Watches at the company's Kentucky facilities, and said it was working with a group of computer chip companies to produce more of the components it uses inside the U.S. We're a proud American company, Cook said at the Wednesday event, where he also said Trump had been a great advocate for American innovation and manufacturing, and gifted him a glass sculpture of a silicon wafer mounted on a 24-karat gold base. The president praised Cook, calling him a great, great man. Trump's chip policy is designed to give firms breathing room to move manufacturing facilities and supply chains to the U.S., similar to the White House's treatment of tariffs on automakers, said a Trump administration official, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. The president in April revised his original plans for levies on auto imports to relieve manufacturers from the effects of stacked tariffs that would apply to vehicles, component parts, and source materials. We're fully cognizant of the fact that you can't set up a factory overnight on something as complicated as semiconductors, the official said. This is designed to reflect that and build in some flexibility. White House spokesperson Kush Desai said the administration is taking a nuanced, multifaceted approach to boosting American manufacturing. Spokespeople for the Semiconductor Industry Association, which represents semiconductor companies and has lobbied against restrictions on imports, did not immediately return a request for comment. Presidential leverage. Trump's tariff regime for his second term, launched in February, blindsided the tech industry, which has made innovations such as smartphones into mass market products in part by creating complex supply chains that crisscross the Pacific Ocean. Tech firms joined other companies in announcing plans in line with Trump's urging for more investment in the U.S. Companies including Amazon, chipmaker NVIDIA, ChatGPT creator OpenAI, and pharma companies Roche and Eli Lilly announced multi-billion-dollar spending commitments that were lauded by the White House. A string of industry CEOs met with the president over the past weeks and months. Apple stood to lose hundreds of millions of dollars from the tariffs, Cook told investors in May. But after the CEO met with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and other senior White House officials in April, Trump said he would exempt iPhones and other consumer tech products, the Washington Post previously reported. Trump has repeatedly threatened to place tariffs on computer chips, crucial components in electronic devices of all kinds and in products such as cars and home appliances. But the components were exempted from his initial tariffs announced in February, pending an investigation by the Commerce Department to evaluate whether chips are subject to a trade law that can be used to apply tariffs to products presenting a national security risk. The administration has conducted a similar process for steel and pharmaceuticals. Trump's pledge to exempt companies that build in the United States and Apple's apparent success in securing an exemption suggests other tech bosses may seek similar treatment with their own promises to invest in the United States. Although Trump has said his tariffs are intended to boost U.S. manufacturing, he did not make clear if only new factories would qualify for an exemption, or what scale of investment he would deem sufficient. That could give him significant leverage over corporations reliant on chips. Despite efforts by successive administrations to increase domestic chip manufacturing, Asian suppliers dominate. The White House has celebrated the president's trade policies as creating a Trump effect, incentivizing businesses to create jobs and prosperity for his supporters. But many of the investments announced by tech companies since he took office in January were in the works before his November victory, or have not yet come to fruition. During his first week in office, Trump announced OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle, and other corporations would invest up to $500 billion in a project called Stargate to build as many as 20 data centers, warehouses stuffed with computers, to power AI projects. As of July, the only facility the companies have announced is a complex in Abilene, Texas, which began construction during the Biden administration. The Washington Post has a content partnership with OpenAI. In his first term, Trump announced a multi-billion-dollar deal for Taiwanese tech manufacturer Foxconn to build a facility in Wisconsin. It never opened. Cook, who Trump accidentally called Tim Apple at a White House event in his first term, has successfully navigated Trump's previous attempts to levy tariffs that would constrain his company's smartphone business. Cook developed a warm relationship with Trump during his first term, unlike other Silicon Valley CEOs, in part through communicating with him directly without intermediaries, the Post previously reported. That playbook has been emulated by executives at many other businesses, who now regularly call or dine with Trump.
Discover a smarter way to manage your law firm with FileVine. No, we're not filing.
Yeah. These tariff things are really going to come back to haunt Trump, because he's teaching other world leaders how to do trade war, and there are companies that can impose tariffs on the United States just as easily as Trump is doing it. So I don't know what the hell he thinks he's accomplishing. You know, it's going to be very short-term gain. But he's just teaching people, other world leaders, that, hey, if you want the United States to do something, figure out where it hurts and tariff it. So next story, speaking of Russia and Putin, Trump and Putin plan meeting on Ukraine as early as next week. What I did hear is that Trump plans on meeting with Putin and Zelensky. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not going to even bother playing this story because All we need to know right now is, Trump punishing India for not being able to deal with Putin as an equal. Again, I want to emphasize Putin has punked Donald Trump, and Donald Trump not able to do what he thought he was going to do. China, has basically, brought Trump to the table, and looks like looks like Putin is bringing the Trump to him, not the other way around. So we go. This is interesting. U.S. plans to ease human rights criticism of El Salvador, Israel, and Russia.
You're listening to U.S. plans to ease human rights criticism of El Salvador, Israel, Russia, a news story written by Adam Taylor, Hannah Natanson, and John Hudson, and read by an AI-generated voice. Leaked drafts of the State Department's long-delayed annual human rights reports indicate that the Trump administration intends to dramatically scale back U.S. government criticism of certain foreign nations with extensive records of abuse. The draft human rights reports for El Salvador, Israel, and Russia, copies of which were reviewed by the Washington Post, are significantly shorter than the ones prepared last year by the Biden administration. They strike all references to LGBTQ+ individuals or crimes against them, and the descriptions of government abuses that do remain have been softened. The draft report for El Salvador, which, at the Trump administration's urging, has agreed to incarcerate migrants deported from the United States, states that the country had no credible reports of significant human rights abuses in 2024. The State Department's previous report for El Salvador, documenting 2023, identified significant human rights issues there, including government-sanctioned killings, instances of torture, and harsh and life-threatening prison conditions. Several Venezuelans whom the Trump administration sent to a Salvadoran prison said they were subjected to repeated beatings. The leaked draft reports for El Salvador, Israel, and Russia underscore how the Trump administration is radically rethinking America's role in global human rights advocacy. The documents also are consistent with internal guidance circulated earlier this year by State Department leaders who advised staff to truncate the reports to the minimum required by statutory guidelines and executive orders signed by President Donald Trump, and to remove references to government corruption, gender-based crimes, and other abuses the U.S. government historically has documented. The State Department declined to address questions about the documents reviewed by the Post. The 2024 Human Rights Report has been restructured in a way that removes redundancies, increases report readability, and is more responsive to the legislative mandate that underpins the report, a senior State Department official, speaking on the condition of anonymity to brief the news media, said Wednesday. The Human Rights Report focuses on core issues. This official said the Trump administration will bring a new focus to some issues, including backsliding on freedom of expression in some countries allied with the United States, even as the administration has itself faced criticism on free speech grounds for seeking to deport foreigners studying in the United States who have criticized Israel's conduct in Gaza. U.S. diplomats have compiled the State Department's annual human rights reports for almost 50 years. Their findings are considered the most thorough and wide-ranging of their kind and are routinely relied upon by courts inside and outside the United States. The human rights reports are congressionally mandated to be sent to lawmakers by the end of February. Public release typically happens in March or April. The State Department is yet to officially release this year's reports, which cover activities and observations made in 2024. Current and former U.S. officials say most of this year's reports were nearly completed when the Biden administration transitioned out in January. The drafts for El Salvador and Russia are marked finalized, while the draft for Israel is marked quality check. All were edited in the past few days, the documents show. It is unclear whether the reports eventually transmitted to Congress and released to the public will mirror the drafts. The internal guidance circulated by State Department leaders earlier this year instructed diplomats responsible for drafting reports to remove references to numerous potential human rights violations, including governments that had deported people to a country where they could face torture, crimes that involve violence against LGBTQ+ people, and government corruption. The internal guidance was written by Samuel Sampson, a Trump political appointee at the State Department. Sampson, initially little known in Foggy Bottom, attracted attention after writing an article for the agency's Substack in May, criticizing Europe for what he alleged was the continent's descent into a hotbed of digital censorship, mass migration, restrictions on religious freedom, and numerous other assaults on democratic self-governance. Sampson was tasked with reviewing the country reports for El Salvador, Israel, and Russia. While all three reports continue to describe human rights abuses in those countries, each was whittled down considerably from a year before, and all bear significant changes to the language used to describe alleged abuses. The draft prepared for Israel, for instance, is 25 pages long. Last year's report was more than 100 pages. Meanwhile, a comparison of the documents covering El Salvador shows the Trump administration downplaying the country's history of prison violence, emphasizing that there has been a reduction overall, while stating that purported deaths were under government review. Trump has expressed fondness for El Salvador's president, Nayib Bukele, and hosted him in the Oval Office this year after the administration secured an agreement to deport people to the country's notorious Sikoti mega prison. The Salvadoran embassy in Washington did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Scrutiny of corruption and judicial independence also is significantly scaled back in the draft report for Israel. The 2023 report compiled by the Biden administration addresses the corruption trial of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, another of Trump's international allies, and judicial overhaul efforts, which critics say threaten the independence of the country's judiciary. The Trump administration's draft report for Israel makes no mention of corruption or threats to the independence of Israel's judiciary.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop this here to address EAE's point. You know what? It used to be that people would make a conscious decision, well, I guess, the conscious decision, because everybody knows what Trump is. We had his first term. So Trump was a known quantity. So I want to basically say, EAE, the people that agreed with his policies, they accept his character as well. Okay, it's not a matter, in my opinion, it's not a matter of, hey, I like his policies and I'm going to hold my nose and vote for him. I think the second time around, people voted for him because of, well, I'll put it to you this way. Most of his base voted for him and didn't hold their nose. They took a whiff of the full bouquet and liked the smell. Okay, we know what Trump was. We knew what Trump was, and I'm not gonna go, oh hey, there are a lot of people who knew, yeah, they kind of had to hold their nose. Nah, I don't buy that bullshit. It was because of his character this time around. And you know what? You get what you pay for. So next story, of course, Trump weighs in on getting involved in the New York City mayor's race. Why wouldn't he? At least in this case, you can kind of give him the excuse that New York City is his hometown. But why would a sitting president get involved in a local election? It's not even a statewide election. The dude is just on a roll. He is on a roll disguised as a downward spiral, and he's taking the country with it. So President Trump may have moved out of New York City, but he has privately discussed whether to intercede in its fractious race for mayor to try to stop Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee, according to 8 people briefed on the discussions. In recent weeks, Mr. Trump has quizzed a Republican congressman and New York businessman about who in the crowded field of candidates, which includes Mayor Eric Adams and former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, has the best chance of beating Mr. Mamdani, the leftist frontrunner. The president has been briefed by Mark Penn, a pollster who has worked for Bill and Hillary Clinton, and Andrew Stein, a former New York City Council president and decades-long friend of Mr. Trump, on a range of polling that showed Mr. Cuomo could still be competitive as an independent candidate. Both men have pushed Mr. Cuomo as the best candidate despite his loss in the Democratic primary, including in a recent Wall Street Journal op-ed. One of Mr. Penn's firms did extensive work for a pro-Cuomo super PAC in the primary. And in a previously undisclosed call in recent weeks, Mr. Trump spoke about the race directly with Mr. Cuomo. Oh, wow. An old associate and foil, according to 3 people briefed on the call who were not authorized to discuss it. The possibility that Mr. Trump would somehow involve himself in New York politics could inject a new element of unpredictability into an already fractious contest. It remains far from certain how or if Mr. Trump will ultimately make his presence felt. And in recent weeks, some Republicans close to the administration have indicated that the president might simply sit it out. Well, Trump is not popular in New York City. If you want to get Mom Donnie elected, get involved, President Trump. People will just instinctively go against whatever Trump is endorsing. If Trump were popular in New York, it might make a difference, but he's not. That's why, none of his family actually stays in New York for any length of time. They're just not popular there. What's up, Beef and Brock? Have it your way like Subway. Oh, you like the title? Is that what you're referring to? Launch the Flying Sub? Well, I don't know if any of you are fans of Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. It's probably before most of your times. But you can see episodes, believe it or not, on YouTube. But anyway, it's kind of a multi-pronged reference of, how if you're familiar, the Seaview was the nuclear sub, and it had a little mini sub, as all these spaceships do. So if you just wanted to go out on a mini mission from the main mission, that the Seaview was doing, you get on the mini sub, and it would drop out the little mini sub bay at the bottom of the submarine, and then it could also fly. So, if you wanted to do some separate mission, it was like a 2-man sub. You drop, you either stay underwater and do a mission, or you just bust out and fly to wherever it is you want to go. And I kind of likened it to me going from John Galt's channel yesterday over to my channel exclusively. And, I got a couple new subs yesterday, subscriptions. So it's a dumb joke, but it made me chuckle. So probably no one else really gets it. It is kind of corny. I'll give you that. So let's go on to my hot news. Robert Kennedy Jr., federal mRNA funding cut. People are saying it's the most dangerous public health decision ever, expert says. So let's listen to this little clip. Make sure that I got it up here correctly.
Welcome to the News Hour. Many public health experts and scientists say they are stunned by Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s latest decision to cancel nearly $500 million in federal funding for future vaccine development. The latest move comes after the Trump administration already withdrew a multi-million-dollar contract with the biotech company Moderna to develop a bird flu vaccine using what's known as mRNA technology. mRNA vaccines work by using a single strand of genetic code to create a fragment of a virus that sets off the body's immune response. The technology was central in the battle against COVID and can be developed more quickly than traditional vaccines. But anti-vaccine communities and skeptics don't trust its safety, and that includes Secretary Kennedy, who canceled more than 20 contracts. For more on the implications of all this, we're joined by Michael Osterholm. He's the director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota. He's also the co-author of the book, The Big One, How We Must Prepare for Future Deadly Pandemics, which will be out in early September. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Joe.
So I want to start with your overall reaction to this. How critical is mRNA technology, and what does the loss of this funding mean for future vaccine development?
Well, let me just set the stage. I've been in this business for over 50 years on the front lines of public health. I have served 7 different presidential administrations advising them, and I've been through several pandemics. And I can say unequivocally that this was the most dangerous public health decision I've ever seen made by a government body. It's really a very, very significant challenge for us.
Why is it important to have mRNA vaccines? Where else do they show promise?
Well, first of all, we've all just been through a pandemic, and we did see what, in fact, the COVID vaccine could do to reduce serious illness, hospitalizations, and deaths. But the other kind of pandemic that we're very concerned about, and you noted in the lead-in with regard to bird flu and the possibility that it could be the next influenza pandemic virus. Right now, globally, we have the ability to make enough vaccine in about 15 months after an influenza pandemic started to actually vaccinate only about 1/4 of the entire world. We're still using the 1950s process using embryoed chicken eggs to grow the virus in. That would be an utter failure. Now, with the mRNA technology, we believe we could probably have enough vaccine for the whole world within a year, and it would make a big difference. This is a vaccine that would surely be every bit as equivalent of what we currently have, if not better. So there's just one example of where mRNA technology can be helpful. We have a number of other infectious diseases right now, including some cancer vaccine work that is being done with mRNA technology. And I think the thing that was most challenging yesterday with regard to Secretary Kennedy's announcement was how he just blatantly said the risks outweigh the benefits without providing any of those data or providing who it was that actually supported that within the administration or in the scientific community.
Well, on that point, Secretary Kennedy said that the mRNA vaccines don't work against respiratory viruses. Here's a bit of what he had to say.
Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the pandemic showed us, mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract. Here's the problem. mRNA only codes for a small part of the viral proteins, usually a single antigen. One mutation and the vaccine becomes.
So what does the science actually show?
That's not a reason not to produce it, you moron.
Make it sound like he knows what he's talking about, but in fact, he doesn't. We know in the pandemic that the COVID vaccines were good, but not great. No, did they stop everyone from getting infected? No. Did they stop everyone from transmitting the virus? No. But did they, in fact, greatly reduce the number of people who got seriously ill, people who had to be hospitalized, or people who died? They were outstanding in that regard. But that's the same way it is with our current flu vaccines that we have. Even though they're not mRNA, we have the same thing with seasonal flu. So any respiratory virus is going to be a challenge and not based just on this technology. And as Mr. Kennedy also alluded to, that somehow these vaccines drive the virus to change. Again, simply not true. So, to the average citizen, hearing this, they're going to say, wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't get that. And remember, we know very well vaccines are important, but they're nothing until they become a vaccination. So what he also did yesterday, besides cutting this research out, he just created more doubt in the minds of the public about these vaccines, which is absolutely a horrible, horrible situation.
Well, you and other public health leaders, as I understand it, are launching an organization called the Vaccine Integrity Project. What's the goal? Are you trying to create an alternative framework by which to inform the public about vaccines?
Well, typically what happens in a given seasonal vaccine recommendation, such as we see in the fall with COVID, RSV, and influenza, the medical societies, those in the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Infectious Society of America, et cetera, take the information that the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices has generated, extensive work to go back and to look at all the studies that have been done from the previous evaluation point to the current time. And they're not doing that this year. And so what our project is all about is we have 25 of the best and brightest minds from people from around the country. And we've now come together, evaluated over 17,000 abstracts of information, put this together, and we will be issuing in the next several weeks a full report showing what do we now know from a scientific standpoint about the safety, the effectiveness, the overall ability to use these vaccines that won't be based on this kind of misinformation. Based on that, then the societies that will then make their recommendations surely have a database now upon which they can rest their case and say, this is why we're making this recommendation.
You know, these cuts add to mounting evidence that Secretary Kennedy is pursuing an aggressive anti-vaccine agenda. What are the risks?
Well, they're incalculable just because of the fact we're talking about potentially not just a few deaths, we're talking about many, many, many deaths that would occur. We worry desperately about his ongoing legacy of just unilaterally deciding, I'm going to know more than you, therefore I'm telling you this is what will be available and what it will not be. And you may recall in the hearings that they had for his confirmation, he promised, Senator Cassidy, he would not take vaccines away from anyone. And he's doing that already. He's already taken them away from pregnant women for COVID, which we know is a very high risk period for severe COVID. He's taken it away from young children. So this is a systematic move to just continue to erode the availability of these vaccines. This is not about politics. This is about people's lives. This is about our kids and grandkids. Every grandparent, every parent in this country right now should be absolutely alarmed by what's happening and whether or not their children or their grandchildren are going to have access to these vaccines in the days ahead. I think it's an open question.
Michael Osterholm, the forthcoming book is The Big One, How We Must Prepare for Future Deadly Pandemics.
Okay, and then I want to just make a quick detour. Well, not a detour, but right here, this is another PBS article, a look at how mRNA vaccines work. And I'll just read it. Too bad. Well, I'll just skip down to how mRNA technology works. It says here, traditionally making vaccines required growing viruses or piece of viruses called proteins, often in giant vats of cells, or like most flu shots, in chicken eggs, and then purifying them. Injecting a small dose as a vaccine trains the body how to recognize when a real infection hits. That technology takes a long time. Using mRNA is a faster process. The M stands for messenger, meaning mRNA carries instructions for our bodies to make proteins. Scientists figured out how to harness the natural process by making mRNA in a lab. They take a snippet of that genetic code that carries instructions for making the protein they want the vaccine to target, inject that snippet. Injecting that snippet instructs the body to become its own mini vaccine factory, making enough copies of the protein for the immune system to recognize and react. If you're familiar with how proteins are made, mRNA are just basically kind of like mini factories. They just basically tell the it basically tells the cell what needs to be made, how to make it, and it's just a replication process. And then the protein snippet, the mRNA, basically gets dissolved and evacuated at some point. Each cell dumps waste products into the bloodstream. So I don't know why people, this is basic biology. I'm sure they teach about DNA and RNA in high school biology classes these days. They didn't when I was in school. Most of this stuff I learned in college. So anyway, I don't understand why people, and I don't understand why a lawyer pretends to know as much as a biochemist or some medical professional about this stuff. People will just, if it sounds good, people just buy into it without actually knowing shit. So, I have a whole spiel about, the anti-intellectualism and distrust of expertise that populist movements have. And it's not just MAGA as a faux populist movement. Populist movements in general don't have a real disrespect for expertise. So anyway, moving on. ICE is ending age limit for prospective officers. So from what I'm hearing, we are having an issue recruiting people for ICE people or ICE recruits. So they're just basically going to take anybody, apparently. The Department of Homeland Security is removing age limits for new hires at the agency responsible for immigration enforcement to expand hiring after receiving additional funding from Congress. Congress passed a spending bill that gives immigration and customs enforcement money to hire 10,000 more staff to carry out President Donald Trump's mass deportation agenda. ICE is offering incentives like signing bonuses of up to $50,000, student loan forgiveness, and abundant overtime for new recruits to help meet its hiring goals. So I think that's really an incentive. It's really an incentive for people coming right out of college. If you got that basket weaving degree, ICE will take you. Prisons are full of potential agents. I wonder if they will take undocumented immigrants to be ICE agents. That would be funny. So we're gonna hear from my favorite female American historian, and surely this will just wrap up all the Trump stuff we've heard.
Notes.
Oops.
HT.
Wait, hold it. Is this the right one? I don't think it's the right one. There we go.
August 6th, 2025. By Heather Cox Richardson. Members of the House of Representatives are back in their districts for August, and on Monday, Republican Mike Flood of Nebraska held a town hall in Lincoln. A woman asked what she called a fiscal question. She said, with $450 million FEMA dollars being reallocated to open Alligator Alcatraz and $600 million taxpayer FEMA dollars being used to now open more concentration camps, and ICE burning through $8.4 million a day to illegally detain people. How much does it cost for fascism? How much do the taxpayers have to pay for a fascist country? The crowd cheered wildly. Nicholas Wu, Cassandra Dumas.
Yeah, these guys in recess in the U.S. House of Representatives are going to regret going home and having town hall meetings. I've heard that there's some congressmen who don't want to do town halls anymore because people are up in arms. Like this woman at a town meeting. I said townhouse, I meant town meeting, asking her congressman, how much does fascism cost? Oh, that I would have died laughing had I been at that town hall meeting.
Dumais and Mia McCarthy of Politico reported today that by the end of Flood's town hall, chants of vote him out threatened to drown out his closing comments. The Politico reporters also said that Republicans maintain they aren't worried about their angry constituents and dismiss the town hall pushback as astroturfed and not reflective of real voter sentiment. Maybe, but with the political tide running strong against the administration, that position sounds like posturing. Trump's firing of the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics on the same day that numbers from that bureau showed a dramatic slowdown in the economy seems to have awakened business people who were willing to back Trump to the reality that he's pulling down the economy. Today, Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook expressed concern about the jobs numbers, suggesting that the big revisions in them are somewhat typical of turning points in the economy. At the same time, the administration's immigration policies are deeply unpopular and unlikely to improve as Americans learn more about them. Today, a report by Hatzel Vela of NBC South Florida went national as a former corrections officer for a private contractor who worked at the detention center in the Florida Everglades, dubbed Alligator Alcatraz by supporters, said the detainees have no sunlight. There's no clock in there. They don't even know what time of the day it is. They have no access to showers. They shower every other day or every 4 days. The bathrooms are backed up because you got so many people using them. Florida is running the Everglades detention facility in expectation of reimbursement by the federal government. Immigration advocate Aaron Reichlin-Melnick pointed out that, unlike the federal government, the state of Florida can be sued for civil rights violations and punished with monetary damages. Also today, the GEO Group, a private prison and services provider, reported a better-than-expected second quarter today, thanks in part to 2 ICE contracts that, together, it expects will produce $145 million annually. The company announced a $300 million stock buyback, a process that increases the value of the stock held by remaining shareholders. The Department of Homeland Security continues to echo the language of Nazis, posting today, "Serve your country. Defend your culture." It does not appear that people are rushing to sign up. The administration has worked hard to recruit new agents, offering a signing bonus of up to $50,000 and help repaying student loans. Today, it eased requirements for new recruits, removing age limits and posting "no undergraduate degree required." David Dayan of the American Prospect noted today that probationary employees of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, have been ordered to report to IC within 7 days or lose their jobs. As concerns grow about the economy and immigration policy, which were Trump's strongest suits, Trump's open attempt to steal the 2026 election by a rare mid-decade redistricting in Texas to carve out 5 more Republican seats in Congress has given Democrats a platform to call attention to MAGA's attempt to stay in power regardless of the will of the voters. And they have seized the opportunity, calling the Republicans out in interviews and on social media. At least 50 Democrats have left the state to deny the Republicans a quorum, the minimum number of people necessary to hold a vote, that would let them jam through a new voting map. Yesterday, Texas Governor Greg Abbott asked the Texas Supreme Court to let him expel the leader of the House Democrats, Representative Gene Wu, from the legislature, saying Wu had abandoned his office. According to Eleanor Klibanoff of the Texas Tribune, legal experts disagree. She quotes Charles Rhodes, an expert on constitutional law at the University of Missouri Law School. "I am aware of absolutely no authority that says breaking quorum is the same as the intent to abandon a seat," he said. "That would require the courts extending the premise to the breaking point. It's inconsistent with the very text of the Texas Constitution." Yesterday, Republican Senator John Cornyn of Texas asked the FBI to find and arrest the Democratic legislators, a wild overreach of federal power, and Trump told reporters the FBI might have to get involved. David Patesh of Shaw Local, a paper in Illinois, reported that a bomb threat early this morning at the hotel where the Texas lawmakers are staying in Illinois forced them to evacuate. After the threat was cleared, the Democrats said, "We are safe, we are secure, and we are undeterred. We are grateful for Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, local, and state law enforcement for their quick action to ensure our safety." On social media, one lawmaker blamed Texas Republicans for the threat. "This is what happens when Republican state leaders publicly call for us to be hunted down," Representative John Busey III said. He added, "Texas Democrats won't be intimidated." Nicole LaFond of Talking Points Memo reported today that the administration is now turning to a plan to redistrict Indiana, sending Vice President J.D. Vance to meet with Republican lawmakers there. But, as LaFond notes, Republicans already hold 7 of the state's 9 congressional seats. Indiana State Representative Matt Pierce, a Democrat, told the Indy Star that the attention to redistricting Indiana shows that the White House is worried about 2026. Those concerns are unlikely to be relieved by the news today that Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is canceling at least $500 million worth of awards and contracts to develop mRNA vaccines. These vaccines include those that addressed COVID and were being explored for protection against HIV transmission and cancer. And then there are the Epstein files, Trump's appearance in them, and the administration's attempts to change the subject. Yesterday, Democrats on the House Oversight Committee used a legislative maneuver to force its chair, James Comer, Republican Kentucky, to issue subpoenas for the Department of Justice records on the Epstein investigation.
Yeah, I'll stop it right there. I'm telling you right now, this Epstein thing, it's been kind of, a problem for Trump. I think it's going to mushroom. I've heard predictions that, they may, somehow or another work out some deal with, there's a lot of conspiracy theories about how or what Ghislaine Maxwell will say. I've heard people say, well, what she's going to do is just basically throw some Democrats under the bus, which should be enough to kind of, get Trump off the hook. The problem is, from what I'm hearing, Trump is kind of knee deep in this. Not recently, but like back around the time that back in the 2007, 2008 time frame, this could be a problem. We'll see how it goes. But the scuttlebutt is kind of disturbing, to be honest. So I promised we talk a little bit about Texas and what's going on there as far as them trying to create 5 more congressional districts. So this is Governor Pritzker, the Texas House Democrats all basically fled the state to prevent a quorum from being formed. They all wound up in Chicago, I guess. And Governor Pritzker, who is a possible contender for 2028, this is like his time in the spotlight. And I've heard this guy talk. He's the real deal. This dude is he might even be a billionaire. He's a businessman. He's a lawyer. He is formidable. And this may be an introduction for many of you, but here's what he has to say. He addresses Abbott of Texas, etc.
We're here, of course, because Texas House Democrats are demonstrating what it means to fight for the preservation of our constitutional republic. Donald Trump, Governor Abbott, Texas Republicans, well, they know that they're headed toward a loss of the Congress in 2026. They're afraid, and they should be. Because when you try to tear healthcare away from veterans and seniors, from children and people with disabilities, when you raise tariff taxes on groceries and beer and automobiles, when you let poor and working class families go hungry, when you allow smokestack industries to pollute the air and remove safety standards from food producers, well, all so that you can give a massive tax break to Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Bill Ackman, well, frankly, you'd better watch out. You're going to lose your elections. So they've decided that the only way to save themselves is to cheat, to change the rules in the middle of the game. And what do MAGA Republicans in Texas do when Donald Trump ignores, well, his oath of office and theirs, and when they're taking it upon themselves to thwart the will of the American people? Well, they say, when Donald Trump calls, they say, yes, sir. Right away, sir. Happy to lick your boot, sir. When Donald Trump says jump, Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton say, how high? They don't care that they're violating the Voting Rights Act and racially gerrymandering their state. Well, they're hoping they can rob the bank and get away before anyone notices. Texas Republicans are trying to diminish the voting power of their own constituents, and in doing so, diminish the rights of Illinoisans and all Americans. Texas House Democrats
That's
are
pretty
putting
funny,
their
Slick Rick.
lives on hold and their livelihoods at risk because they don't want to live in a country where the president rigs elections for his side. That's not democracy. That's not America. To be in public office right now is to constantly ask yourself, how do I make sure that we're standing on the right side of history? Well, there's a simple answer. The wrong side of history will always tell you to be afraid. And the right side of history will always expect you to be courageous. Texas House Democrats are leading the way in choosing courage and country over politics and party. That's what it means to fight for what's right. And I love this country too. And I love it so much that I'm going to fight for it too, right alongside my heroes, the Texas House Democrats. Yeah. So the state of Illinois is proud to stand side by side with these brave Texas Democrats, heroes in the battle to save our democracy.
Well, that was a rousing speech. And I stand with Governor Pritzker. Pritzker in 2028. All right. Well, let's see. What have we next? Do you all remember the lady who asked Ketanji Brown Jackson what a woman was? Well, she has decided to run for governor of the great state of Tennessee, Senator Marsha Blackburn.
Senator Marsha Blackburn will run for governor of Tennessee. This article is by Emily Cochran and read by an automated voice. Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee announced on Wednesday that she would run for governor, less than a year after winning another term in the Senate. Ms. Blackburn, a loyal ally of President Trump and a hardline conservative Republican, joins a cluster of other lawmakers, including Senators Tommy Tuberville of Alabama and Michael Bennet of Colorado, who have chosen recently to run for office in their home states rather than remain in Washington. Should she win the election, Ms. Blackburn will notch another political first for Tennessee. After becoming the state's first female senator, she would be its first female governor. I love Tennessee, I believe in Tennesseans, and I'm ready to deliver the kind of conservative leadership that will ensure our state is America's conservative leader for this generation and the next, she said in a video posted early on Wednesday to launch her campaign. She leans heavily on her alliance with Mr. Trump in her opening campaign ad and fundraising pitches. The video is sprinkled with images of Ms. Blackburn alongside Mr. Trump over the years. The incumbent Republican governor, Bill Lee, is term limited and unable to run again. Ms. Blackburn will face at least one other conservative candidate in the race, Representative John Rose, whose congressional district slices into parts of Nashville and includes some rural counties. Even so, she has been widely seen as an overwhelming favorite to win the Republican nomination, and she received some endorsements before she formally entered the race. In February, Glenn Jacobs, the mayor of Knox County, published an opinion piece preemptively supporting her candidacy. Ms. Blackburn has a record of opposing government spending and has been a heavy critic of China's global influence. In the final weeks of her Senate campaign last fall, she released an ad that showed her shattering plates emblazoned with the Chinese flag. She has also taken conservative stances on social issues, including abortion, and led a push in Congress against allowing transgender people to participate in sports that align with their gender identities. She highlighted both of those positions in her opening campaign. The Republican primary is scheduled for August 6, 2026, exactly a year away.
Well, I guess that Washington's, little hot, and coming back home to Tennessee is what every Tennessee girl wants to do. So yesterday, United Airlines had a little bit of a few software problems, and apparently they have resumed flights. So let's hear what that was all about.
United Airlines flights started taking off again late Wednesday, a few hours after a system-wide technology issue prompted the carrier to halt departures. The underlying technology issue has been resolved, and while we expect residual delays, our team is working to restore our normal operations, United said. The airline said it was working with customers to get them to their destinations. At issue was a key system called Unimatic that stores flight data and feeds it to other systems, including those that track flight times and calculate weight and balance data needed for takeoff. Work has been underway to replace the aging system, according to people familiar with the matter. The airline didn't say what caused the outage, which began shortly after 6 p.m. ET, but said it wasn't related to cybersecurity concerns. United had scrubbed more than 60 mainline flights late Wednesday, with more than 1,000 delays, 35% of what it had scheduled, according to flight tracking site FlightAware. The airline said it is treating the disruption as something within its control, so it covered expenses like hotels for customers that needed them. The disruption marked the latest tech-related issue that has interrupted or grounded flights in recent years. Airlines are often vulnerable to technology snafus from third-party providers or their own patchwork of aging systems. Alaska Airlines last month halted departures for a period because of the unexpected failure of a critical piece of hardware at a data center. In early 2023, a problem with an FAA pilot alert system led to the first nationwide ground stop since the September 11th terrorist attacks. Write to Allison Sider at allison.sider@wsj.com.
All right. All right. Well, next story, and Lupin, I see you have joined us. This is a Fulton County story, and oddly enough, I don't really, other than the Marietta patch, which I get updates from, I don't really keep up that much with local or Atlanta news. I really need to start doing that more. I need to keep up with Savannah news more. I need to keep up with Atlanta news more. But Fulton County must confirm Republican election board nominees, judge rules. So I hadn't really heard. Oh, are you resting up, huh? Would you have a well, I remember you saying you were going to your wife's class reunion. Did you have fun? So anyway, senior judge David Emerson ruled this week that Fulton County is legally required to appoint Republicans Julie Adams and Jason Frazier to its election board. The ruling followed the county commissioner's repeated refusal to confirm Adams and Frazier, citing concerns about their qualifications and political views, which the court found unlawful. What the hell? Their political views? What kind of bullshit is that? Adams and Frazier meet all eligibility requirements, including residency and voter registration, and the court emphasized that commissioners lack discretion to veto qualified nominees. Judge Emerson emphasized that failing to make these appointments negatively impacts the integrity of the election and denies the nominating party its rightful representation, noting that the law mandates these selections occur without possibility of veto. I don't get this. So what were they thinking is my response. You always want the opposition, isn't it? Aren't you supposed to keep your enemies closer, keep your friends close and your enemies closer? What is up with these folks? So that pretty much ends the planned news articles. there will be possibilities of pop-ups. And quite frankly, you know what? It's a 7:45. Let's see, what do I have videos lined up? And I did say, these are mostly videos that concern Black culture stuff, Black politics stuff. So I think what we'll do, this one will take us right up to 8. We'll go back to Brooklyn St. Michael here. So give me one sec here. And then at 8 o'clock, I'll go ahead and shut down the Galt stream. I have no clue if he has anything planned for today. But hey, I have a question. Sin7, are you in the audience right now? If you are, talk to me. You asked me a question about John going to jail or something. I had no clue what you're talking about. The last time I'm aware of is for leaving his scooter up on a sidewalk, which is a minor. I wouldn't even consider that much of anything, to be honest. Oops. So I didn't know how to respond, basically. So let's listen to Brooklyn St. Michael here. He's talking social clique status and Negroes who fronted for whites. Again, this is a book called Black Metropolis, and it was written back in the 40s, I think it was, during the height of the Great Migration.
Public perception can be a touchy subject because it gives an outer glimpse into an inner world that some people may not want to reveal. And that's where the front comes in. And because of their background, Negroes had to put on the front more often than they may have wanted to. So let's hear about that. We're continuing from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by Dr. St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Service. Over and over, people in Bronzeville told interviewers that
it's not what you do that counts, but how you do it.
We're about to find out how some of them did it, so buckle up. This dictum is applied to varied aspects of behavior: dancing, liquor drinking, wife beating, church going, by those who maintain a rather stable and relatively high standard of living. So for some who were said to have high standards, it wasn't the acts in themselves, the liquor drinking, dancing, church going, or the wife beating that was approved or disapproved. It was the way that they were done. What does that mean? It means that if it was kept quiet in the person's home, or if the people didn't do it in public, then it might have been acceptable. There is a very sharp division, as we shall see later, between those who value front, who stress decorous public behavior, and those who don't. Those who at least wanted to present themselves a certain way in public, even if they weren't really like that, and those who could care less. A division between those who acted and spoke a certain way that was considered acceptable in public, and those who were loud like they still lived out in the country. Both of those types of people existed at this time. Pay attention. Because of the stress that the dicties place upon correct public behavior, they are often the target of the less sophisticated people who dub them hypocrites, because a portion of them were faking the funk. What do I mean by that? Observe.
Dr. St. Clair Drake, sociologist from Roosevelt University in Chicago.
I tend to do conceptualize class that way myself. One of the ways I like to think about it is this. Some years ago, when Horace Caton and I were working on Black Metropolis, we were suddenly struck by the fact that you could find two Negroes who worked in the stockyards as what we used to like to call cattle eviscerators, taking out the insides of the cattle as they came along on the assembly line. And let us assume that both of them were making about $400 a month. One comes home and on the way home stops by the local tavern, imbibes a good bit of alcohol. By the time he gets home, he's in a very bad mood. He knocks on the door and it isn't opened quickly. He yells up at his wife and she sticks her head out the window and curses him. And then everybody up and down the street begins to throw up the windows and look. She comes out and he beats her and they finally get on in the house and they both start taking their drinks and the fight goes on. Now the other man takes his 400 and he passes a bar, turning his head the other way. And when he arrives at home, his wife also doesn't open the door quickly enough. But he waits until he gets inside, and then the fight starts inside. And when he gets ready to beat her, he pulls down the shades to make sure that the neighbors don't see. And then having got that part of it over, they sit down at the kitchen table and decide how much of the money they're going to put aside for the educational fund for the kids and how much they're going to put in church next Sunday. And this is the end of the day.
That's why they called them hypocrites. Let's continue. They are constantly gossiped about by people who do not value front and who exult at finding a chink in the stuck-up's armor. And you can believe they did a good deal of searching. But one of the most fundamental divisions in Bronzeville is that between people who stress conventional, middle-class American public behavior and those who ignore it. Why does there have to be a fundamental division here? Because there's a cultural clash. One side thinks it was better to behave like middle-class Americans, while the others said, forget all that. Neither side was budging, and that's what creates cultural divides. Professional men, postal workers, clerical worker, and others with position rail constantly at the loud, boisterous, uncouth behavior of other segments of the society. Some Negroes just didn't care. They would be as loud, as boisterous, and as bad-mannered as they wanted to be. Now, on one hand, this could be viewed as rebellious authenticity, because they're expressing themselves freely exactly how they wanted to. And on the other hand, this could be viewed as untamed and a lack of self-control, which makes most people feel uncomfortable because they're unsure what other behavior might follow. Now, for Negroes who promoted middle-class manners, it made them embarrassed. The respectable, educated, and refined believe in front, partly because it is their accustomed way of life and partly in order to impress the white world. So this group could be further divided based on intentions. One portion really promoted the respectable life because that's the way they really lived. But the other promoted it because they wanted to impress the white man. And guess what? You'll still find that avatar here today. There's some people who just shame blacks and they point out all their faults with no intention of helping them at all. They just want to push them down to create distance, so they appear to shine in front of the whites. I've seen this many times online. They only hit up the blacks and they never say anything about the whites. They come from this old stock of blacks who were obsessed with impressing the white world. The decisive measure of the man is how he acts in public. This is from the point of view of blacks in Bronzeville. What people did in private didn't matter as much as the front in public. All the measures of the man that we have described are either objective traits or types of behavior. More important, however, in placing people are their social relationships. People not only ask,
what kind of person is he?
They also want to know,
what kind of family does he come from? Who's in his crowd?
What kind of organizations does he belong to?
Which are important things to know. This gives a little insight into a person.
One thing I want to point out here, and I say it a lot, other people say it a lot. There is nothing new under the sun when it comes to certain, occurrences in quote Black culture or American culture. Some of the stuff that he's talking about, or they're talking about in Black Metropolis, and remember, this was written back in the 40s. Some of these, middle class versus, other class, some of the class critiques, some of the, just some of the stuff, the societal stuff, some of the things that we talk about today on these, manosphere panels and other types of panels. People need not think that we are reinventing the wheel. Now, every now and again, you'll get a new or unique question or a unique situation. But by and large, I'd say 90% of these day-to-day kind of social, cultural, events have happened before, or something similar enough to kind of read about, experience, or has been experienced. We need not think that the boomers, the quote boomers, don't know what the millennials and the zoomers or whatever you all are. You need not think you're experiencing anything unique, is my point. Boomers know as much about some of this stuff as anybody else. So you all, even with your phones and your internet and your side gigs, aren't doing anything that's unprecedented.
Person's character, occupation, income, education, standard of living, and public behavior ultimately find their reflection in social groupings, meaning people gravitate towards like-minded people. There's no way around that. People who work certain jobs, behave similarly, have a certain education, many of them tend to have other things in common that influence their gravitation towards one another. They're on a similar wavelength. And being energetic beings in nature, humans surround themselves with people who mirror their priorities. Family background is not too important in Bronzeville. Why not? 3 generations ago, nearly all Negroes were slaves, and getting ahead by education and the acquisition of wealth have gone on at too fast a pace to allow any tradition of old families to mean much. So Negroes worked with what they had. They didn't have a long lineage of many wealth-building families. So for many, that time marked a beginning of a foundation for their progeny to build upon. But contemporary family behavior is very important in placing people. Far more important in placing people than their family connections are their clique affiliations. The rough rule that birds of a feather flock together is used to stratify people in Bronzeville. A man takes on the reputation of his crowd. If you hang out with pimps and thieves, then people associate their stereotypical behavior onto you, regardless if it's true or not. If you hang out with professionals, then likewise they assume. So your crowd becomes part of your reputation. In a rapidly changing society, clique affiliations become important for social mobility also. People may change their cliques easily and thus change their social personalities. What's a personality? It's a mask. It's a construct that you have unknowingly created and now you think is the real you. And there are varied aspects of that personality, and they express depending on the situation. So when people change their cliques, like if they start hanging around goal-oriented people, the way they talk and their mannerisms start to change. That's the shift in the social personality. The cliques become selectors. And at the top of the society, the small high-status cliques become the social arbiters for the community. It has become fashionable for a broad section of Bronzeville's people to formalize their small cliques as social clubs devoted to card playing and dancing. Between society at the top and the disorganized masses at the bottom are several thousand of these social clubs. To belong to any of them, a person must discipline his behavior, keep up a front, and spend his money for socially approved types of clothing, entertainment, and whatever other appurtenances the social ritual requires, which means they created boundaries and borders around the club and who gets into it. And anyone who did not fit within those boundaries were excluded. Now think about this in relation to how the early colonists created their club. The boundaries they created said that members had to have a certain skin complexion, which they named white. And anyone who did not meet those requirements was excluded. That was a major key to their system of domination. So what I'm showing you here is that there are a number of ways that humans create boundaries to include and to exclude, whether that's legally, economically, or socially. In a very limited sense, churches too are ranked in a system of social prestige. Congregational and Episcopal churches are considered high status, holiness and spiritualist churches low status. Most churches, however, include people of all status levels. Neither the question, what church does he belong to, nor the question, does he go to church, is important in placing a man, except at the very top and the very bottom of the social scale. For persons on the make, or on the rise, getting the proper connections becomes extremely important. People change their status by acquiring money and education, and then changing their set, changing who they hang with. The dynamics of social mobility in Bronzeville can only be understood by observing individuals actually shifting from clique to clique, church to church, and club to club in the struggle to get ahead. The people who are in control this upward mobility by setting the standards and holding the line against those who don't make the grade. They also limit the number of persons who are accepted, creating the barriers, including and excluding. They're intertwined as two ends to the same pole. You can't do one without the other. As soon as you use the power to include, by default, there's some sort of exclusion that comes as a necessary outcome. And I'm planting these seeds little by little because understanding this dynamic is going to be very important down the road when we get into further studies. So pay attention. At the same time, the socially ambitious are able to copy the behavior of the strata above them and to bring new cliques, churches, and clubs into existence with the desired pattern. After a time, such new increments are accepted, and the ambitious rise as a group. Hopefully you have enjoyed this commentary. I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
You know what? I'm going to have to come up with a signature sign off. I've got to come up with one. His sign off just makes me chuckle every time. It's so strange. All right, so folks, I'm going to drop the link to my channel in the John Galt chat. There it is. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the Galt stream, and my stream is already going. It's been going for a while. So y'all join me over there. I do actually have a follow-up story to that shooting at Fort Stewart yesterday. NPR says alleged gunman at Army's Fort Stewart was a sergeant who shot 5 co-workers. So they have some details on the actual shooter. So for the folks who are in John Galt's channel, make sure that you hit the like button. Please make sure you subscribe to John Galt's Urban Landlord channel. Also, make sure you sign up to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. I have no clue what John's plans are for today, so stay tuned for that. Let's head on over, if you're not already there, to the Stanley Cross channel, and then we'll talk about this Fort Stewart shooter. So see you in a second. So for the folks who are on my channel, let's have a look at this Fort Stewart guy. What's up, Uncle Fatty? I do happen to know, because they talked a little bit about him on a news report that I saw yesterday. Let's see what we got here. Excuse me. So it says here, a sergeant opened fire on his co-workers Wednesday at Fort Stewart, an Army installation in Southeast Georgia, leaving 5 soldiers injured but in stable condition, according to Army officials. At a press conference on Wednesday afternoon, excuse me, Brigadier General John Lubas, the commanding general of the 3rd Infantry Division, identified the suspect as Sergeant Cornelius Radford. Now, this is weird because he spells Cornelius in an interesting way. It's Quo for instead of Co. So Cornelius Radford, who worked in automated logistics. I have no idea. Maybe somebody who's been in the Army recently can tell me what our automated logistics is. I thought logistics tended to be, well, that's not transportation. So he must have been he must be some sort of quartermaster. But anyway, the victims were Radford's co-workers, and he used a personal handgun. Holy shit. According to Lubas. He added that Radford has not previously been deployed to a combat zone. So I guess that kind of precludes the PTSD angle. Luba says 3 of the soldiers required surgeries, but all 5 victims were expected to recover. Their families have also been notified. Law enforcement was sent to the 2nd Armored Brigade Combat Team area at 10:56 a.m. local time, and the shooter was apprehended at 11:35 a.m., Fort Stewart said in a post on Facebook. The Army installation, about 40 miles from the city of Savannah, was temporarily on lockdown. Earlier on yesterday, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp released a statement on X saying he and his family were saddened by the violence. We are keeping the victim, their families, and all those who answer the call to serve in our hearts and prayers, and we ask Georgians everywhere to do the same. So we know the shooter's name, and I guess we'll stand by for more information. By the way, the link, if anybody wants to join the panel, is up at the top of the channel, somewhere up there. Please, if you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe to it. Make sure you share it out. I could use the help in getting the good word out. So I have a bunch of videos that I want to show on various kind of Black culture topics, but I've got some other stuff intermixed. I think what I want to do, since we could all use a good chuckle, is to start with Professor Black Truth. Apparently, Politico magazine has compared ICE raids to the Fugitive Slave Act, which I can't believe. That is a horrible comparison, but if Professor
Family
Black
and
Truth,
fellow soldiers.
if Professor Black Truth doesn't get to the point I'm going to make, I'll make it after this video.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. One of the things that the black media has told you for the longest time is that there is no substitute for the moral authority and legitimacy of the foundational Black American struggle. There simply isn't. A lot of people have tried to imitate it, but none have been able to duplicate it. And their own weak attempts to try to ape what we do just hasn't worked. Just look at Politico, for example. You can tell that the memo's gone out that black folks are simply going to have to be made to get in line with all of this supporting illegal immigration stuff, and they're mad as hell that it ain't happening. Just last week, you had a Politico hit piece that might as well have been called "All of those black media folks who are opposing illegal immigration, here's why you're wrong." That's what it should have been called. You look at the wording that this Politico piece uses. It's clearly low-key aimed at the black grassroots, and it's meant to refute what we say. That's basically what it is. It's almost a point-by-point refutation of what we've been saying. Under the headline, it says, "Militarized federal encroachments on public life provoke strong, even violent responses, even among those who agree with their aims." Now, that couldn't be more clear, now could it? Considering that this guy went out of his way to make black people the subject of this propaganda, he might as well have said, "All of you B1 black media types, you people may agree with the feds using force to remove these illegals, but it's going to provoke a strong, even violent response." But as we'll see later on, the author wasn't merely warning about the possibility of violence. He later goes on to justify it, and he tries to use our history and our icons to do it. In fact, that was the entire point of this little propaganda piece. See, they've tried to have these corrupt, lying misleaders claim that black people support illegal immigration. Why, it's no different than chattel slavery. In fact, you had a number of people who recently have been trying to push that exact same lie. They said to send in the black celebrities, a lot of them tethers, who would say that we support illegal immigration. But the black grassroots didn't go for the okie doke. We're not supporting anything. Instead, we pushed back hard enough where they've seen it. The social media posts, the videos, the podcast, and Twitter spaces. The message has been loud, clear, and most of all, undeniable. You couldn't miss it. They tried to con us. They tried to guilt trip us, tried to coerce us. None of it's worked. So now they're just flat out lying about us. They failed to get us to say that we support immigration, and now the white media is having to do it themselves. And when I say do it themselves, I mean that literally. You have this white guy over at Politico who put out this propaganda piece saying that ICE is in danger of overplaying their hand. And then he goes on to make a false comparison between the ICE raids and the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. Talk about a reach, but as usual, they're always trying to drag black people into these things that have nothing to do with us. Their shills and liars and con men and con women couldn't get any traction, so the white media is using their enormous apparatus to see if they can just catapult the propaganda themselves. The Fugitive Slave Act, as the name implied, was a law passed by the federal government authorizing white men and whomever they deputized to hunt down enslaved black people who escaped their captors. And if they made it to the North, where they claimed slavery wasn't legal, then these slave catchers had the federal government's authority to catch or even kidnap black people and drag them back into captivity. Now, the first thing that needs to be known here, the Fugitive Slave Act was not a deportation act. It wasn't about catching black people and sending them off to some other country. So that's the first reason why it's a fraud and a lie to invoke the Fugitive Slave Act in order to cover up illegal aliens breaking into this country. Secondly, the black people who were being caught up in the fugitive slave persecution, they could be and often were caught up regardless of their legal status. The people being detained by ICE are being shown far more humanity and kindness and due process than our ancestors were shown under the Fugitive Slave Act, or even today for that matter. Just take a look at how black people are routinely locked up without trial, and in many cases even without charges, if you want examples of that. ICE checks people's papers. They work to make sure that the people that they're detaining aren't supposed to be in the country, and nobody's shot any of them yet, something that routinely happens under the Fugitive Slave Act. And let's remember that when people say these illegal aliens have legal status, those are pure weasel words. What they mean is that when the illegals get to the southern border, all they have to do is lie and claim that they're trying to escape persecution of some sort, claim that they're scared of the gangs back in the home country or whatever, and they'll be immediately allowed in and told that, well, you got to go appear before a judge in a few weeks. And the judge, of course, will decide whether their asylum claim is valid. Most of the time, the judges never actually get around to seeing them. They just let them stay anyway. But the lie the illegal alien advocates like to use is that the undocumented immigrants, as they call them, aren't in the country illegally because the fact that they were told to appear before a judge gives them, well, legal status. The weasel words are, well, nobody said that they were in the country as legal citizens, but they have begun the start of due process, and pending the outcome of their judicial hearing, that gives them legal status. They are here pending their hearing. Last time I checked, nobody ever bent over backwards to ignore the Fugitive Slave Act. They enforced it and didn't care about your legal status. So this Sykes character is lying when he tries to compare black people being kidnapped by white marauders in the 19th century to the kid-glove treatment that illegal aliens get in the 21st. The illegals getting rounded up are not being taken to some plantation to be beat.
Well, you know what? One issue I will take, this isn't a matter of lying. Just basically say that the comparison doesn't hold up. There are some similarities. Saying someone's lying when lying isn't even the right word is pretty much annoying to people like me anyway. I agree with, kind of slapping down the comparison. The comparison is bad, but acting like this guy is lying when he's just expressing an opinion or trying to make an analogy. Let's not go overboard here.
Eaten, raped, and killed. Their children aren't being sold to some inbred plantation owner either. In fact, they get exactly the opposite treatment. Not only are these illegals not sold into slavery, but they get all kinds of free government money, free housing, free education. Their rights are respected and upheld. Hell, they got rights above and beyond everybody else. They get a raft of government programs for immigrants and all kinds of corporate set-asides for immigrants. This for people who aren't even citizens, aren't even in the country legally. So where the hell is the comparison? Black people aren't the ones getting rounded up. Black people aren't even being harassed by any of these ICE raids. So why are they trying to make it seem like, well, black people, this has something to do with you too? No, it doesn't. For once, we're the ones who are not catching hell. And that's the part that they don't like. As far as they're concerned, this is the world turned upside down. And yet the white media is losing their minds and trying to drag us into this anyway, because this is the con they've run for generations now. Misusing and vandalizing our history and our struggle in order to sanitize their interests. And the people they're doing this for are the ones who practice violent anti-black racism against us every single day. Look at these people ICE is rounding up. They've been attacking and demonizing black people for generations now. If these immigrant groups had been around in the 1850s, they would have been helping carry out the Fugitive Slave Act. They wouldn't have been opposing it. Now look at the weasel words this Joshua Sykes character uses. He has a huge image of a 19th century engraving dramatizing the Fugitive Slave Act, and then he has a legend under it saying a group of 4 black men, possibly freedmen, ambushed by a posse of 6 armed white men in a cornfield. So they've heard us using the term freedmen, and here they are trying to hijack it. I'd like to know which of these immigrant groups was opposing the Fugitive Slave Act. You have Asians who claim that they were working on the railroads during the mid-19th century. Great. So were they opposing the Fugitive Slave Act during that time? See, everyone wants to violate and bastardize our history for their own ends. But when you ask them what moral stance they can point to from their own history, you get crickets. But as I alluded to earlier, this politico-historical hit piece does more than just try to twist our history into a justification for illegal immigration. This Sykes person also pushes the idea that violence against ICE agents is also morally justified because of the opposition to the Fugitive Slave Act. In his propaganda piece, Sykes wrote that, quote, black abolitionists like Frederick Douglass, himself formerly enslaved, came to welcome armed resistance to the fugitive slave law, encouraging free black Americans and their white sympathizers to greet slave catchers with a hospitality befitting the place and occasion. More specifically, they should be murdered in your streets. He was a peace man, he insisted, but white men who willingly acted as bloodhounds.
Yeah, well, this political writer obviously isn't familiar with Frederick Douglass, basically begging off working with John Brown. John Brown tried to talk Frederick Douglass into joining the raid on Harper's Ferry, and Frederick Douglass wisely said no. As a matter of fact, they tried to kind of say, "Oh, hey, Frederick Douglass, didn't you talk to John Brown? We're coming to get you." And Frederick Douglass scurried off to England, hid out in England for a while till the heat, was off. So
Hunting down
violence,
human beings to
don't know
return
about
them to
that
slavery had no right
armed
to live.
response stuff.
I do believe that 2 or 3 dead slaveholders will make this law a dead letter, Douglass wrote. Now look at all the deliberate omissions that this guy had to make. Frederick Douglass was talking about returning people to slavery, not returning them to the country that they illegally entered from. So this guy is making it clear that killing 2 or 3 ICE agents would make Trump's ICE deportation order a dead letter. These are white people writing and publishing this, mind you, openly advocating that federal agents be killed merely for enforcing the law and trying to misuse our history to justify it. Frederick Douglass would never have approved of killing ICE agents just for deporting people. Douglass opposed sending free black people back into the living hell of the barbarous and satanic plantation owners. There were people being deported in the 19th century, during the lifetime of Frederick Douglass, both before the end of slavery as well as after it, and Frederick Douglass never opposed the government searching for people and carrying out deportations under law. The Chinese Exclusion Act was passed in 1882, and that paved the way to not only exclude Chinese immigrants, but to also deport them too. Frederick Douglass died in 1895, which was 13 years after the Chinese Exclusion Act was passed, so he had plenty of years to oppose deportations, only he didn't. So if the Joshua Seitzes of the world want to reach for some historical example of how ICE is on the wrong side of history, let him use the history and experience of the people who are being rounded up, not ours. Don't try to pervert and twist our history and to try to make our moral ancestors seem like they would agree with the corrupt opportunism that the illegal aliens engage in. Next, they'll be claiming that Dr. King would have opposed the ICE raids and that he would have advocated for nonviolent resistance to ICE, or if it turned violent, he would have explained that, well, violence against ICE is the voice of the unheard, etc., etc. When it comes to opportunism, there is no bottom. They'll say whatever they think they have to in order to point to our own morally infallible struggle and pretend as if that's going to sanitize the blatant criminality and racism of the illegals. See, the problem is that unlike during the BLM protest, where you had the shills, bootlicks, and a lot of tethers and foreign flags who were ready to jump out a window to protect DACA, there's none of that foolishness going on today. Black people have declared that this isn't our fight, and we're staying out of it. This is the new normal. And there's nothing they can do about it. The white left was just so certain that there was going to be some groundswell of opposition to ICE, but that never materialized. The shills and bootlicks who were willing to jump in front of the cameras and make fools of themselves 10 years ago, they're not around today. In fact, most black people aren't even listening to them. So there won't be any convenient black faces trying to give the false impression that we're supporting illegal immigration or immigration in general. When we said we're sitting this one out, we meant it. We don't need some white media mouthpiece to lie about our heroes. We know what they stood for. We are their ethnic and ideological successors. We know what they would have wanted, and they didn't want all this illegal immigration to go unchecked. Seitz tries to use a pretzel-tortured bit of imaginary historical analysis that the Fugitive Slave Act was the piece of legislation that eventually turned people against slavery because of how overbearing the slave catchers were. Fine, but he's putting forward the idea that the ICE deportation authorization could lead to more laws at the state and federal levels and make deportations unpopular because, well, he doesn't actually say how that would work. He just says people wouldn't like it. In the 19th century, the slave catchers were clearly in the wrong, and the runaway slaves were not breaking any laws. They weren't refusing to assimilate. They weren't attacking the white population, and they weren't waving foreign flags either. In the 21st century, we have exactly the opposite dynamic. Whatever violence or property damage or illegality the slave catchers carried out, you cannot compare that to ICE. The illegals, on the other hand, they're much more like the slave catchers when it comes to lawlessness. But that's something that apparently this site's character didn't read a history book on. And that's why...
Yeah, we'll stop it there. Yeah, I agree. Very bad analogy. I mean, it borders on sloppy, to be honest. So that is that. We get the gist. Let's see, what else do we have here? You know what? EAE brought up this physics video. Let me go ahead and bring this up. Apparently, this according to
this is Anton,
according to this video, MIT quantum experiment proves Einstein wrong after 100 years. So I'm definitely interested in this.
Today, we're going to discuss a somewhat intriguing experiment conducted by scientists from MIT University, and specifically a fascinating experiment involving quantum mechanics, revisiting one of the most iconic and mind-bending concepts when it comes to light. Light's dual nature. The idea behind light being potentially both particle and a wave, and the idea that was explored as far back as 100 years ago. But as I guess the title of the video suggests, in this particular experiment, researchers were able to prove Einstein incorrect. And yet the title was basically clickbait, but honestly it's kind of true. And so let's discuss this experiment and what it means in a bit more detail. But first, let's briefly discuss the double-slit experiment in case you're not sure what it's all about. And this is a really old experiment. The original experiment was conducted by British scientist Thomas Young in 1801, so 225 years ago from when I'm making this video. But the original design was to prove that light behaves like a wave. And in this experiment, a beam of light, or in more modern versions, a beam of electrons, or really any other particle, is directed at a barrier with two narrow slits. And on the other side of the barrier, there's a screen that detects the location where particles arrive. And so if particles behave like tiny balls, you would expect two lines on the detector, essentially corresponding to two open slits. But when using lasers, or when using light, instead we get a pattern containing bright and dark fringes, referred to as interference pattern. You can see it appearing in this particular video, showing us the electron buildup in the classical double-slit experiment. And so in essence, it would resemble something like this, or even something like this, with this pattern arising because each particle behaves like a wave passing through both slits simultaneously. And those waves interfere with each other, reinforcing in some places, which produces bright fringes, or canceling, which produces dark fringes. And remarkably, this interference pattern remains even when particles are fired one at a time, suggesting that each particle somehow interferes with itself and not just other particles. With this experiment fundamentally showing us that observing which slit the particle passes through can change the outcome, or it can basically collapse the wave-like behavior into particle-like behavior. And this is the core principle of quantum mechanics, and of course led to the concept of wave-particle duality, the fundamental principle that suggests that all particles have both particle and wave properties. And so here, just to summarize the main discoveries, these two slits will produce an interference pattern and not just two bands, and this pattern results from the wave interference of particle waves. But by measuring which slit the particle passes through, we'll actually destroy interference and make particles behave like particles. And this experiment has been tested with a lot of stuff: photons, electrons, and even larger particles like actual molecules. And so for decades, this experiment has been the cornerstone of quantum physics, demonstrating that light, and indeed all matter, behaves like both particles and waves. But it also presented us with that paradox. The paradox that you can never observe both properties at the same time. And so, for example, if you try to see the path of a photon, its wave-like interference seems to vanish. And it was actually in the 20th century that this bizarre phenomenon was discovered. The strange disappearance of the interference pattern was really only observed in the early 1900s. And by itself, this was a bit perplexing. Why would light act like a wave when unobserved, but become a particle when suddenly we measure its path? And so for some reason, the act of observation fundamentally changes the reality of what's being observed. And naturally, this created a lot of different propositions in the early 1900s. with the most famous friendly debate being between two titans of physics, Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr. And in 1927, Einstein proposed another one of his famous thought experiments. This was referred to as the Gedanken experiment, trying to catch light in the act of being both a wave and a particle simultaneously. And here Einstein argued that if a photon passes through one of two slits, it would most likely impart a tiny force, or I guess a tiny influence, on the slit itself. And Einstein believed that by detecting this subtle force, it might be possible to calculate photon's path or its particle nature, while still observing the interference pattern representing the wave nature. In other words, he proposed that it should be possible to observe both particle properties and wave properties. But this was against Niels Bohr's propositions. This was against quantum physics. Quantum mechanical models were all based on the uncertainty principle, and Bohr demonstrated that if you gained enough information to determine the path of the photon, the very act of obtaining this information would inevitably wash out any interference pattern. In other words, you cannot observe the light and expect it to show you all of its properties. And since then, most of the quantum experiments so far have shown this to be more or less correct. But this new experiment from the scientists at MIT were finally able to definitively show this using an idealized setup. You can find the study by Wolfgang Ketterle and a team from the MIT in the description below. But here, instead of using traditional slits, they actually used individual ultra-cold atoms, with each of them acting as a kind of a slit. Or essentially, each of these individual atoms would be scattering photons coming from various lasers. And the experiment involved preparing a sample of 10,000 ultra-cold atoms using lithium-7 and dysprosium-162. Here they relied on what's known as Mott insulating slate with an optical lattice that allowed them to arrange the atoms with an even spacing and essentially crystal-like configuration, with every single atom having identical isolation and distance. And the atoms were also cooled down to microkelvin in temperature, just a little bit hotter than absolute zero. And then came the lasers. But here they had to use an extremely weak beam of light in order not to disturb the structure. And the point was for each of these atoms to at most scatter just one photon. And this would produce what's known as Rayleigh scattering, or the simplest possible situation involving an atomic two-level system, or the simplest possible situation involving atoms and a little bit of excitation. And the goal was pretty simple. They wanted to observe how a single photon scatters off two adjacent atoms, simulating the light passing through two slits. But they wanted to observe two different phenomena: coherent and incoherent light scattering. Or just to simplify this, here the scientists could adjust the quantum fuzziness of the atom and change the uncertainty in their position. And so essentially here the scientists could control the wave-like or the particle-like behavior of various photons. And this was done by holding these atoms, by shining lasers at them, which would then act like a spring. And so by tuning this laser, they could either loosen or tighten the atom's confinement, changing the fuzziness of individual atoms, which essentially allowed them to control the photon's path and also provided them with information about each individual photon. And so this atomic fuzziness, or in more scientific terms, spatial delocalization of wave packets, contributed to how different photons would be scattered. And so when the scientists increased the atomic positional uncertainty, they observed that the photons behaved like waves. But when the atoms were precisely localized, photons started to act like particles, with scientists confirming that the scattering intensity was exactly the same in both scenarios, or confirming that these springs don't seem to matter, thus suggesting that Einstein's explanation was incorrect. And this observation perfectly matches all of the quantum theory predictions, providing the necessary validation for Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, and suggesting that it's impossible to measure two properties at the same time. And so here, when we measure photons interacting with atoms, in order to, for example, discover their path, the fundamental uncertainty between position and momentum seems to create some kind of a trade-off. The more we expect, the more we disturb the momentum, which seems to collapse the wave-like interference. With this experiment definitively confirming that this is not just some kind of a limitation of measurements, but seems to be an intrinsic quantum property. And this was determined by seeing that all of the light scattered between atoms was only partially coherent, and this partial coherence seemed to depend on the entanglement between light and the atomic motion. Or just to once again simplify all of this, here the team from MIT showed that these ultra-cold atoms acting as slits were not producing any spring effects in order to affect the light's wave-particle duality. And what truly mattered in this particular experiment was the fuzziness of the atom itself, or basically how certain or uncertain its location seems to be. And so if the atom is much fuzzier, it's a lot more likely to interact with the photon, providing us some information about the path of the photon. And because in this case researchers used 10,000 atoms in order to increase the chance for this slit-like interaction, here the signals were quite easily detected, and the results were pretty substantial. And so this was definitely a really intriguing representation of the classical double-slit experiment, confirming fundamental principles of quantum mechanics. But the experiment itself is also important for scientists studying quantum mechanics, because here by using these single atom wave packets and optical lattices, it potentially opens up new avenues for a lot of similar experiments and investigations, with scientists behind this particular study already planning a new experiment using even more complexity. For example, using atoms in superposition states, or using two-atom wave packets that can potentially present us with new interactions between atoms, allowing researchers to study scattering effects on...
Well, to AAE's point, thank God. I have always, for some reason or another, found physics incredibly boring. Found chemistry exciting. I just think that, if I had to fucking listen to this dude teach me physics, I'd have to show up to class drunk just to deal. This dude is incredibly boring, and to be honest, I will go ahead and play the rest of this video, but I lost interest almost as soon as I heard his voice.
Phenomena like coherence. And so here the MIT team did not just reconfirm something we already knew, but to some extent showed us something even deeper. They showed us why light behaves the way it does by using a completely new setup and a new elegant experiment.
Now, folks, EAE said, hey, this was interesting, and he has made the suggestion that, Stanley, you can't talk about the stuff you talk about all the time. How about injecting a little science every now and again? So I am just basically, I trust EAE's judgment, and I think it was a productive, constructive suggestion. So we just have to sit through, this video just for a few minutes more. It is science after all, and next time I'll do chemistry or biology, which is more my interest. There's a reason I didn't major in physics, and this is it.
They will most likely lead to new discoveries.
You would think a chemist would be okay with physics.
For now,
I'm just not.
That's all I wanted to mention. I mean, by itself, this experiment doesn't actually show us anything new or anything groundbreaking, but it does confirm the fundamental principles in quantum physics, and once again reminds us that Einstein...
Hey, look, he has a fascination with Lolo, so, I should probably take his suggestions with a grain of salt. Mediocrity. Sometimes a man's taste in women will tell you a lot about the man, and vanilla, mediocre, kind of just. As a matter of fact, this guy actually reminds me. His vocal style, his manner of speaking, actually reminds me of Lolo. Oddly enough,
was not always correct. And so approximately 100 years after the initial debate, we have the definitive proof of central ideas in quantum theory, and specifically the idea that physical matter, including light, can exist as both wave and a particle, but observing one of the forms causes the other to disappear. But I'm sure we'll hear more about similar experiments and additional discoveries in some of the future videos. And so until then, check out some of the previous videos on quantum physics in the description below. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support the show on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads, and can DM me directly. or by joining the channel membership that grants you early access, or maybe by
Early
buying the
access. You know what? We should all go subscribe for early access. So, folks, feel free to hit the link. If I ruled the world as my sign off, okay, I'll check that out. Deacon Dave, would it not be cubed? Is Deacon Dave here? Yeah, okay. EAE plus AAE. What are you trying to do, Deacon Dave? I don't know. I'll have to find out. Let's see here. Oh, folks, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you are new to the channel. I've actually had a couple new subscribers today, so I appreciate the folks who are subscribing. Please make sure you hit the like button, folks, as you file in or file out. It is getting closer to the weekend. What is it? Today's Thursday, is it not? I sometimes lose track of time. So, my future tomorrow is to talk more about unified executive theory, and then Saturday I didn't really finish up with the food topic. If I do a show on Saturday, basically, make sure you support the host. Either with show ideas or monetarily is appreciated. Beer money is always welcome. I put my email in the little crawl at the bottom of the screen there. If you do have show ideas, EAE happens to be on a Discord that I'm on, Universal Jones's Discord. So he sometimes reaches out to me with show ideas there. But by any means necessary, or email. Just if you got a good show idea, I'll at least take a look at it. I'm not going to promise I'll do it. And Deacon Dave in physics, somehow or another, I just absolutely knew you would like physics. Other than Newtonian physics, you would think I'd like physics. Something like material science would definitely be of interest, but not quantum physics. Is Lindy Lou Catholic, Deacon Dave, or Episcopalian? Why would she go to mass? I'm sure she's probably a Protestant. So anyway, the videos I have lined up are more like, in the order of one of the videos is exploring contemporary cultural problems in the American Black community. The videos I have, at least the next 4, are in that kind of vein, kind of culture critique-ish sort of things. And then if, anything emergent as far as news stories come up, like any more information on the shooter who happened to be an Army sergeant at Fort Stewart yesterday, I will stop and talk about. I believe it or not, I know who Nas is. I'm not familiar with the song, so I will check it out. And you would know what day it is if you went to mass with Lindy Lou on Sundays. Yeah, okay. You know what? I would know what day it is because I would know what day to avoid, or not wake up or get drunk or something. Anything to avoid going to mass with Lindy Lou. I still love you even though all the women seem to hate you now. What? What are you talking about? All the women hate AAE. Why on earth would they do that? Oh, it's a song with Lauryn Hill. Okay, well, I'll definitely check that out because I like them both. I just, they were both Kind of at the time, Nas and Lauryn Hill, the Fugees, all that stuff was going on. I was in the Navy, and I just lost all contact with contemporary culture. At the time, I remember coming back from my first deployment, and I had a guy that worked for me who was really into music, and I'd been gone for like 7 or 8 months. So I go back and I go, "Hey, petty officer, so and so, what's new, what's hot in music?" And he said, "Oh, hey, you got to listen to Nirvana." I'd never heard of Nirvana until this guy said, "Hey, you got to listen to Nirvana," and bought the album and fell in love with them. So that early 90s period, late 80s, like 89 to 95, it's like a big blank spot culturally. I don't, just missed out on a lot of it. So anyway, let's get into this video, and anybody who wants to hit the link, I think it's pinned to the top. Yeah, where it says panel, just click that link. So let's see. We're going to do another Brooklyn St. Michael thing from Black Metropolis.
One group, 3 different types.
Oh, and by the way, this video is called Chicago's Black Social Pyramid from Shadies to the Upper Class, which is kind of in line with all the Oak Bluffs, Ralph Lauren stuff that, I've been kind of looking at over the past few days.
Types of people. That was the case with the 1940s Negro community. Now, one of these groups was so far behind that to the others, they nearly looked unrecognizable. And we're going to find out why. We're continuing from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Excellence. Everybody in Bronzeville recognizes the existence of social classes, whether called that or not. Their social classes move from lower, middle, to higher, with a special guest within each one of them, which we'll hear about later on. But social classes are another human creation of the mind, and they're useful for dividing and classifying people. People with slight education, small incomes, and few of the social graces are always referring to the more affluent and successful as dicties, stuck-ups, muckety-mucks, high-toned folks, Tony people. They thought those with money acted superior and were conceited. The strainers and strivers are well-recognized social types, people whose whole lives are dominated by the drive to get ahead, and who show it by conspicuous consumption and a persistent effort to be seen with the right people and in the right places, to peacock and flaunt, to show others that they made it. People at the top of the various pyramids that we have described are apt to characterize people below them as low class, trash, riffraff, shiftless. Now watch this. The highly sensitive professional and business classes, keenly aware of the estimate which the white world puts on Negro behavior, frequently complain that white people do not recognize the class distinctions within the Negro community. Same situation we discussed way back in 1899, Philadelphia Negro by Dr. W.E.B. Du Bois. It didn't matter how many degrees or how much money they made. The whites still lumped them all in one and the same group. Which
Well, I
on
would
one
say that
level does
problem's
make sense.
well.
Because they
You know what? I wonder. I think it happens more so than it definitely did back in the 1940s. We were talking the other day about who would if rich white people had to choose between black trash and white trash. It was some weird thought experiment that Be Brave came up with, and Hood Conservative was debating be brave about that sort of thing, which I thought was actually just a waste of time. Rich people don't want to necessarily hang around trash of any sort, but it's what these people do, I guess.
They identify themselves as Negroes just like the others do. So why would you not put them in the same group? So it is correct to see them as one and the same. But switching the lens and looking at it from the other hand, the human mind is capable of making further divisions, even within the same group. So you can see it as a whole, or you can divide further down. Because you can find any differences and then
folks, just wanted to thank Lupin Reiking, the show sponsor. the show sponsor, and apparently I will be doing a show this weekend. Very generous, Lupin. I dude, you are so kind. Lupin, you get first choice as to what Saturday's show will be about. I say food because I didn't really get it all the way through, but I'm not. You know what? Actually, what would be fun is fishing. Fishing and food, but you get first dibs. And folks, sponsor the show. You'll get a say in what Saturday's show will be. But tomorrow I do want to do, more unified executive theory, but I'm kind of open, either food or fishing for Saturday. And you guys get to have a choice, but Lupin has first dibs. So let's finish this video out.
And you can make the division, and then you can label it from that. And that's essentially what the Negro community did within its own social classes.
Oh, by the way,
class,
speaking of which, Deacon Dave, I don't know that I'd ever been on Sub-Zero's show yesterday. Now, of course, his politics and mine won't, necessarily align. But man, he is really he runs a really good show over there. I actually enjoyed it. So, I definitely subscribed. Definitely an interesting guy, though, again, he seems to be almost a militant black MAGA, but very good show he put on. So, hey, thank you, CK. Let me add you to the show sponsorship. But yeah, Sub-Zero, yeah, that guy's got it going on as far as hosting. So I'll definitely be tuning into him more.
Negroes, middle class Negroes, upper class Negroes, etc. And this is just as accurate as lumping them all into one group. But the whites weren't going for that. They wanted all Negroes in one group, represented by the lower class blacks, which on the inside killed many of the upper class Negroes. It destroyed them. Class thinking is essentially a way of sizing up individuals in terms of whether they are social equals, fit for acceptance as friends, as intimate associates, and as marriage partners for oneself or one's children. It differs from caste thinking, which dominates Negro-white relations, in that the people in the upper strata expect some of the people below them. The caste system between the Negro and white places whites permanently at the top and Negroes forever at the bottom. Even the wealthiest and the most cultured Negroes were still seen as lower than the lowest whites. To enter the upper levels of society,
Lupin, I just did, and I have put you in a place of honor up on the show sponsor banner here. You and the CKJ3, want to thank you both. CKJ3, you might as well input into Saturday show as well. So far, my personal would be either food or fishing, but I am definitely going to listen to what my sponsors say. No, I don't think. I mean, his topics yesterday didn't trigger me, Dave. I look. The guy seems to be really well thought out for the most part. There's some things that I probably would have pushed back on yesterday, but he seems to be fairly well thought out, and a responsible, kind of guy. So, I promise that, I won't be triggered. You guys think pushing back is triggered, and I don't see pushback that way.
Individual measures of the man are weighed and combined in such a way as to strike a rough average of position. According to these estimates, and out of the cliques, families, and voluntary associations that arise from them, people in
Caste and
Brownsville
class
become
are
grouped
different,
into
right,
several
AAE?
broad social classes. A Negro social worker is referring to this class system when she says to an interviewer,
I think education gives social status. And of course, money talks. After a person gets an education, I think he should try to get money so as to be able to live
Whoa.
at a certain standard. Of course, there are different classes of people. The educated won't go with the ignorant, and those with money won't go with poor people.
that's just what it was. Now let's get to it. At the top of the social pyramid is a scant 5% of the population, an articulate social world of doctors, lawyers, school teachers, executives, successful business people, and the frugal and fortunate of other occupational groups who have climbed with difficulty and now cling precariously to a social position consonant with what money, education, and power the city and the caste-like controls allow them. Negroes who made it to this level at this time were gritty. They had a lot of obstacles to overcome to get to that level, and a lot of forces that were working against them. But they prevailed, which in that area is highly respectable. They are challenged at every point, however, by the same forces that condemn the vast majority of the people to poverty and restricted opportunities, the same racial discrimination and systemic barriers, but they still figured out a way to succeed. Carrying the responsibilities of the major Negro institutions and cooperating with sympathetic and liberal whites who give them financial and moral support, this Negro upper class becomes symbolic of racial potentialities, and, despite the often caustic criticisms leveled at them from the classes below, they go their way supplying goods and services to the Negro community, seeking to maintain and extend opportunities for themselves and their children, snatching some enjoyment from the round of bridge and dancing, seeking cultural development from the arts and sciences, and displaying all of the intra-class conflicts which a highly competitive social and economic system has made characteristic of any group in an insecure position, as this upper class certainly is. Precarious and insecure because despite their success, they were still under the same discriminatory forces as mentioned earlier. So the upper class Negroes in Chicago at this time were fragile, yet they have a measure of satisfactory adjustment, which makes their life pattern fruitful if measured by any of the objective standards of success, except for certain disabilities that all Negroes share, which was being the primary target of white oppression. The Chicago adult world is predominantly a working class world. Over 65% of the Negro adults earn their bread by manual labor in stockyard and steel mill, in factory and kitchen, where they do the essential digging, sweeping, and serving, which make metropolitan life tolerable. During the Depression, whether on public projects or in private industry, the bulk of the employed adult Negroes, with a minimum of education and still betraying their Southern origin, were toilers, working close to the soil, the animals, and the machinery that undergird Chicago's economy. Many of them also were forced to only stand and wait at relief stations, on street corners, in pool rooms and taverns, in policy stations and churches, for opportunities that never came and for the work which eluded both them and their white fellow hope.
Okay, what I'm referring to, Ponder, is race, class, and caste are quote discrete structures. Race and class may intersect in the United States, maybe in England. I know less about England and Europe. Caste is its own animal. It is the British tried to kind of westernize what caste is. Caste, Westerners talking about caste is like ridiculous. Westerners don't get caste, and I have Hindu friends, and when we have talked about caste, it could very well be that every single like Indian or every single Hindu has their own personal caste. Caste is extremely complicated. And people like Isabel Wilkerson, who tried to basically compare race and caste, pretty much fall on their own, well, they fall way short of, making caste anywhere near relevant to race in America. Two different systems, mentioning them in the same sentence is almost an abomination. I watched Boardwalk Empire. I binge watched it years ago. It's probably worth another binge watch again. I did enjoy it, but to be honest, I don't, I remember the violence. But I might have to go back and rewatch it, CK.
A part of this working class constitutes the backbone of Bronzeville's middle social class, identified by its emphasis on the symbols of respectability and success.
Damn, Rick, I had no idea y'all were buds.
They held values that were typical of the middle class. They worked in what was considered lower class jobs, but the way they spent their money, the way they acted in public, and their overall behavior aligned more closely to the middle class. The largest part of this working class is in a lower social position.
What's up, Dirty?
However,
how you doing?
Characterized by
Thank
less
you.
restraint and without a consuming drive for the symbols of higher social prestige. So the largest portion of the lower element was made up of people who had less restraint, extra loud in public, spent money freely, and they had little ambition to reach to any higher social position. So a couple things here. One, we see again that everyone doesn't have the same goals in life. They don't have the same values either. And two, we see that income doesn't determine people's values. Lower income people can have lower, middle, or upper class values. And the same is true in the middle and upper class. Desertion and illegitimacy, juvenile delinquency, and fighting and roistering are common in lower class.
Just to let you know, I subscribe to the U.S. Army's YouTube page, and apparently they're going to be doing a press conference on the Fort Stewart shooting yesterday. So I'm going to cut to it at some point because it's actually near where I'm from, near Savannah. For everyone, I don't live in Savannah. I live outside of Atlanta, but I do go back to Savannah, every couple months at least. So, it is still my hometown, but my father's still there. So I'll cut over to the Fort Stewart conference when it starts.
Circles, not alone by choice, meaning choice still played a part in why they did those things, but it wasn't the only influence. And I stress these points because we're not promoting a slave narrative where people are indoctrinated to believe that their life is only shaped by external factors and they don't have any control. We want people to realize how much power you have in choice, even if it's not the only influence, but tossed by the deep economic tides of the modern world, pressed and molded by a usually indifferent and occasionally unkind white world, and hounded by an often unsympathetic law, the lower social classes in Bronzeville have their being in a world apart from both white people and other Negroes. Their daily life and culture were so different that they practically existed in their own social reality. And I want you to keep this in mind as we get into the 60s and beyond, because it gives another piece of insight as to why so many blacks left that community when they got the chance. About a third of Bronzeville is in a social position between the uppers and the lowers, an amorphous sandwich-like middle class. Come on with it. Trying with difficulty to maintain respectability, they are caught between the class above into which they, or at least their children, wish to rise, and the group below into which they do not wish.
Yeah, if you run into blacks, CKJ, you ought to hit him up. He was in Korea for quite a while. So is your godson excited? I'd be. Hopefully, hopefully he won't be guarding the DMV. Deacon Dave witnessed Lindy Lou's nasty work at Bob's. Well, how bad could it be? Was it that bad? I'm not sure what you were referencing. I do not know about women hating me. I really do not know. I really do not know. Interesting.
To fall. They didn't want to go down because they knew what was down there. And if you come from down there, you know exactly what's down there too. Some of them are in white-collar pursuits. Many of them must do manual labor. A few of them are secure in civil service jobs. Released somewhat from the restraints of poverty, they have not found it necessary to emphasize the extremes of religious or recreational behavior, or to tie their lives to the rhythm of the policy drawings, or the very occasional relief or WPA check, as has the lower class. Life to them has some stability and order. Expectations for their children and for their own future can be predominantly this worldly, and the individual psyche is given form by the church and associations whose dues they are able to pay with some regularity and from whose functions they are not barred by inadequate clothing or by lack of education, formal or informal. So they did all right for themselves, and they had a little bit of stability, but not enough to be super comfortable. But the class structure of Bronzeville is not a simple tripartite system through which individuals move by attaining the class behavior pattern which their occupational and educational position permits and their training stimulates. So it wasn't just a simple three-tier system of lower, middle, and upper. It was more complex than that because of these types of people. Within each class, there is a group, proportionately smallest in the upper class and largest in the lower class, which has secured and maintained its position by earning its income in pursuits not generally recognized by the community as respectable. The authors label these people as the shadies. They make their money in a
Well, that's I didn't know something like the shadies would have been used back in the day. There's truly is nothing new under the sun. What's up? Questions to ponder? I don't know. Apparently, Lindy Lou got on Bob's case yesterday over on the on the Gospel of Bob. But I mean, Lindy Lou isn't. Oh wait, here's the press conference here. So we'll cut over there.
The Meritorious Service Medal is awarded to Staff Sergeant Melissa Taylor. For
Damn, they're already awarding medals?
2025. Staff Sergeant Taylor demonstrated extraordinary composure and professionalism by providing immediate assistance to her fellow soldiers in peril during an active shooter incident. Her quick and decisive action helped secure the scene for emergency services and transport wounded soldiers to higher levels of care. Her dedication to duty and unwavering commitment to the protection of her fellow soldiers reflects great credit upon herself, HHC 703rd BSB, Spartan Brigade, 3rd ID in the U.S. Army. Signed, Jan P. Driscoll, Secretary of the Army. The Meritorious Service Medal is awarded to Staff Sergeant Robert Pacheco for
Holy
exceptionally
shit,
meritorious service on
meritorious
August 6,
service.
2025. Staff Sergeant Pacheco distinguished himself through selfless service and unwavering dedication during an active shooter incident. Despite facing extreme adversity, he courageously provided critical medical care to 5 wounded soldiers, ensuring their stabilization and timely transport to advanced medical facilities
Why is he in
without
PT
loss
gear?
of life. His actions reflect the highest standards of medical professionalism, warrior spirit, and a decisive leadership, with great credit upon himself, HHG 703rd BSP, Spartan Brigade, 3rd ID in the U.S. Army. Signed, Daniel P. Driscoll, Secretary of the Army. The Meritorious Service Medal is awarded to Sergeant Eve Rodarte for exceptionally meritorious service on August 6, 2025. Sergeant Rodarte distinguished herself through
PD?
selfless service and unwavering dedication during an active shooter incident. Despite facing extreme adversity, she courageously provided critical medical care to 5 wounded soldiers, ensuring their stabilization and timely transport to advanced medical facilities without loss of life. Her actions reflect the highest standards of medical professionalism, warrior spirit, decisive leadership, and great credit upon herself, HHG 703rd BSP, Spartan Brigade, 3rd ID in the U.S. Army. Signed, Daniel P. Driscoll, Secretary of the Army. The Meritorious Service Medal is awarded Sergeant Aaron Turner for exceptionally meritorious service on August 6, 2025. Sergeant Turner exhibited extraordinary courage and selflessness. Despite imminent danger, he successfully restrained the assailant, preventing further harm from occurring. His dedication to duty and unwavering commitment to the protection of his fellow soldiers reflects great credit upon himself, HHC 703rd BSP, Spartan Brigade, 3rd ID in the U.S. Army. Signed, Daniel P. Driscoll, Secretary of the Army.
Damn, why does he get a hug? So apparently they've already handed out medals for the quick action yesterday.
The last thing is, as all of you, I just want to reiterate how proud we are that you are back today, and you are doing what you signed up to do, which is train to be ready to deploy to protect your fellow soldiers on behalf of your nation. General Lubis and I were reflecting on the way here. If any of you have deployed or had trauma,
Lubis is the brigade commander.
Oftentimes, like
he's a one-star.
The sadness around it will hit you a couple of days, weeks, or months later. We're going to have people you can talk to, counselors around. Talk to them today. Talk to them next week. We want you to take care of yourself. It may be a little bit until this moment really fully hits you, and that's okay. But just know that you can talk to anyone around you. We are here for you. We love you. President Trump is grateful for you. Secretary Hegseth is grateful for you. And we will stand by all of you as your colleagues recover and return to the unit.
Let's give everybody a big round of applause.
You know, I have to find the Navy's the Navy's YouTube channel. All right. Well, that's it. I was expecting maybe more of a press conference, but that's fine. So we'll get back to our previously scheduled programming.
Shady way, and they existed in each social tier. The marginal position of the Negro in the economic system and the traditional role of the Negro community as an area for exploitation and risque recreation by the white community have brought into existence and maintained the whole complex of protected business. Illegal enterprises winked at and preyed upon by cooperative politicians. This part of the Negro community was seen as a place for the white community members to take advantage of Negroes. and a place for them to indulge in activities that were largely condemned in their community. What type of activities? Let's find out. This complex is composed of the policy business, prostitution, and allied pursuits, and is intimately connected with the legal but nonetheless shady liquor interest in cabarets, bootlegging alcohol, wild nightclubs, gambling, prostitution, and so on. The underworld activities. And while we're here, think about that word shady. What is it related to? Shadow, which is related to what other word? Dark, which connects to what other word? Yep,
Sleep.
You guessed it. So the shady, underworld, or dark activities took place where the marginalized Negroes mingled. Thus, a considerable proportion of each class is connected at some points with these businesses, and the more mobile individuals are able to rise even to the top, where they challenge the position of the upper respectables, who, as one student has phrased it, find it politic to accord them some measure of social recognition. So the upper class Negroes showed some respect to the shady Negroes, who made enough money to bulldoze their way into that class. And it was likely because the shady Negroes had a lot of power and influence in the community. These upper shadies, in turn, are by no means entirely scornful of the opinions of the upper respectables. They seek to secure prestige in the eyes of this group by assuming many aspects of its behavior pattern and by attempting to become race leaders, even to the extent of supporting the organizations of the upper and middle classes, becoming the patrons of the arts, and entering legitimate business. So apparently they wanted to be accepted into the upper class crowd. And if this meant donating to organizations, becoming race leaders, and going legit, then that's what they did. Bronzeville's upper class is oriented around a secular pattern of living, with emphasis on culture and refinement, as well as racial advancement. A smaller group within the upper class is church-centered, and a very small but powerful group earns its living in shady pursuits. As we leave the top of society, however, and move toward the bottom, the proportion of church-minded people and of shadies increases, and the group of non-church respectables decreases. Now take a look at the accompanying figure from this book so we can put it all together. We have a pyramid here where at the base of it lies the underworld. This is where the violent and the lawless elements dwell. They made up the base element of the lower class, the furthest down in the pit. Then we have the shades and the church-going people who made up the majority percentage of the rest of the lower class, with only a small percentage being non-church-centered respectables, which we see right here in the middle. And as we go through the middle class, we see this group's members increase, but they were still outnumbered by the shadies and the churchgoers. And then finally, we get into the small Negro upper class. In that group, we see that the non-church-going respectables finally become the majority. So take a good look at this and think about it. Now, in the next few commentaries, we'll go another layer deeper on each of these classes, and we'll be able to see more specifically how they thought and how they lived. All right? So right now, I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
From what we've seen, they are both naturally very reserved and very graceful most of the time. That doesn't seem
You know
fake
what?
to me. It doesn't seem like an
We definitely don't want to watch this. That's from yesterday. Hold on one sec here. Got to do some housekeeping here. Something needs to be deleted, and I don't know what. Why did this come up? Yeah, okay, so we don't want to do that. So where did that sink down to? You know what? Yeah, I could. You know what? I have a shitload of videos that I need to show. Apparently I stack these up quicker than I can get through them. So what we'll do is we'll follow up with Brooklyn St. Michael with this one. So basically, you know, what I got are a bunch of culture
For the
critiques
Negro
here.
sphere, upper class Negroes look down on the lower. And right now we're about to find out why. Let's continue from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Prudence. At the top of the social pyramid, the members of Bronzeville's upper class find some emotional security because it shielded them from dealing directly with lower class Negroes.
What are you
This
two
upper class
talking about?
barrier created a comfort zone in which they wanted to maintain for the reasons we'll see as we continue. They can never be fully at ease, however, for both the white community and the Negroes have charged them with the
Slick Rick and AAE, your conversation is getting kind of interesting here. Slick Rick, why don't you come up and let's talk about it? This could be an interesting conversation. Come on, Slick Rick, hit the link. Let's talk about sexual frustration. What are y'all on this morning? Let's see. The Great Dictator Speech. All right. Well, Ponder, Slick Rick. Rick, you're in the chat, and Ponder's up on the panel. Hasn't spoken a word yet. I kind of wonder, are y'all talking on the phone or what?
responsibility of being race leaders. As they contemplate the job ceiling and the black ghetto, they
What's
direct
up,
a
Dave?
barrage of criticism at white
Well,
people.
no, just observing the fuckery you got going on in your chat.
Yeah, I'm this is looks like what AAE and Rick are talking about is much more interesting than this video.
Yeah, I would like for them to come and have a conversation. I
Me too.
suggested to AAE to unblock Slick, and then he goes crazy down there. I guess he doesn't hit links.
No. So why did you have Rick blocked?
Yeah, you don't block your fans. You block your haters.
Slick is a fan. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's the way I interpret it. I'm sorry.
Definitely a fan of that sultry voice you got this morning.
Oh, sultry.
Hey, that's the only word for it.
May I please give some background? Do you mind? Just a little bit, please.
Oh, please, by all means.
All yours.
Would you like to be put up on the main screen?
Yeah, give her the front row. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Go ahead and give your background there.
Okay. All right. So starting with chaotic. That channel was, past tense, very difficult. I don't go there anymore. Not necessarily chaotic, but the misogyny. It is a lot. It is a lot over there. There is a particular person, I'm not going to say that person's name. They were using language called mammy babble incessantly. This person would not stop referencing me as mammy babble. This person would pay chaotic money on the panel to kick that mammy babbler off. It just kept going. It would not stop. It became just incredibly just stressful and annoying. I never addressed that person. I ignored that person like he did not exist. Just ignored the existence of this person, but that person would not stop at all. Continuing to give chaotic $5, $10, $15, $20 to just embarrass me on the panel, calling me the mammy babbler, would tell other people to call me the mammy babbler, and it just became a lot. So I stopped going on that panel. Bob starts his own channel, which everything was cool in the beginning, but then that person entered Bob's channel and once again started with mammy babbler, mammy babbler, mammy babbler. I finally addressed that person in the chat. I said, stop acknowledging my existence. Just stop acknowledging my existence. I have never spoken to that person in months. I just said, ignore me like I don't exist. This person, and continued, would not stop. So about a few weeks ago, somebody entered Bob's live. Let's say about 10 days ago, some person out of nowhere entered Bob's live, started using the N-word, called me a bitch, and then said I wasn't Black. Just kept going. I got stressed out. I told Bob, I need to leave. I need to take a break for a while. I just need to take a break for a while. That somehow blew up and upset a lot of people because this one old white lady who called Blue Balls starts.
Well, that's got to be Lindy Lou.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not
Really?
Lindy Lou. No.
She's an old white lady.
This other one who likes to.
There's another one?
She just likes to get the attention of Black men. She goes in these lives. She's been on YouTube for years, so I've heard. She just likes the attention of Black men. She likes the attention.
Is she British?
No, she's in Utah. It's some old lady in Utah. She's
she's not that old. I don't think she is. You're talking Jay Bird, Bluebird.
So that person.
I'm sorry, Blue Jay.
That person tells Art that I had issues with Art. I blamed Art for putting me in the back. She started saying all these negative things about me to Art, basically just speaking very badly about me to Art, which got into Art's head that I don't know, just got Art involved in matters that had nothing to do with Art.
Well, look, just not to cut you off, Art is not that bright.
I know.
Okay. And I look, I can't make you who you aren't, but I can tell you right now, you got to have a healthy fuck you attitude sometimes.
I understand.
Especially with these manosphere types.
Yeah, I get it.
You literally cannot give an inch to these guys because they will go too far. An American Man might be the worst of the lot because he has
an American Man. It's I'll be honest.
Well, in my opinion, every time I see American Man, like in the chat or anything, I just roast him instantly, just to keep him on his back foot.
Well, you're a lot to deal with too, Stanley. You're a lot to deal with too.
Oh yeah, but not quite. You can't say I'm a woman hater.
Well, I'm going to continue. Whatever that woman said to all these men, because I was listening.
Well, Blue Jay is basically a female Art.
I know. It just got into Art's head that for some reason Art thinks that I have all these issues with him and that I'm blaming Art, and then
because Art is weak-minded.
Okay.
And please, anybody feel free to repeat what I'm saying to Art. I have no fear of people like Art. He's simple-minded, and being simple-minded is a good thing. I think it's a good quality. Just not you can be simple without being easily swayed.
Well, he is. I don't know why he's thinking. No, he just believed everything she said. I'm not going to defend myself. I didn't involve myself in that conversation, and I think Bob has actually deleted that particular live. The
Really?
next day, then okay, I'll just Gimpy, that character who has caused me so much trouble. He's such a hateful man, and he will not leave me alone. He jumps on Bob's live, and he just spews this vitriol hatred against me. A man that I don't even, like I said, I don't acknowledge your existence. You have caused so much trouble for me on Chaotic. Other people on Chaotic's channel have outright said that, like, this is just misogyny. Hafez even brought up, why do certain people just have all these issues against you? And it's the only person is Gimpy. He will not leave me alone. He now jumps to other people's channels to just hatred.
Look, these guys they're like sharks in blood. They sense weakness, and then they just want to follow up on it.
And
Gimpy, I've never interacted with Gimpy, but that he lets people call him Gimpy suggests that he's kind of weak-minded too.
No, he's a bully, and it's just me, and he knows he can do it.
No, well, weak-minded folks make the best bullies. Bullies are generally the weakest. They just happen to be bigger than everybody.
So for some reason, the other men go on other channels. They're still angry at me. I don't know why. Calling me a bitch, saying that I'm going to bring trouble, that I am trouble. I don't even know how it just grew to this. You're having this Gimpy person, this Blue Jay person, just feed these men all types of nonsense about me. I don't say anything. 9 days ago, Art was supposed to have.
They don't like women. They don't like women who don't look. Half these guys. Hold on one second. Half these guys think that women should be subservient just because they are male. Like you don't have to know, you don't have to be familiar with them. Just because they are a male, they think women should take some subservient role. Even like I heard someone who shall remain nameless, but Deacon Dave and probably someone else knows who I'm talking about, basically said, they were talking about, hey, if you opened a door for a woman and she walked in and didn't say thank you, how would you react? And this one guy caught me totally out of the blue because he's an older guy, and no, he would have just he's talking about bees and hoes that some hoe that I opened the door for doesn't say thank you. I'm going to let her know that I think she's rude. And I'm like, if you don't know this woman, if she for some reason or another doesn't thank you for opening the door, you're just gonna tell some stranger that you think she's rude. I think that's just that's how these guys are. A lot of them, not all, but more than you'd be comfortable knowing. So that's my spiel there, Ponder.
Hey, but what was that guy a Manosphere guy? I know who you're talking about.
You know what? No, I mean he's got his own show.
He's not a Manosphere guy. See, that's such a blanket statement.
I didn't think he was, and it's not like every show isn't about women. But that's why it kind of caught me by surprise. I mean, this guy's kind of religious, and I just didn't expect those sorts of sentiments to be coming out of a man of God's mouth.
I understood the context. Sorry, AE, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me have this time. About 9 days ago, Art was supposed to have a roast. All they did was just went off on me. Bob calls me radioactive. Some old white guy.
Really?
Yeah, some old white guy on the channel is accusing me of of trying to like basically what is it that he did that absolutely I'm trying to sabotage the channel. Art asks me, are you trying like have I spoken badly about the channel? Is accusing me of sabotage. And I basically punted. I'm like, probably. I'm not speaking definitively because I'm not going to defend myself. And I'm like, what evidence do you have?
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you have any, I mean, it sounds like it's more than, just one isolated channel. Do you have any clue why this
No,
would
I
be,
don't. I don't use, and that's something that Weirdo Gimpy said. I don't show my face. I keep to myself. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm not a podcaster like the rest of these people. They can use YouTube. This is their income. It's not my income. I don't go from channel to channel talking back. I don't even speak about these people. These people are all friends. They've all known each other for years. I didn't know that Bob has been on YouTube for years. Chaotic has met Bob like in person. Chaotic has met other people in person. They're all friends. I just got on this channel because just of the topics at hand, but it's just a lot. And it's just like the misogyny is just so much. And then they start making these accusations against you. And they just start talking badly about you on their own and on their channel. So it's just like, what the hell? What did I do to you? And on top of that, what's so weird is that Bob said, which was kind that I was helpful in the beginning of when he started his channel. I mentioned to Bob, like, Bob, you moved very quickly. You and these, I'm like, you, Skywalker, Art, you've got 500 subscribers in 30 days. That is very, very difficult. That takes a lot of hard work. You did this because of your efforts, because of your productivity. I don't know how this has become about me. You're the ones doing all this work. I don't get where this vitriol is coming from. And like some of these guys, they just like turned on me and it's just like, what the hell? I really am just flabbergasted and I don't know why. Like they just go first that horrendous old, you despicable bitch from Utah. You're the one causing this trouble. These men already are misogynistic, but for you to go ahead, you're not even on these lives and to just say all this necessary nonsense against me. And then she's going to tell these men, oh, you don't even know she's Black. Like, who the hell are you? Keep my name out of your fucking mouth.
You have to, I mean, Blue Jay is not the smartest bird flying.
Idiot who just
so, I mean, you kind of have to
these men. You like to bring negativity about women to these men. You like to flame this fire and then act confused. Oh my God, I have no idea what's going on. See, like there was one time I actually, this LG, I bitched out LG and I did apologize in a comment, which I should to her, because I didn't understand why LG went off on Blue Jay, because from my experience, Blue Jay seemed fine. And she was a member on Chaotic's channel and she was a moderator. So I didn't understand why LG went off on her. And I was just like, LG needs to really talk. I did. Now I'm seeing what she does. Blue Jay likes to just cause trouble. Art.
Well, were you were you actually up there when I hear Mo Love and Here for the Tea and
yeah, I heard
Blue Jay.
Yeah, I heard that. I did hear that.
So LG, that Blue Jay does not enjoy the warmth and camaraderie of Black women.
Trouble, and you caused the trouble, and that's what I was just kind of like. Okay, why is Blue Jay even speaking badly about me? I've never even had any issue beef with Blue Jay. It seemed to be, from my experience, cordial. Furthermore, I defended Blue Jay to LG. I went off on LG because LG just came off so strong against Blue Jay.
Okay, so let me ask you to go ahead and give your closing statements, because I'm not gonna.
I know this is
we kind of get the gist.
Yeah, this is pathetic and ridiculous. There is no closing statement. Like, it's just a cluster, and I'm done. I'm done. Like, it's just.
Well, I just think that
they're just
few well placed, sharp comments, and
I think you have one of the
my piece.
In real life, none of this matters. I mean,
right? None of this matters. and I'm being
You
blamed.
have a 3-letter name, and nobody can identify that to you in the real world,
Right.
let alone this be in the meta. I mean, when somebody has like a character assassination or something like that against you, you could leave it in the meta.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly, Deacon. Correct.
Yeah, well, I mean, Dave is like the best advisor you could possibly have on this, because he knows a lot of these people and have known them for years, probably.
A lot of them, yeah, come across. I'm not gonna say I'm a good advisor, but this is just general life, general way to approach things, the outlook. You know, it's like none of this is gonna follow you to the bank, or unless you are getting cash apps. That's one thing, but you didn't lose anything. You know what I mean? You didn't gain anything. You didn't lose anything. You're a personality online, and the best way to approach it is with the earmuffs on. And it's all white noise. None of it matters. You actually can bring an entertaining element by ignoring it and just being and carrying on with who you are. People look forward to seeing you on panels, you know, whether they agree with you or not, you give them something to react to. And some people just can't handle it. Some people take this more serious than that. And there is a power in being able to affect people in that way.
Yeah, I kind of realized that, Deacon Dave. It's just kind of interesting how there's something about me that just triggers these people angry. And I'm telling you, this is the first time I've even addressed it. Like, I did clearly unload, but this was the first time I addressed it, because I don't go back and forth, and I'm not going to, like, accusations, like I'm trying to sabotage your channel. Like, for real, what the hell can I do? Like, I'm just a regular person. I'm a voice, and you all think I'm artificial intelligence. How am I sabotaging your channel? And then I'm going to bring trouble. Like, whatever. It's just when, like, just the harsh words, just kind of like, whoa, wow, okay. And just
My personal opinion is that, you know, a lot of the women online, I don't know how to describe it, other than a lot of these folks, a lot of these women tend to be a little deferential, even in tone. And, you know, you don't. You know, years ago, I had a girlfriend when I was in the Navy who was a 6-footer. And one day, a neighbor of mine gave her a compliment. She said, you know, he said, you know what? This woman has great posture. You know, she stands her full 6 feet. I've known women who were kind of tall and they would be kind of slouchy, kind of slump, trying to not be as tall, say, as, you know, their boyfriend or something like that. Now I happen to be 6 feet, so, you know, having a 6-foot girlfriend was awesome for me. You know, it could be a little dicey when she wore heels, but you know what? I'm 6 feet, so what? But she stood her full height, and I think you do that when you express yourself. You know, you're not bashful, and I think a lot of guys kind of prefer women who are a bit deferential.
Yeah, I kind of think so too. I think so too. And
see what it is. A lot of these guys are also intimidated by a woman who stands her full rhetorical height.
And they know
Not me though. Not me though.
I said a lot of these guys. I didn't say you.
I just want to put it out there. You don't intimidate me.
Well, thank you, Deacon Dave. I
just playing around.
I shouldn't. Like, it's like you said, it's the internet, and they know I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid, and I would prefer substantive conversations, like actual real.
Well, now you probably don't want to go on a lot of these YouTube panels. You know, substantive conversation is not how I would describe, say, a Bob or a CT channel. The substantive conversation may happen occasionally, but it's not the norm.
They like chaos. They
Well,
like,
hey, it is called chaotic truth.
yeah, but just like the misogyny, and with LG, I think Bob, I'm pretty sure Bob deleted, they don't want me there at all. And Bob deleted a comment that I put to LG. I said, LG, you're beating a dead horse. It's their channel. They're if they want to believe Blue Balls, they're going to believe her. They're going to side with her. John Galt made a good point. You know, Bob and his obsession with white women, they love white women. They want white women. And
yeah, that's a good point.
And LG, you know, I haven't even showed my face, but they know I'm a Black woman. I think they do. And it does bother them. There's something about me just inherently, it's just going to trigger them. And
well, I'm going to tell you right now, if you are a Black woman and you start like, you know, demanding that white women, you know, you're not going to be deferential to them. The only person I can think of that kind of gets away with it would be someone like Here for the Tea. You know, but here you don't want to mess with Here for the Tea because, you know, she will roast your dumb ass too. If you're a man, but Here for the Tea, you know, she's been around for a while. I think what it is maybe you're fairly new and you're not shy about going after people. That could be it.
Go after people, Stanley. I don't go after people. I don't.
Well, I think sometimes people will think, and you know what? Same thing happens to me because, you know, sometimes people think I'm going after them and I'm actually not.
Stanley, you do go after people. The way that you speak to me.
Oh no, well, when I go after people, usually I'll laugh when I do it. If I'm not laughing, then I might be serious.
Rude. That whole situation with Maddox, I was re-listening to that. You are a lot.
With who?
No, you are. You are a lot to deal with.
Wait, hold it. The whole situation with who?
That live with Madoff, the way you were speaking to me. Come on, Stanley, you are.
Oh, you know what? It's intentional.
Yeah, I know it is intentional.
Don't think it was accidental.
No, I know it was intentional. What are you talking about? Like, that's how it is. You all like to speak that way towards women.
Oh, no. I speak that way towards people I think are stupid or acting stupid. It does not matter whether you're black, white, male, female. If I think you're acting like an idiot, I am empowered on my own panel to let you know what I think. And if you don't like it, oh well. So don't think it's a woman thing. Think it's a stupid thing. And, you know, we all at some point or another say something stupid, including me. So, you know, it's par for the course.
It's a boys'
stupid.
You all know each other, and you all are going to behave the way you like to behave. And a lot of the
correct. And you when you bring your cup of tea and your pinky is up, the prim and proper isn't going to stop people from acting the way they want to act. That might be the first lesson you need to learn. And the second lesson is there is no such thing as substantive conversation in this anti-black space.
I don't know about that.
Stop expecting substantive conversation, because I'm literally going to say 80% of the people you run into up on these panels are fucking clueless. They just kind of talk in sound bites.
No, Stanley, what I'm talking about is having a man mammy babble, like that.
Yeah, well, American man is a fucking moron.
It's not just American man. That's my point. It's not.
It wasn't American man doing that?
No,
that sounds like something he would do.
A lot of these men on Chaotic, I can list them all. They would come at me like that hard.
Well, Ponder, I have said several times that I like CT and I like Bob. I don't like their panels. I mean, I literally think that most of the people that go up on CT's panel are, and I'm not even being hyperbolic, I think most of them are literally ignorant. It's almost like a barber shop. Some guy might know what he's talking about, but don't count on it.
Right. Even with Bob's channel, it's a private channel. It's a boys club.
Yes.
They specifically want a type of woman, and they will
Correct.
turn on a woman whenever they see fit. So that's their.
Well, I'm glad you realize that. That is true.
That's what I tried to explain to LG. I don't know if she got that message.
Okay, no. LG's an adult. She doesn't need your advice. She's probably known that crowd longer than you have.
The only thing is that not to just give these men content, because most of these men.
Okay, don't make it confrontational. They will eat you alive if you're a confrontational woman.
Exactly, which is content, which is not something I'm not going to do.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. If you confront them, then that's why they are having a problem. And you know what? If it's content and you are into making content, don't complain about it when they start calling it mammy babble. If you're confrontational, they're going to take it. They're going to take umbrage with it, and they are going to confront you back. And you whining about it is just it's just fuel to their fire.
Exactly. Dink and Dave, I'm not confrontational over there. I'm not.
Okay, did you not use the word confrontational, or did I?
Anyway, I never responded.
Okay, don't anyway me, young lady. No. I asked you a question.
Stanley, I don't know what you're talking about.
If you are being confrontational, don't whine about it when they bark back.
Stanley, I don't even need to defend myself. I just unloaded because of some stuff that was said in your chat. And I guess now I'm seeing my piece because I have not at all. I never fell into that situation over there with Bob, and they do their own thing. And plus you don't want to give them content. I made that mistake.
Well, you also have to kind of read the room. Sometimes, and you may not know everyone up on panel. Look, there are times I might watch a few minutes of CT's show and I might comment, but I don't go up on CT's panels a lot because I don't enjoy the characters up on the panel. Now, if CT's up there by himself and he says, hey, I want to talk about a specific topic, you know what? I'll go up and talk to CT because he's a pretty good conversationalist. But when, the Be Braves and the American Man and the Geotron, when those Gimpy, I've never been on a panel with Gimpy, JP, when the cast of characters starts populating the panel, I might stay up, I might not, because I don't find engaging with them engaging. Bob, I've not been on a Bob panel yet because when I go over there, probably the only person I'd want to talk to is Bob.
Everybody has their own unique personality. I'm just specifically speaking about the misogyny. That's all. Everybody's
okay. You know what? This is literal misogyny is like a badge of honor in these parts.
No, Chris, there is no cam up. No.
She'll send you a postcard though.
No. I'm never going back over there to Bob's channel.
Well, that's fine. Don't go where you're not wanted, but I think if you let the smoke clear, they'll probably welcome you back.
No. And also just that level of disrespect. What the hell?
You know what? CT and Bob are not hosting a debutante like a cotillion sort of thing. It's rough. It's rough and tumble in some of these spaces.
Right. No one's even expecting a cotillion. It's just outright, and it's not even rough and tumble. where you can like go back and forth and argue. It's just mean. It's just mean. Like QTP.
Well, look, the one thing I can say about John Galt is generally he knows how to treat women on his panel. He's of all, the CT's pretty good. Of all these anti-black blacks, John Galt is probably the best.
No, the only place I've been called a bitch is by the Gospel of Bob crew and CT and CT's panel and the CT people like that. Like this.
Yeah, well, Bob is CT's
babble,
overflow channel.
Yes, it is. Mammy babble that comes directly out of CT.
Okay, well, you know what?
In Bob's channel, being called a bitch, that's coming out of Bob's channel, accusing me of.
Yeah, well, don't act like Bob is the only channel out there. I can think of 5 panels off the top of my head where that word would be used to describe a woman who's actually on the panel and definitely in the chat.
Okay,
Bob is not the only game in town when it comes to misogyny.
Being accused of trying to sabotage somebody's channel, having that old white guy concur that I'm trying to sabotage somebody's channel. It's zero evidence. Like this, these are very
okay. The evidence is not. Wait, hold it. The evidence is not a requirement in these spaces.
Of course not.
As a matter of fact, if you present evidence, that's just going to make it worse.
What the hell did I do to you, Bob, and your team? Like, what the hell? And I didn't even defend myself.
Evidence, schmevidence.
What the hell? Like, you're just borderline superstition. Like some Lord of the Flies level shit. Like, what the, like?
Yep, that would be, except, if you blackify Lord of the Flies and, add 30 years, yep, that pretty much sum up.
Okay, I'm done. Stanley, okay, all right.
William Golding.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get back. Dave, you got anything to add?
Thank you for letting me vent. Yeah.
Sure.
Nah, I think that most chats they're just there for the red meat. You know what I'm saying? They want to see blood in the water. I enjoy it.
Pretty much. Well, let me take a quick commercial break. Folks, today's show sponsored by Lupin and CKJ3. Basically, I assume that means there will be a Saturday show. And I'm kind of open. Right now, it's going to be fishing or food or both. I may get a bright idea, but I want to kind of keep it light on a Saturday. And so I thank these two for generously sponsoring the show. Support the host. It definitely is an ego boost. And old man Stan appreciates the love. Make sure you subscribe. Well, hold on one second. Make sure you support the channel. I'm sorry. Make sure that you hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new and share it out. I would like to say this channel is kind of serious about politics, culture, current events, that sort of thing. But oftentimes it deviates into, wherever the show takes us. So, you know what? Wherever the show takes us, we try and stay on course. But to be honest, there really is no course. So there are no guiding principles on this show. Ignat, if you're going to be using that kind of language, just go ahead and address her in the chat. No need to come up on the panel calling people those types of names. So if you do hit the link, Ignat, I'm going to censor you. I'm just going to tell you right up front. The lady is upset, and I'm not going to have you up here upsetting the apple cart more.
But Stanley, you understand that there's like a score system, not a real score system.
Score?
Yeah, there's a score system. If you're in the chat and you can trigger the smartest person on the panel, that's like 200 points.
Well, I'm
So
not
it's like
triggered. I'm not
when
triggered.
we
I'm just saying, hey, Ignat's a regular up on the panel, but if he's going to come up and, start calling my other guests, by those names, just do it in the chat where I can't hear it. And at least I stand a chance of ignoring it.
no, this is the AAE. Like part reason why most of the like Palomino, me, or sometimes me, we come over here. If you could trigger Stanley, that's like 200 points. That
I
doesn't
had
mean
no
that you're
idea.
exempt because you're a woman. AAE. I get where you're coming from. Like this metaverse, like everybody's equal. So even you being a woman, you're gonna get a
Well,
whole different arsenal of weapons thrown at you.
okay, well, hit the link then, Ignat. I can take your disrespect. We've known each other for a bit. So I actually wanted to finish up with this. This part of the Black Metropolis is talking about the upper class looking down on everybody else. It's pinned up at the top, Ignat. So I guess if he's coming up, he has something to say. So gird your loins, folks. Did that even come off as a link? Yeah, it did. All right. Well, until Ignat comes up, we'll just finish a few words of this. As they contemplate the job ceiling in the Black ghetto, they direct a barrage of criticism at white people. I think what it is white people not recognizing class divisions within the Black community. And I was saying that I think it is somewhat better now, but there are people who don't see class when they see Black skin. They just see a Black person. Now, a lot of times, how you dress might influence how people treat you as well.
People, on one hand, for being unjust, and at Negroes, on the other hand, for being backward. So they had two bones to pick, one with the oppressive whites and the other with the backward lower class Negroes. Whew, that's a tough battle if you ask me. They express impatience and irritation with Negroes of lower status. Why? That's what we'll find out. Thus, a prominent Greek letter fraternity man spoke roughly to a girl interviewer, declaring,
Negroes just don't know how to do things as well as white men. The whites are the ones who can do things, and we copy them.
Meaning not much originality. They copied their social structure, the lifestyle, religion, the mannerisms. They copied all those things, and that's why he felt that way.
You are here interviewing me because whites make it possible.
He then began to belabor.
What's up, Ignat?
Salute, Grand Rising to the channel, Grand Rising to the chat.
Ponder says she'll be back in a few minutes. So what's been going on? It's been a while since I've talked to you, actually.
Can you hear me? Am I coming in clear?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, I just wanted to say hello, send out positive vibes, everybody, peace and blessings, and I just wanted to check in on you, Stanley. You took your vitamins today? You drank your orange juice?
Yeah, I actually got a little bit of rest. I'm a tad tired, but I was up later, and I did chicken wings. I cut French fries. So I went overboard with the cooking, but it turned out pretty well. So I will not cook dinner today. I also made bread, so that's a little labor intensive.
Oh, you made the bread?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've been making homemade bread for like 10 years now.
Oh, 10 years. Jesus Christ. That's dope.
Well, here's the deal with that. When my wife died, well, two things. My son, she used to make cookies a lot, and my son made some offhand sarcastic comment to his aunt that, yeah, I guess cookies are gone from my life now because, daddy doesn't bake. So making bread was actually a project that he and I could do on weekends. And I literally said, bread was all I'm going to make. I'm not going to become a baker. And lo and behold, one thing leads to another. So
10 years.
I wouldn't call.
You're certified.
Yeah. I mean, I can literally knock out, like, I can do brioche buns. I can have them done with proofing in under 2 hours. And you got it. That's an hour just to let it rise.
Yeah. Sucks.
When you get good, you get good. But then I make all my bread products, hot dogs, buns, hamburger buns, tortillas, pita. It's all similar stuff.
Okay. What color dress are you wearing right now?
You know what? I'm wearing one with a oversized dick.
Nice outside. It's nice outside, so I know you don't want to put on a dress today, my dear.
Hey, you know what? All I have to say is it's more manly than you might imagine. Man's gotta keep his family fed even after his wife dies. So, a man will do what he's got to do.
You sound like Young Thug. So you put on that dress.
You know what? I might be Young Thug.
Because a man had to do what he had to do.
Might be his daddy.
I mean, he's from Atlanta. You're from Atlanta, so you know that.
No, I'm from Savannah. There's a huge difference between being from Savannah and Atlanta.
Atlanta's the state. So you're all in the same. I don't give a damn. You from Macon, Marietta. I don't give a damn. And them shits is far from each other.
Savannah is 4 hours to the south.
Yeah,
we are nothing like Atlanta. As a matter of fact, back when I was growing up, it used to be, the saying was there's Atlanta and the rest of Georgia. And I still think it's kind of like that.
Savannah got bad, though, last 10 years.
It's always been bad. As far as murder rate?
Yeah, it's went up crazy last 10 years.
You know what? I don't pay attention to it. The parts that I visit when I go there are pretty much low crime. So
they just hit Savannah gang with a RICO like 2 weeks ago. So
really?
Look it up. Google it. You got Google.
Oh, I don't care.
A white man's computer at the tip of your hand.
Well, I mean, point me to a black man's computer and I'll buy it.
Why would you do that?
Oh, why not? You specified race. You racialized my laptop. So
just because he black, he gets your dollar.
No, you racialized it. So, I want to spend my money I want to spend my black dollar on a black laptop.
What if he's a tether?
You know what? I don't have the problem with tethers I don't have a problem with tethers like a lot of folks do as long as they're here legally and don't disrespect me to my face.
Do they have to have your ideology?
They can think whatever they want to think. Just don't say it to my face and we'll be fine.
So what do you think about men wearing dresses? You think that's okay?
Well, I think if a man wants to wear a dress and he happens to be, I don't know, in Africa, maybe.
Hey, listen, you ain't got a sweet
so it's okay.
Spit it out. You're a man. Do you think it's okay?
It's not traditional dress in the United States. I think you're a fool if you wear a dress walking down the street of Atlanta.
Tyler Perry, tell me yes or no?
Well, Tyler Perry's a fucking. I have no respect for.
You sound just like that.
You know what? I may sound like him, but I don't act like him.
Oh, you don't? I mean, he's a billionaire, Stanley. I mean, come on.
I would rather be poor. In being rich and doing movies like Madeir. That's no way to get rich, son.
So you're saying it's not a way to get rich, and he got rich.
Surely you can find another way to get rich.
Where's the logic at with that, though? Let's speak honestly. You're saying that's not a way to get rich, and he literally did it?
Nope. There's some things a man doesn't do.
Like what?
Like do a whole bunch of muddier movies.
So okay, it's okay for a man to act like a woman and do everything a woman do and say.
You know what? It's okay if he's pretending to be a woman. You know, that might be problematic, but men do have, they do come from females, so there's always going to be a little bit of femininity.
That's a lot.
What
You have your mother's skin.
Is keeping your fingernails clean, is that feminine?
You have mostly your mother's mitochondrial DNA, so that's
right. What
So,
I'm trying to say is be yourself is probably the best rule. And if you're a little more feminine than an ignorant would rather you be, well, so be it.
what are you talking about, Stanley? I like ladies. I don't like
Okay,
ladies.
what I'm saying is,
We're talking about fruitcakes wearing dresses, and you haven't spit it out. It seems
okay,
like
well, a fruitcake wearing a dress is a problem.
Okay, but you said a man should act like a man. So I said, well, if they do
A
everything,
man should act like
That's what I want to know.
himself.
So listen, if a
I
man does everything,
misspoke. A man should act like himself and be
Okay,
true to
Let me
himself.
rebut that. Now, if a man does everything a
And
woman
for
does,
someone wearing a big fucking yellow dress to be talking about a man in a dress, that is a man that's not very self-aware.
I'm confused.
A big ass yellow dress, and you want to criticize men in a dress? I think that's mighty bold there.
Okay,
Black man.
well, I don't get the satire that you're trying to reference at this point in this debate. I'm simply stating if a man acts
I
like a
have
woman.
always admired that dress you wear.
Okay, listen, Sally. Listen, I know you're getting hot in your pussy right now. Okay, come on, put some ice on it. I know
And I like that matching bonnet.
I know that menopause. that menopause kicking in. You having hot flashes right now, bitch. But no, we ain't doing that, my dear. So this is what you call a kufi.
This is awesome.
Kufi.
Let me see, can I get this picture bigger?
You know what a kufi is? The thread is made out of gold. Gold. You are.
That's a kufi? That's a kufi? I thought it was just a plain old bonnet.
Yeah, you don't know what that is. Listen, I'm American, so I went to an African wedding, right? You know, it was really fun.
Were you the bride?
Dress the part. It's just
were you the bride? Were you one of the bridesmaids
of the wife? He married my sister, so I was the brother. So we had.
It sounds like you're tap dancing.
No, it was fun. You gotta dress the part. I wanted to dress the part. I thought I was gonna be out of place, but everybody had this shit on. Everybody had.
Did you wear sandals?
Did
you wear sandals too?
Hell no. I had some gold. They was yellow like that, but they was the foam Barclays.
I see.
They was yellow with the little blue on the side. It was fire. It was a nice, giddy up. You know what I'm saying? You know. With the white, I had the white suede see-through pants. They was like Miami linen. It's a certain type of linen in Miami they wear because I don't know why, but it was beautiful. And sometimes you got to do that.
They've been wearing linen suits forever down there.
Yeah, have fun, man. It's okay to step out of your comfort zone.
Hey, I was just making observations. You talking about Madeira?
Big old asses.
You talking about Madeira wearing a yellow dress? I just found ironic.
No, I said you were. What color dress you were?
I think you would be comfortable on the set of one of those movies more so than me.
No, brother.
Just
that's
wear
your
that
opinion.
bonnet and that dress.
Well, you're wrong, brother.
You could be Tyler Perry's
security.
stunt double.
Security. That's it. You would be a stunt double. They'd be like, bring in Stanley. You'll come in there, motherfucker. They'd be like, yeah, Stanley, sit right there on this cock. You fruit.
Hello,
Mother, is that a
motherfucker.
cock in my seat, motherfucker? That's what your job would be. Anytime they want you Medea to sit on the dildo, they gonna bring in Stanley. He's
Oh,
a
my
dildo
Lord.
stunt double. He gonna come
Oh,
in
yeah,
and
yeah.
sit on
Okay,
the
go
dildo.
ahead and deflect. I am not wearing a
You
dress.
deflect. Listen, dude. You can call it what you want, man. Call it what it is. What it is. Dashiki is a dashiki. It's not a dress. And it's
Hey,
like it's
that's a mighty long dashiki.
It gotta cover your man, your joint. I got a long joint, so I had to
Yeah,
get the long
okay.
one. Dashiki's supposed to cover your man, your joint. Your joint ain't supposed to be showing it.
I
And
have
me personally,
no doubt.
I
I
was
have
free
no
balling,
doubt
so I ain't
you
had no
are.
drawers on. So my joint
I
was
have no
everywhere,
doubt
swinging
you
at
are
me.
an
So I
expert
had to
on
get the
those
good
sorts of
one.
matters.
That dashiki was like I hated that shit. Was horrible. The longer ones, it cost a little bit more, so it was corny. I ain't like it, but it covered me up and all that.
But when does a dashiki become? Is it a jalab?
Nah, man.
There's a name. There's a name for the longer ones where there's pants, and it's
That's
kind of basically like a long shirt.
That's some Arabic shit. Dashikis are African. Right?
Well, yeah, but I thought they wore though. I thought they like in Muslim Africa they wear those, don't they?
No, they wear like fucking paper. It's like a paper dress, fucking made out of fucking leaves and bamboo sticks and some bullshit. It's basically rolling paper on it as a fucking dress. I mean, it's nothing. It's not. I mean, it's bullshit. You know, them fucking sand monkeys. They didn't need it to be good linen because it's hot over there. They stinking. They don't care about smell. They want to let the musty onion smell. They want everybody to smell they funky ass. So they ain't care. They out there. They horrible. They monsters. If you look at their history and what they be doing right now, it's really fucked up. When they talk about nigga bad, nigga this, nigga that. Nah, them motherfucking towel monkeys, Aladdin and
Oh
all
my
them
Lord.
Punjabi and all them taxi
You were
drivers.
just a practical encyclopedia of.
No, you're just Medea. See, that's what Medea do. She just want to say, yeah, I'm just a
All I
encyclopedia.
have to say is Medea could probably borrow a couple pieces from your closet.
Man, I already know your pussy smells like tomato juice and tuna salad right now, doesn't it?
Well, I knew it was gonna devolve
You
like.
don't
How
dust
did I
that
know? How did I know? How did I
clean.
guess?
You gotta dust that clean, respectfully, like that ass, like respectfully though, like this is
Here
all
we
due
go.
with respect. Dust that pussy, man, for real, b.
Here you go. This is
Nah, that's good.
something
This is
like what you would wear,
Arabian
right?
Nights. Hell no, this nigga look like he eat spice in his cereal. Get the fuck out of here, b. Get out of here. That nigga look like he be eating monkeys for lunch and shit. Like, come on, man. These dudes.
See, if you made this out of linen or cotton or something like that, I'd wear that.
Yeah, of course
Oh,
you would, because you're homosexual.
I would literally wear it like out to like Walmart.
I believe you. You're homosexual. I already know.
Hey,
What color wig would you wear with it?
All I care about is comfort at my age, son.
Would you wear a wig? What color wig would you wear?
If it's comfortable, I'm gonna wear it.
Or you just wear a bonnet? You wouldn't wear the wig?
Dude, again.
I can see a bob.
You are not one to talk about bonnets in this getup.
I can see you in a bob, like a French bob with the little ponytails in the side.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'd be wearing a Dorothy Hamill.
You would. I already know you do.
Ponder, you say you're back. What you got to say?
Ponder, salute. How you doing? They said something happened to you. I'm sorry it happened to you. May praise be to Allah. I know, you know, you believe in God, so you know everything will work itself out. Inshallah.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment. Thank you. And yes, I do believe in God, the Most High. Very much so.
Yeah, Deacon Dave, how you doing, man?
Just think of it. All those people on Bob's and CT's panel are children of
What's
God.
that? See, y'all rap a different kind of way. Well, that's cool. I'm just listening.
All right. Well, let's get back to Mr. Saint Michael here.
Labor the race.
Slaver.
Our people are a mess. You can't get Negroes to work together. The only thing that they will stick together in is a church. They just think the other man ought to help you all the time. And if they see you succeed, they'll knock you every time.
This was in the early 1900s. If it sounds familiar today, that's because the cycle continueth. You either get off the wheel or you keep spinning. Now let's continue. Sometimes this racial denigration takes the form of an emotional rejection of the Negro group as uncultured. Thus, a man who has been very successful in his professional life and who has wide contacts with white professionals goes so far as to say,
if I had to live among Negroes without white contact, I would feel life wasn't worth living.
Now we know that was wild.
We are so far below the white man. I know he is my superior. I doubt if we'll ever catch up with him.
Stop.
Not catching up to them because they're playing a game that Negroes were designed to always lose.
Hold on.
It's binary. Blacks as inferior, white as superior. With blacks always seeking to reach upwards to find some equality with whites.
You know what?
Bring it back.
And that's not going to happen. Not in that
hold
system.
on, my computer's
And a
on.
young civil servant commented sardonically,
nothing is exclusive about
Damn
Negroes,
it.
except that they live in neighborhoods that are exclusively Negro.
such statements do not imply any admission of biological inferiority, but they may indicate a sort of drop in morale when the contrast in power and prestige between black metropolis and Midwestern populace is considered. For example,
no, my
the same
browser's
persons who have
hung
made
up.
the statements quoted above may on some
I'm
other
saying,
occasion
this
refer
whole
to their
thing, is
attitude.
it like a news?
Thus,
Negroes have an inferiority complex
No.
which they have acquired from
Who the
many
fuck
years
is
of
saying
unhappy
this dumb
experience.
shit?
This complex is passed on from generation to
That's
generation.
bullshit, though.
complex is
Who
not
is
something on the
that?
surface. It's a mixture of emotions,
Who is what?
Who is the
impulses,
guy saying the dumb shit?
and memories deeply embedded
I
down in the
guess somebody
soil of
read.
the mind.
This is a book called Black
An
Metropolis, and they're
inferiority
reading from it.
complex is when those buried
Just give me a
forces
second.
rise up and they influence how people see
hoping-
themselves in relation to
For
others,
some reason, my browser's hung up.
which is less than, lower than, underneath, the bottom. And this affects how they act. It also affects how they respond and how they judge,
Don't want to take
even if they
down-
don't know it, which a lot of the times they aren't aware of.
Yeah, I
And
just
their
want to say,
children, who
man.
are highly impressionable, pick up the complex through conditioning.
Well, if this
And
this
that's how
browser
the
doesn't
code-
respond here, oh, there we go.
I know he is my superior.
Sorry about that. I don't know why it hung up like that.
Yeah, you was locked out. Locked yourself out.
Well, I don't have a whole lot of tabs open.
Yeah, Silly, I just want to say, whoever this guy is, right? He's pushing
Now,
like
which guy? The guy that's reading?
Well, the reader and the guy narrating, they're both spitting the same propaganda. If you listen to them, the same rhetoric.
What's the propaganda?
What I believe their ideology and their theory is that they're weak and that they should be weak and they have a inferiority complex. I mean, they said it.
Yeah, well,
they
you
said-
do realize this book was written in the 40s about Chicago, right?
Listen, I don't give a fuck what is rest. They'll tell you where they mind at and what the fuck they thinking and how their
Well,
theory.
you're telling me that
what
the
their
they
theory.
you're talking about is probably dead by now.
Rest in peace. What I'm saying is, what I believe their theory is, they're saying something about being weak and being all of this and that. And I believe even the people in that era who came out of slavery were
Mhm.
strong minded. They didn't care. And I believe there
Well,
is a whole sector.
this is
Uh,
like three generations past. And
yes, and
no, I don't think, you and I would disagree about people coming out of slavery being, strong minded. These people, slavery is a trauma. A lot of people coming out of, cruel situations, I would imagine, would have PTSD.
yes, presumably, yes, I believe so.
No, it's not 1900. This is 1940s in Chicago during the Great Migration.
But see, what I believe is children get stronger. Like the children are stronger than the parents. Like and that's
I
what.
think I would tend to disagree with that.
Nah, I think they're stronger than them because they could do what you could
Well, I
do
mean,
in
your
10 years.
feelings,
They
your
can't
feelings
hold on.
versus my feelings, but my
I'm
feelings are
just saying
based
what I've
on a lot
seen.
of
They
what
could do what you could
my
do in 10
feelings
years. They could do
My
that in two
feelings are
years.
based on a lot of what I've read. If you've ever read like Black Reconstruction or any of these books, talking about, I mean, there are all kinds of books. I mean, Du Bois, was essentially a sociologist. You got E. Franklin Frazier. The two things that strike me is that how similar some of the problems back in the 40s, for instance, during the Great Migration, are to today, because a lot of the problems were being formed back in those days. And the other thing is that, thinking that Black people were especially strong because of the experience of slavery, I don't think you can make that kind of group assumption. That's as bad a stereotype as anything that Be Brave could come up with. I'm always hesitant to make these sorts of group assessments.
Stanley, if I may say something, please, regarding slavery. Stanley, there was, if just to provide some context, I'm sure you're
Okay,
familiar.
whoa. Let me stop and let you know that I don't need context. Okay, I know what I'm talking about. How about you just state your point and leave the contextual stuff out? Just get to the point.
There was a Scotland has been seeking independence from the UK for some time now. There was a British MP who said, "You cannot just unwind 300 years." I say the same thing again in regards to slavery in the United States, which was an institution, as you understand. American slavery, an institution institutionalized via United States Code post 1789. So when we say that slavery, quote unquote, ended in 1865, slavery did not end in 1865. It still took time to really unwind this institution, which I said is older than the United States. 1619 to 1865 is well over 250 years.
Well, I would actually probably put it at 1660, but I get your point.
Thank you. The United States, remember, we just celebrated 250 years this year. So, and slavery is older than 250 years in here on this soil.
Got your point. Now, my response to that is you need to tell your far right friends. They think just changing the law makes a huge difference. You're preaching to the choir when you tell me that.
Because there was a Black woman who didn't receive her freedom until the 50s, the 1950s.
Good. Okay. Well, like I said, tell your far right friends that these things take time because they literally think if there's no they want to pretend that the Constitution was colorblind And then they also want to pretend that, hey, if the law doesn't specify race, then the law is fine. The outcome is an act of God. Tell that to your far right friends. I agree with you. They don't. You were going to say something, Ignat?
I was just gonna say this is malarkey, and I don't know what you can deduct.
Everything's malarkey to
No,
you
no, no.
unless you said it.
Let me
If
elaborate,
Ignat didn't say it, then
bitch.
it's malarkey.
Listen, lady, let me elaborate. Like I was saying, the malarkey part is what these brothers are projecting into the universe, and I don't believe. I believe they're stronger. Those people who came out of that, their kids were stronger. The kids after that probably got a little weaker, and they got smarter. But these kids now are strong as hell. Look at they big as hell. They strong. They look like
Okay,
fucking
dude, you do realize you're talking about physical strength,
physically, and
correct?
I believe also
Okay,
mentally.
well,
Even
you
though
know
they
what?
want to say that
Physical strength is not the kind of strength I'm talking about.
okay, I believe they're mentally stronger also because they receive information extremely faster
You
than
know
we would
what?
have
I
to
hate to
receive
sound
it when
I hate to
we had to
sound
read a
white.
book. They
I
can
hate to sound I hate to sound all white, but the statistics don't bear out your argument.
the statistics are made by people who said someone found a place where people were living at. So
Okay,
who the
well,
fuck believes
if
statistics?
we're so strong, just consider life a game and figure out how to beat the game. That hasn't happened yet.
For you, probably. I mean, you went with the
Well,
game.
no,
You
no,
were
no,
part
no,
of the
no.
game. You're a
I
gang
I
member.
I beat the game.
How? You
What I'm
signed up?
saying is the statistics don't bear out your statement.
But Stanley, statistics are biased as they always have been. And they're always by a small demographic of people, and they
Well, the
cannot give you
statistics
the
aren't biased.
substantial numbers for the whole
The
fucking
bias
earth.
gets read into statistics by the analysis or the interpretation. Numbers don't have a bias.
And that's what you
It's
don't
the
get. If I tell you
interpretation
three
of the
plus three
numbers is where
is
the
all you
bias comes
got, you're gonna
in.
believe,
Okay,
oh,
dude,
all I got
I
is
don't
three.
know. Okay, all I have to say is the statistics don't bear you out, and being able to lift the back of a Volkswagen is not going to help you on your physics test.
You don't understand. People can receive
Oh no, I
physics
understand exactly what you're
information
saying.
at 3 seconds.
I just don't think what you're saying is. I think it's your opinion, and
Okay, one
I
question,
appreciate
and
I
one question, and
appreciate
I'm done.
your your negritudinous point of view, but
Oh,
you know.
Stanley, don't be unbenighted right now. Okay, I can use a lot of big words. Don't fuck with me, all right? Listen, like I was saying, no, just one question. Do you believe if you can receive information faster, can you retain more than someone who didn't receive it as fast as you?
Okay, I have no
Is it
idea what you're
plausible
asking.
to believe that someone who can receive information extremely faster than you can retain more information than you? It's just a simple
Yeah, I
question.
think it's possible, probable even.
Okay, then. So that's what we're looking at. We're
Okay,
calling
I
people
have no
dumb
clue.
who got all the
Once again,
information.
what I'm retaining is that you are struggling to make a point.
See,
And
you're not.
this idea, this far right bullshit
Mhm.
that people want to push that slavery is in the world today has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. So it works if you are a Thomas Sowell type thinker. Actual people who are able to have their wits about them, that argument, save that for Hood Servitors channel, Deacon Dave.
Slavery, I believe it helped us, honestly.
Well, you're entitled to your you're entitled to your opinion. I don't think slavery helps anybody.
I think it made us stronger
I
than
doubt if we'll
Maybe it helps. Maybe it helps the slave master.
ever catch up with him.
Not catching up to them because they're playing a game that Negroes were designed to always lose. It's binary. blacks as inferior, whites as superior, with blacks always seeking to reach upwards to find some equality with whites. And that's not going to happen. Not in that system. It doesn't work. And a young civil servant commented sardonically,
Nothing is exclusive about Negroes, except that they live in neighborhoods that are exclusively Negro.
Such statements do not imply any admission of biological inferiority, but they may indicate a sort of drop in morale when the contrast in power and prestige between Black metropolis and Midwest metropolis is considered. For example, the same persons who have made the statements quoted above may on some other occasion reverse their attitudes. Thus,
Negroes have an inferiority complex which they have acquired from many years of unhappy experience. This complex is passed on from generation to generation.
a complex is not something on the surface. It's a mixture of emotions, impulses, and memories deeply embedded down in the soil of the mind. An inferiority complex is when those buried forces rise up and they influence how people see themselves in relation to others, which is less than, lower than, underneath, the bottom. And this affects how they act.
Yo,
It
Stanley,
also
I'm about
affects
to,
how
I'm
they
about to
respond
blow,
and how they
Don.
judge.
Peace, love, and light.
Even if
What?
they
Flow
don't
like
know it,
water.
which a lot of the times they aren't.
You mean like water from a whale hole?
No, I said, peace, love, and light. I'm about to flow like water.
Oh, okay.
One.
Well, it's good having you. Are you leaving? Oh boy. All right. Well, any comments so far there, Ponder?
I have quite a bit to say, but I'll hold on.
Well, there's quite a bit to go in this video. We're only less than 5 minutes through a 12-minute video.
Okay.
But you've been listening to this. This is he's about to rap. Oh, is that what he meant, Yeti Life? I don't speak young people ease. Again, this is basically like a sociology book about, Black Chicago during the Great Migration. So,
This is definitely a book to add to the collection. I did read as a child The Great Black Migration. I just randomly found it in my family's home. I love the cover art. Those young boys when they're about to go to church and they're taking that picture. They're both suited and booted. Those young Black boys, and they're on the car. They're sitting on the hood of the car. It's a great book, The Great Black Migration. So this looks fantastic because now it's speaking specifically about. It appears a Black man or a Black family in the northern city in, I guess, New York. So this looks great. Black metropolis. You do get great.
No, it's Chicago.
Oh, Chicago, even better. You do give great suggestions. I will say that because when we look at these major cities, specifically Chicago is a great example because Chicago is such an American city. It's not really a city that a foreigner can visit and really get. It's not really a foreigner city. It's like a city for Americans to visit and see all the history. I love Chicago. Great schools, great everything. There's so much history in Chicago. A lot of people don't know unless you're an American. Only Americans get Chicago. So I definitely want to purchase this book and add it to my collection because Black people did a lot to really.
I actually have a couple more. There's a lady named Margot Jefferson. That she grew up in Chicago, kind of like in the upper crust of Black society. Her father was a doctor, and I can't remember if her mother worked or not. She got really famous as a New York Times critic. I think she even won a Pulitzer. But she talks about growing up in Chicago, probably back in the 50s and 60s. And I've never finished this particular book, Constructing a Nervous System. I got like a quarter of the way through it, but I read her first book, which is actually almost reads like a history book. Let me see, can I find it? I actually read it a few years ago.
On a completely random note, but important note, this publisher, Penguin, I didn't know they merged with Random House. This is a great publisher.
Yeah, I've been reading Penguin since I was in high school.
Me too. When I mentioned Thucydides to you, that one book I was speaking to you about that other night, the publisher was Penguin. This was like the publisher that most of my books in school came through. I had no idea they merged or whoever acquired whom. Random House, another solid publisher, but Random House really isn't specific to education. Penguin is more of like their education. If you're a student, a lot of the books that we read, the text, they're coming out of Random House. Random House. They're coming out of Penguin. Penguin.
Damn it. What's the name of her first book? Because I would actually recommend her first book for sure.
She went to Brandeis. Look at her. Went to BA Brandeis, graduated cum laude, and then she went to Columbia. Oh yeah, she's a smarty-arty. She was the editor at Newsweek. Newsweek, rest in peace.
Oh, I see she was in Ken Burns' jazz thing. Let's see, what was it? Negro Land, a memoir. That's what it is. So you definitely want to read this, along with Black Metropolis. It's basically like a memoir of growing up in Chicago. I guess it was mainly during the 50s. I think she might even be close to 80 now, but I'd recommend it.
They said she's born in 47. So she's so
she's in her 80s.
Yeah, she's a boomer, and she really saw the country grow and change. But the world before, she's really only experiencing it through her parents and her grandparents. The world before slavery, the world before. This looks great. And she looks amazing. Look at that attire. Look at that suit.
I don't know if that's her or not. It might be.
Whoever it is, beautiful. This is what we're looking
But she had a sister who died years ago. Her sister, I want to say, was a ballerina or something.
Oh, wow.
But anyway, basically it's about growing up privileged, Black and privileged in Chicago.
So with that being said, Stanley, I know maybe or maybe not, she doesn't know what's going on with the whole Ralph Lauren collection, because it's great that we're seeing and hearing more about the Black bourgeoisie, because we only hear, not to diminish their story, but we only seem to hear about poverty, hood, struggle.
That's because the way the American press works, and historically, you never hear about the Black scientists. The only people who kind of emphasize or focus on the Black, say, middle class are people who grew up Black middle class. I don't know how many times, I will tell a John Galt that, not all Black people grow up in the hood. And if I didn't grow up in the hood, why would I feel an affinity for the hood? I have no desire to move to the hood or, become more, urban.
Let me ask you a question. We all know that with the Italian experience, we finally had the movie The Godfather. Godfather Part 2 is beloved. It's world renowned. Won plenty of Oscars. Is there a movie that is specific to the Black bourgeoisie experience?
I would say Cosby.
Okay.
It's not a movie, it's a TV show.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And if I thought about a movie, I'm sure I could come up with one. But you've had a lot of these, like how Stella got her groove back. Movies like that. Um, they aren't necessarily dealing with poor black people or people in the hood. A lot of these movies that have Tay Diggs, there's a whole genre of movie, black movie, I can't think of any of the names, but you see them on Netflix and stuff like that, where you'll get, five guys who are like in their late 20s or early 30s, and one of them's getting married, and they all get together at the wedding, and then there's hijinks. The groom is being tempted by one of the wife's bridesmaids, that sort of movie. There are a lot of those that where the guys are like not they're not hood movies, but
Like the movie
I think
The
the bigger movies involving blacks tend to be things like Sugar Hill and Baby Boy and movies like that.
Like the movie The Best Man.
Oh, it's called the best man genre. Thank you, EAE.
The Best Man. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. I love the movie The Best Man, and I remember the director even said the movie was supposed to emulate The Big Chill, like friends from college coming together because of an event. Like the movie The Big Chill
Right.
was because of the death of one of their friends. The Best Man was everyone coming together because remember Maurice Chestnut and the other actress.
Yeah, he's still around.
Yeah, he still acts. He still acts. And then there was also that one movie, The Wood. The Wood, was that what he was in it? Like there's
Yep.
yeah, so
But see, I haven't watched one of those movies in years, so
the
the names
EAE is
escape me.
basically reading my mind, because when you were saying that, I was like, yeah, the movie The Best Man, the Best Man. And even remember the ending credits of The Best Man? They had like they were all doing the electric slide, and they played Stevie Wonder song that is amazing. That one song, As. And it was just, I love that movie. My whole family loves that movie. And it's nothing to do with struggle. It's just literally kind of like The Big Chill. And The Big Chill was, white college friends. The Best Man.
Yeah, Soul Food. Yep.
Yeah, Soul Food too. Yeah, I can see that. Like a black family. And then there's another movie too, like Black.
See, I wouldn't call. I mean, I wouldn't call those movies, say, focusing on the middle class. It just so happens that the story is about middle class folks with their middle class problems, or even I would even call them not just middle class, but upper middle class, if not outright elite. A lot of these characters are doctors or that sort of thing. So yeah, apparently there are movies out there. I just think that none of those movies are going to be in anyone's top 100. But some of the gangster movies would be.
Right.
So your point about the popular version of the popular quote black movie is going to be, it's going to have Wesley Snipes in it. It's going to be it's going to be Sugar Hill or one of those movies.
But it would be great to see a movie like the Black Elite from Martha's Vineyard, who are centuries old.
There's what was the Percival Everett novel, American something or another, from last summer? What was it? The one that won damn it. Why can't I?
Is a musical. Idlewild.
Yeah, no, the one that it's the Percival Everett novel, American what? From last summer. EAE, help me out here. It's American something. That was all about the black, I mean, the father was a doctor, just died. The mother, that was all about black elites. The son, the main character, is like a novelist and kind of a college professor type. His sister's a physician. The mother has dementia, but they basically have to pack up the beach house. So, most of the movie takes place at the beach house that they had for years. So that movie was about as close to an Oak Bluff story as you could get. Might have even, I don't think it was actually on Martha's Vineyard, but a place similar to it. Maybe it was Jersey Shore.
Oh, okay.
What was it? American, damn it. Hold on one sec. Let me see if I found the movie. It's going to drive me crazy now.
Like a movie from Maryland, like one of those old families. There's so many old Black families, generation after generation of asset and wealth.
I don't think would Baltimore be one of those cities?
I'm thinking like from back in the day, like I shouldn't like necessarily. How about Potomac? Those families from the Potomac area.
I've never seen it.
Or there's also like in California, Baldwin Hills.
Yeah, I know about Baldwin Hills.
Yeah, they even had a TV show about it, and this was like from like the early.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, and it was Black millennials growing up, with their families. Oh my goodness, like there were so many, and it was just like Black elite, families, upper middle class, crust, college educated, just beautiful children. Yeah, I'm sure someone in the chat, maybe Deacon Dave, there was that show Baldwin Hills, and it was specifically, like Black upper middle class crust elite in California. But now things have kind of changed, and a lot of people are leaving California. It's so expensive. But this was to be had. But there was something that Angela Rye mentioned when we were watching that the other day, Stanley. Angela Rye brought up something very important. She mentioned her family. One thing that they did, her family, generations back, grandparents, great grandparents.
Oh, that's right. The movie was called American Fiction.
American Fiction. Angela Rye.
Yeah, it was a whole movie. You didn't see it?
Well, I will now. But the big problem is, Stanley, we have to stop selling our homes. We can't sell our homes. That's the wealth. The middle class across the board for everyone, regardless of race, is buying homes and land. And I've heard this from white people for years. They buy land and then the land will appreciate 30 years later. I could tell you a story right now about a man who was a pilot who worked for Delta for close to 50 years. He bought land.
Bob?
No, not that character. No. And nor would he's not looking to build wealth. Like he just does whatever he wants to do. I'm talking about a white pilot, worked for Delta for decades. He used, he bought land, like he had a family. He's living off a Delta salary here, here in Atlanta, in the Atlanta area. He bought land far north Georgia. He bought like something like 40 acres. This was back in like the late 60s, early 70s. Stanley, you can only imagine how that land has appreciated. And his family has wealth. You can just imagine, you're just buying 30, 40 acres cheap, hella cheap back then. That's what white people do. White people will just spend their
Black people, especially in South Georgia, like my father has a 75-acre farm that's that my grandfather farmed. So, there are Black people who are landowners, generational landowners.
If I can read this, EAE, thank you. AAE is right. My grandparents bought a $500,000 home when they did their 10 kid, and when they died, their 10 kids sold it and split the money. Can I read the rest of that? I just want to read the rest of that. AAE is right. My grandparents bought a $500,000 home, and when they died, their 10 kids sold it and split the money. It would have been smarter to at least rent it out. Yes, thank you. Correct.
Okay, well, I find statements like these unimpressive or unpersuasive. White people sell their houses all the time and split the money.
I know that, Stanley. I know that. There's no need to do a
okay. So the reason I bring this up is, why should Black people be any different than white people?
Because we need wealth and assets.
Okay, there is no we. is my point.
I'm talking about we
black people need to disabuse themselves of the idea that there is a coast to coast we. Okay, we don't do anything if the 10 kids needed the money to live their lives, or the 10 kids couldn't agree, because 10 people aren't going to agree. If nobody wants to rent the house and nobody wants to live in the house, what do you suggest you do with it?
Okay.
Sell it.
Okay, fine. Sell it.
Okay. Yeah, I know it's fine. I am not going to be one of these people who go, well, we need to do anything, because I think black people are foolish with this whole "you need to be a credit to your race" philosophy.
I'm not speaking about
Okay, it was fine.
I'm just
Okay, can I finish what I'm saying, please?
No.
It was fine back in the 40s or 50s, after 1965, rightly or wrongly, we as a community don't make decisions. There is no such thing as you need to be a credit to your race anymore. There are black communities in the plural. I do not know why you have to interject. Let me finish, please.
I'm not arguing about
I do not know why you need to interject. Let me finish, please. There is no one coast to coast black community. What's good for a black person in Atlanta might not be good in Los Angeles. It does not impress me when people say, well, we need to stop selling houses. We need to do what's best for ourselves. And it may be nakedly individualistic, but that is life in 2025. I think it's archaic or anachronistic. I can't figure out which word is more appropriate to think in the we. So have your say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for yielding. What I was trying to state is,
well, I don't yield. You're just having your turn.
Sam, okay. All right, Sam.
No, not quite.
Okay. What I'm referencing, I don't speak about the race in general. I'm speaking only about black.
Well, then who's the we?
Can I finish? Thank you. We.
Well, no, I'll interject whenever I want. Who is the we? You said we. So I just assumed you meant the community. Was I wrong? Oh, well, she left in frustration. My panel, my rules, EA. I'm never shy about making people know that. So anyway, we'll get back to our video here. As a matter of fact, let's see, I'm not quite 5 hours yet. Y'all hit the link. That's exactly what I think it is, Deacon Dave.
They aren't aware of. And their children, who are highly impressionable, pick up the complex through conditioning. And that's how the code continues from generation to generation. Since the upper class is identified with black metropolis by white people, and since most of them must...
EAE, what are you, in your 30s? Give it time. I think that's one of the reasons that black kids don't want to do debt if they can avoid it. It just delays property ownership. If you aren't going to inherit property. No, you're when you say we as black families, you're still thinking, you're still suggesting that a whole group follow your advice. I think that the we is dead, unless you're talking maybe your neighborhood. I can buy into the family, but you know what? Families do what they need to do. This we need to do better. Actually, you're pretty much doing what I say we shouldn't be doing. Let people make their own individual decisions. Another family's decision does not affect your family necessarily. This group thinking, this we got to be a credit to our race stuff, that died probably in the 60s. We've got to start thinking, getting our own houses in order. I have, probably nobody agrees with me, but I'm probably right. I'll just leave it at that. Exactly. CKJ3. There are things individuals and individual families can do. And, this we need to do better. I'm not buying any of that.
Live within the Negro community, they are sensitive to any type of behavior which will embarrass the race and thereby reflect discredit upon them. That's where the front comes in, like we have discussed before. Because they meet the Negro masses in the capacities of businessmen, lawyers, dentists, physicians, school teachers, social workers, and journalists, they have rather intimate knowledge of all aspects of Bronzeville's life. They are very definite in their conception of what constitutes lower class behavior. It is not poverty that outrages their sensibilities, but lack of public decorum, what they call ignorance, boisterousness, uncouthness, low behavior. So to most of them, low income was not the problem. It was the way Negroes conducted themselves, especially in public. Negroes acted in what appeared to the general public as unrestrained. And this was something embarrassing to the upper class blacks. Sometimes their estimate of undesirable behavior is tinged with moral disapproval, but more often it is couched in terms of race. Such ways of behaving are called a drag on the race, and those who exhibit them are considered neither a credit to the race nor fit associates for intimate social relationships or potential mates for themselves or their children. There is a high degree of consensus as to what lower class traits are. The following summary is a composite picture abstracted from a mass of interviews. Pay attention because it gets wild. This is what they thought about lower class Negroes.
Their aims and satisfactions in life rotate around essential things rather than intellectual and aesthetic pursuits.
They have no decent background.
It all centers in the absence of something.
Usually low in educational status, 4th or 5th grade.
Extreme ignorance.
Full of slang about gates, cats, and other jive talk.
Crowded housing conditions produce their class stigma.
Dirty homes, dirty children, dirty people.
Very loose.
Ranges from the respectable individual to the rowdy who beats his wife to make her respect him. Wife is a street corner arguer who starts fights with her husband on the corner at 3 a.m. Both of them are inconstant and run with individuals who are never superior in any sense to the legal mate.
Have large families and can't take care of them.
Children run wild with little respect for parents.
Children are unmoral.
Never encourage them to secure even a high school education, but urge them to become self-supporting as soon as possible. As a group, they are not ambitious, although a number of them have high hopes for their children. Most of them appear to be satisfied for themselves and their children to remain as they are.
Enjoy sexual entertainment.
Sex behavior is loose and overt.
Immorality is one of the criteria of lower class behavior.
On the whole, you don't find the strict morality which exists in the middle class.
Immoral and hang around other immoral people. I don't think there is any such thing as amorality in the civilized state.
His loud conversation runs largely to the women he was out with last night and those he will be with tonight.
Carries a knife and is apt to use it, either in offensive or defensive operations. He believes that others also carry weapons.
Razors and knives as weapons are always associated in my mind with lower class persons.
Some few of them go to church. The majority of them are highly religious. That is, if we give a superstitious connotation to religiousness, strongly swayed by prejudices and emotions. They are emotionally unstable. Arguments are won by loudness of voice rather than by logical thinking. He doesn't try to advance himself in any way.
That's what was said about Negroes in early 1900 Chicago. A few of the persons interviewed brought only economic criteria to bear in defining the lower class. High income meant high status. Low income, low status. Those were a few who defined the class solely on income. The larger number, however, were thinking of a pattern, a constellation of traits, when they considered the meaning of the term. They determined class based on an array of traits. So money alone didn't make the cut on class associations. Rowdy or indecorous behavior in public seemed to be the one trait that in these expressions emerged most consistently as an index to lower class status. So if they were middle income but behaved like this in public, they go into the lower class box. Get on in there. Lower class people are those who give free rein to their emotions, whether worshiping or fighting, who don't know how to act or dress correctly or spend money wisely. Free rein of the emotions means the rider let go of the reins and allowed the horses to move however they wanted. The horses are raw emotions, and the rider is the wheel. The wheel's job is to control the horse to the degree that it deems necessary. But apparently, lower class Negroes just let the horse loose. The attitude of the upper class toward the lower is ambivalent. As people whose standards of behavior approximate those of the white middle class, the members of Bronzeville's upper class resent the tendency of outsiders to judge us all by what ignorant Negroes do. The upper class Negroes took on standards that were just like the whites, which ties back into what the gentleman earlier said about just copying. So obviously, if upper class Negroes adopted white standards, then by default, the way they lived would be greatly different from Negroes who did not adopt those standards. And upper class Negroes didn't want whites lumping them in that same box. So they avoided socializing with them when they didn't have to. They emphasized their differentness. But as race leaders, the upper class must identify itself psychologically with the race, and the race includes a lot of people who would never be accepted socially. You hear that? Upper class Negroes, too, depend upon the Negro masses for their support if they are business or professional men. The whole orientation of the Negro upper class thus becomes one of trying to speed up the processes by which the lower class can be transformed from a poverty-stricken group, isolated from the general stream of American life, into a counterpart of middle-class America. For what reason? The front. The intent wasn't from the heart. It was to clean up their public image so they didn't have to be viewed in that light. Think about that. I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
Oh my Lord, this guy. All right. So you know what? I want to hold off on this one. And I want to do this. This is Shamika Michelle, and I figured everybody, all the black conservatives in the audience are getting kind of antsy, so I'll give y'all a little bit of candy, then I'll get back to the actual cogent analysis of black culture. So I don't know if everybody saw Nick Fuentes talking about black people in general. He sounded like Be Brave and Think's grandson. So Shamika Michelle, I know she's going to agree with Nick Fuentes. She's just that kind of anti-black. But you know what? She's one I can deal with. Stanley can't stand ninjas such as John Galt. You should have seen him on Tease or... Oh, well, you know what? I don't have a problem with John Galt. I have a problem with his viewpoint on what is black and all that stuff. You know what, EAE? Don't know what this even means. Conservatives don't necessarily make excuses for ninjas. What conservatives can do is critically think and throw out the bad ideas. Like for instance, you not complaining or you not dealing with the new neighbors who stayed up till 5 in the morning. You know what? If you don't do anything about it, then nothing's gonna be done. And now they think it's okay to do it. So now you have a persistent problem. And yeah, if you're afraid of pew pewing or anything like that, you might want to think about moving. Let's see. You read it wrong. I said you dislike ninjas. No, I dislike stupid people. I dislike people who are consistently stupid. Color doesn't really matter. Some behaviors are stupid, but I am smart enough to know that not all blacks. As a matter of fact, what I really hate is people criticizing behaviors while they are currently exhibiting the behavior. So, if you want to criticize hood behavior while acting like a hood, then I don't find arguments like that credible. And I think, I think it's stupid. So anyway, this is my buddy Shamika Michelle, who, by the way, I don't dislike. I just, kind of find her approach problematic.
Joining me now is author and political commentator Shamika Michelle. Shamika Michelle.
When God looked at man, he said it's not good for man to be alone. He gave him a woman. He didn't give him a village. He didn't give him the community. He said, be fruitful and multiply to this man and this woman. So it's supposed to be God, husband, wife.
If you always do what you always done, you will always get what you always got.
So I remember when I was younger, I remember asking my grandmother, who at the time probably was in her 50s, I would say. But I remember asking her if she was offended by the word nigga, well, whether that's the A or the ER. And I remember her telling me no, because a nigga or nigger is an ignorant person. And she said, so anybody can be ignorant, whether you are so-called black, because we're just talking about skin color, or white, it doesn't matter. A nigga was.
This sounds to me like anti-black rationalizing the N-word. I would expect better from Shamika, but I guess we're not going to get it today.
Was an ignorant person. So I never grew up very offended by the word, because to me, I was not a nigga.
Yeah. This is the stuff of Shelby Steele.
However, fast forward, we do understand, or I think most of us would agree, that it's Black people who have taken the word and pretty much embraced it, wrapped their arms around it, because we like to embrace, as a people, as people with dark skin color, we like to embrace nigga shit, bullshit, negativity. We embrace that. That's why you heard so many people when Bill Clinton was in office saying that he was the first Black president. Why? Because he smoked weed, blew a saxophone, which there's nothing negative about, playing a saxophone, but also because he got his dick sucked in the Oval Office. That's why we felt like he was the first Black president. Not because of his, any great accomplishments, not because of how he treated his wife or raised his daughter or even made it to the highest office. It was because of his degeneracy that you had Black people running around saying, he the first Black president. Because we have made Black a behavior, and anytime someone isn't Black enough or niggerish enough, let's just be real.
Yeah, this woman has some real issues. Okay. She is literally a white racist dreamboat. She's just acting like Black people invented the term, defined the term. We embrace the term because we're toxic. This woman is a fucking problem. And she is literally, I wish I could have her on a panel. I would have her in tears. We would be going back and forth over this. This we bullshit. Once again, she's just like a white person. She is buying into the white idea of what Black people are, and she keeps saying we. She keeps wanting to lump all Black people into her mental hood. Boy, I would have a field day with her.
If they aren't niggerish enough, then we say they aren't Black. We call them coons or Uncle Tom.
Exactly, CK.
And when you think about it, it's always because
no, I'll comment during it. I'll stop it.
Negative behavior. When you hear someone speaking with correct English, what do we say? They trying to act white. As if someone with a dark skin tone can't speak correctly. Can't use big words, as people would say. Can't string a sentence together.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said that y'all notice Shamika has on skin lightening makeup, and she's got that ring light set on full to brighten her dark skin. I'm just chuckling at that.
We, as long as we are being negative, we're being niggerish, we're being real Black. And that's just
who is
the
we?
truth. That's how we have made it. I put up a tweet the other day and it said, or it read, niggas are a cancer to America. There were so many Black people that came under that tweet. It's probably some white ones.
Hey, we got to get her and John Galt together. I would love to hear them on a panel, just fucking seeing who can trash Black people better.
Too, but so many Black people that came under that tweet and said, if you forgot, you a nigga too. Remember, I said, my grandmother said.
Now she's about to say that she's not one. Oh man, this woman is a hoot.
A nigga was an ignorant person. Why we have adopted that as something good?
Yeah, I need to go ahead and just, this woman is like, this is maybe the third time I've seen a video on her show. I'm used to seeing her subordinate to the conservative men on podcasts like No Bull. I had no idea she was so problematic, but she keeps saying we have adopted something that we have not. Okay, you have, maybe not. Most black people don't walk around calling ourselves the N-word. The fuck is she talking about? She is literally like a coon. And you know, she would probably be like SKC and appreciate me calling her that. At least I didn't call her an N-word. I bet that would be her reaction.
I have no idea. But we have, so much so that when I said niggas are a cancer to America, Black people were mad because I didn't identify as a nigga. But anyway, let me get to why I'm here today. I am here today because influencer or commentator Nick Fuentes put out a video. Well, this video came across my timeline and I saw so many people offended. Offended because here we have this man who does not identify as Black, who I don't know what he identifies as. Honestly, he looks like a white man to me, but he may identify as something else. So they were mad at the things he was.
Look at this woman pretending ignorance. She knows who Nick Fuentes is. She also knows he's a white nationalist. And she's just going to sit here and pretend that she has no idea who Nick Fuentes is. Now, this woman is kind of like a famous Black conservative, and her pretending that she doesn't know who Nick Fuentes is, he's important enough for you to do a video about. So are you telling us that you were doing videos about people you don't know about? Yeah, that would make you an N-word now, wouldn't it? Okay, the woman knows who Nick Fuentes is. She wants to pretend that he is new to her timeline. I guarantee you she follows Nick Fuentes. So stop pretending, lady.
Saying, although some of the things that he was saying were very accurate, right? I'm going to play the video. We're going to break it down. We're going to go through with it. And he was brutally honest because, listen.
He was brutally racist and she enjoyed it.
Brutally honest. Let's roll the video.
Growing up, I was confused as to why my stepdad would call my brothers and I African Americans when we do some dumb shit, but now that I'm older, I realize why. I'm Black, by the way. Love you, Nick.
That's funny. It must suck being one of the good Black people and like your race is synonymous with like doing something badly. Like if you're doing like a contracting job and you say like, hey, don't nigger that up. It means like to like do it really poor.
But let me stop you for a minute. It appears as if to Nick, nigga and Black is synonymous. Again, I can't get mad at Nick because
look at her. She is literally going to sit there and allow a white nationalist that kind of latitude. Well, John, I'm amazed you just showed up. Funny, you should show up while we're reviewing your sister in Christ, Shamika Michelle. So a white nationalist makes the N-word and Black synonymous, and she's gonna go, well, he's right. God damn.
Because for a lot of Black people or dark-skinned people, melanated people, nigga is synonymous with Black. So we're gonna listen to this video just like we listen to any other thing. where black people are making black or the color of your skin synonymous with being a nigga.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Like you didn't give a shit. It's like synonymous with like, I don't care enough to do what I'm doing the right way. Like, I don't care. I'm like so low integrity and just like low moral character that I don't even care in the slightest to do it the right way because I'm like ontologically evil. Like I'm abusing you. You're paying me to do a job and I have so little honor and integrity that I'm going to like, that I don't even care about those things. I don't even care that I'm going to do an embarrassingly bad job. It must suck to be synonymous with that. You know, not all black people are that way. It's just they're kind of known for that. White people do that too. Hispanic people do that too.
Did we hear the man say, not all black people are that way? White people do it too. Hispanic people do it as well. This is one of the things that I have.
Now, watch her. She skipped over the part where he said black people are known for that. That's known as a stereotype, Shamika. I noticed how blithely you skipped over that part.
An issue with people, we don't know how to add quantifiers, right? We don't know how to add our own quantifiers. I do.
Quantifiers or qualifiers?
A lot of y'all ignorant niggas you don't, because I saw so many people in the comments upset with Nick by this video because they didn't know how to add their own quantifiers. And when I say quantifiers, for some of you slow motions, I mean all, many, a few, several. You need to be able to add your own.
Okay, such a fucking ignorant, if not outright stupid point. Okay, if he meant some or all or a few, if you don't add a few, or as you call it, a quantifier, if you don't add that, then it's assumed he means all. What is it with these fucking white conservatives who think that people just assume that what they say has some sort of qualifier or quantifier? Why can they just basically make a general statement and the response is, oh, you know what I mean? No. We expect an adult to say what they mean, and if you don't add any sort of qualifier, it is assumed that you mean all. That's how English works. I had no idea I was going to be so annoyed at this young lady.
Quantifiers. When this video came across my timeline last week, I saw so many people that I'm familiar with commenting that I decided to watch it. Never thought anything else about it. I was never offended. Why? Because as Johnny Cochran said, if it doesn't fit, you must quit. If it doesn't apply to you, you generally move on. And
oh, Shamika, you weren't upset with it because you agreed with the white nationalist.
Some of the things that he was saying, I agreed with. And then there were things that I was like, it's not me, so I'm not mad. People need to learn how to add their own quantifiers. Nick had to do it for the slow motions when he came and said it's not all black people, and people still didn't hear that. They still didn't hear it. But let's continue.
Shame. I really do believe, look, I think black people are not irredeemable, but there just needs to be brutal honesty. It's like, look.
I tell you what I'm hearing, little Shamika. I'm hearing that little Shamika is agreeing with the white nationalist, and she basically expects all the quote good blacks to agree with her. Ugh,
these black people are really struggling and they're turning into these maniacs. It seems like they don't do anything right. They're obnoxious, they're rude, they're inconsiderate, aggressive, cruel. You know, look, nobody hates black people for being black.
Damn it. You know what? This woman has me so annoyed. Generalities literally mean all, Dave. And then we're not going to talk about subject verb agreement with this comment. I'll look over that. Generalities, when you talk about something in general, you mean all. Ugh. I'm glad I wasn't your high school English teacher. I would run out of red ink.
Nobody hates black people for being black. True. Let's go back to what he said before then. A lot of people think, and they will sometimes wrongly judge according to skin color because of behavior. Behavior that we have embraced. And we hate for people to call it out because we get offended and think when you call out bad behavior, you're putting down an entire race. When in all actuality, black is not synonymous with bad behavior. And if we spoke out a lot more, maybe it wouldn't be synonymous to other people. But we have to start at home. If I put out a tweet that says niggas are cancer to America and black people, we have to start at home, that we have to stop making black synonymous with bad behavior. We see so many people being aggressive, rude, so much so that we've labeled young black men as YNs. What makes you a YN? Typically, your behavior, negative behavior.
If there are people like that, I think that's exceedingly rare. The reason that people have negative attitudes about black people is because most people's interactions with black people are negative. Most people's interactions with black people is when you're...
Where is he getting that from? Most people's interaction with black people, most interactions are negative. Where is he getting that from? Maybe most of his interactions are, but how does he speak for most people? Damn. If you speak without quality, Deacon Dave, you know what? Why am I even fussing with you about this? Dude, you need to read more.
Stuck in traffic and you see a Nissan Altima speeding down the shoulder.
Now, why he have to use a Nissan Altima?
Okay. No, one person cannot speak for most people. Y'all, this far right bullshit has warped your faculties, folks, like Chris and Deacon Dave. If you don't specify, all is implied. That's how English works. And Chris, one person cannot speak for most people unless they are some like elected leader. And as far as I know, white people have not elected Nick Fuentes to be their spokesperson.
Right. But I think it's very accurate. Okay. The Nissan Altima was very
Pretty
accurate.
much.
I don't think that most people's interactions with Black people are negative.
And leave it to you, Deacon Dave, to compare human beings to dogs. Very interesting analogy. I think you could say one of the characteristics of dogs is barking, but do they bark all the time? Again, you need some qualifiers there, son. Humans talk. Humans act bad. I don't know that you could say humans murder each other. Do all humans murder? There's some problems with your inability to do analogies effectively. And it goes back to, maybe it's just education. Kids aren't being trained to speak precisely. If you get up on a YouTube channel, I personally would expect you to be very precise with your language. That way things don't get taken out of context and, the other pitfalls or pratfalls for that matter. Y'all need to do better. The far left has warped some people's minds as well. Whataboutism doesn't work with me, Chris. We're talking about Shamika Michelle, and she is far right.
But I will say there are a lot of people walking around embracing bad behavior. So much so that all you have to do.
There are a lot that don't. Stop it, Shamika.
Is look online at the comments, and you can see that people are really fed up. That's why you see this whole Black fatigue, because people are tired. People are tired of the behavior. It's not about the skin color, but here, let's continue.
And you say, what the fuck? You're not supposed to do that. But it's like these people have no respect for decorum. They think the rules don't apply to them. They have no respect for society. Their interaction is they are a waiter and they wait on a Black table and the Black people don't tip and they're fucking rude. They go to the DMV and they see a Black person behind the counter and they say, oh, here we go. And the person.
Listen, this is why I'm saying he's brutally honest, because so many of us feel this way. In the early 90s, before Golden Corral was like just a bus.
Wait, did she say so many of us? Does she mean white nationalists? Because right now I'm thinking you and Nick Fuentes, y'all do make an us. And the us is white nationalist.
Face spot when you could still order off the menu and people would have to bring it to you. On Sundays, typically Golden Corral was full of Black people. As a server, I worked there. As a server on Sundays, I would go to the host and say, don't sit Black people in my section. Why? Because not all Black people don't tip. There are some very great tippers who happen to be dark skinned. But I was so used to them not tipping, I didn't want them in my section.
Look at this woman just basically bathing in these fucking racist points. Folks, this is a prime example of a Black face of white supremacy. This is an example.
This is brutal honesty.
Brutal racism.
Week, my daughter, who is a bartender at a seafood restaurant, had an.
Okay, you know what? You lost me at my daughter is a bartender. So if your daughter's a bartender, we know she's at least 21. You lost me at bartender, ma'am.
Issue, and every time there's an issue with people trying to fight her, belittle her, complain about the bill, it's always black. Brutal honesty.
Person's rude. It just goes to show people are not racist. It goes to show people don't like people that are rude. People want to be treated with consideration and respect. And it is true that black people are, in this day and age, unfortunately, seem to have very low moral character. It's not even just the violence, although the violence is pretty striking. If you live your life and you know that you're going to be mugged by black
Well,
people,
Chris, I don't know whether she's
your
lying or
opinion
not.
Perception of black people, wouldn't you
all
say?
oh
If
yeah, I'm
99%
job
of the
shaming.
carjackings
Oh wait,
and
hold it.
stabbings
Let
and
me
shootings that you
stop
see
once again. Man, I'm stopping this video more than I like to. Well, I don't have enough information to say whether her daughter's lying or not. I can pretty much make the flippant comment that she must have raised a black racist like her mother. And I'm not job shaming, quite frankly. I'm parenting shaming. Okay, that Shamika Michelle can sit here and do all this respectability politics. Didn't you raise your daughter to be something more than a bartender? Sorry, I'm gonna be snooty and just say, these N-words can't raise their kids to be anything more than a bartender. I'm not job shaming, I'm parent shaming.
Chicago are by black people. When you're walking down the street late at night, guess what you're looking for? Black people. And you equate that with danger. And
Let's be honest. If I'm walking down the street in certain neighborhoods here in my city, first of all, I would not walk down the street in certain neighborhoods here in my city. Why? Not because I'm scared some white police officer is going to jump out like, ha, gotcha, here's my chance.
Okay, well, see, this is where simpletons like Shamika don't really understand what they're saying. You're not going to see a white police officer in the neighborhood you won't be able to walk in. That is exactly the problem. Now, Miss White Nationalist, ask yourself why that neighborhood does not have police protection or police patrols. Why are you not seeing a white police officer or any police officer in that neighborhood? I need you to answer that, and I know you can't.
And if you're honest, you know I'm right.
If you're honest, you won't see a police officer in that neighborhood.
At the rate we try to.
If you're honest, you won't see a police officer in that neighborhood. That's why it's high crime and you can't walk in that neighborhood.
Pretend like we are. And I'm having to use the black and white, although I want to unblack myself because how it's synonymous with negativity. But I'm using black and white so y'all can follow me. We are not losing our lives to white people the way we like to pretend. Oh, the white man is the most dangerous person in America. To us, for us, the homicide rate for men 18 to 35 is because of other black people.
Once again, her facility with logic and numbers and all that is unimpressive. Let's break it down into little bite-sized chunks someone, like our little white nationalist here can understand. Black people kill each other at higher rates, black on black. Same thing with whites. Okay, blacks are not a danger to whites on general. Other whites are more dangerous to white people. How about let's break it down that way? If you want to go with murder rate, that is fine, but there are other modes of analysis that speak as good, if not better, stories when you want to make these sorts of comparisons. This woman she's problematic.
Let's continue.
It doesn't take a lot of them to spoil the whole bunch like that. And we just want black people to take accountability and say, look, I'm not a bad person. It just seems that every time I encounter you people, for the most part, it's negative. And sometimes
Well, you know, a lot of times when racists encounter the race that they're prejudiced against, they're going to have bad encounters. Maybe you should be thinking about that, Mr. Fuentes. If a racist encounters the race that they're prejudiced against, there's a good chance that interaction might not leave a pleasant impression. You, sir, should not be calling black people you don't know the N-word, for starters. That might lead to a better interaction.
extremely negative, like I could get a gun in my face. That's a problem. And
Yes,
people go, well,
she
you
is
are
the
just
problem, Chris.
loaded up with hatred and racism. It's like, I'm really not. I'm a real.
Chris, anti-black blacks are the biggest problem to the black community, more so than a Nick Fuentes will ever be. This self-hating blackface of white supremacy, I think that's a bigger threat to the black community than a Nick Fuentes or a Be Brave or anything like that. I say that all the time.
Friendly person, but if I'm someplace and I see some black person walking in with their pants sagging and they can't articulate what their problem is or what they need, and they're rude and they're aggressive, and I'm in fear for my life, like, yeah, I have a problem with all of that. If black people were super well behaved, we would be racist in the other direction. We'd say, black people, oh yes, dude, yes, my day is about to turn around for the better. What can I help you with, sir? Please come right on in. Man, what a relief to see you here. You're a sight for sore eyes. It just bothers me in this damn ass city, because that's all it is in Chicago, is just these black people who can never take accountability. It's always somebody else's fault. Same thing with Candace. You know, when I was debating with Candace, it was
It always somebody else's fault? That's why we have the whole saying that we have.
Now, how about let what he's going to say about Candace go ahead and float? I would take bets as to whether she's going to skip over the Candace part, but I don't know. I'll give Shamika the benefit of the doubt.
It's victim mentality, because we don't like to take accountability. We are in 2025. Still talking about slave masters. Slavery is not legal in America, but we are still, not me, I'm just saying we, but you know what I mean? Black people are still blaming slave masters for their lack of success in 2025.
like, why are black people poor? Some white person, Lyndon Johnson. White people wrote the history books. White people colonized them. White people did the Clinton Foundation. White people did. It's like, where's the accountability? Where's the humility? But they have no humility. They're so proud. There's nothing wrong necessarily with being proud of who you are, but you have to be in touch with reality. If a black person is respectful and considerate, I treat them like anybody else. I know that sounds really racist and old school, but it's just true. If you're like, let's say you own a store and a black person walks in and they have a clean cut haircut and they're wearing normal clothes and they walk in standing up straight and they speak to you, if they say, hey, excuse me, can I have some help with something? Well, would any one of you say, get out of here, you black piece of shit? No. You'd say, yeah, sure. What's up, man? That goes for anything. Uber drivers, restaurants, Disneyland, water park, I mean, you name it. But no, what you hear them coming down the way because they're on speakerphone always. It's never like that. You hear them coming 3 blocks away because they're screaming on speakerphone or playing their music. I was on a train the other day, and yeah, there's some black kid playing his music. The train is packed. Everybody's talking. You got some black kid blasting his music as loud as. What the fuck is wrong with you, fucking dumbass? You know, but then you get people say, I'm like this hateful guy. I'm like the least hateful guy ever.
Listen, that's not hateful to me. It's actually annoying. I can't stand.
Hey, y'all notice that she didn't play that Candace Owens part? Anyone notice that?
Being out in public and the person near me is loud and on the phone. And guess what? So many times it's a black person. A lot of times it's a black woman talking loud for no reason at all.
You know, Shamika, you can talk loud sometimes. Bottom line, you know what? I'm not gonna repeat myself.
It's aggravating. But because we like to irritate white people, feeling like we're getting back for the ancestors when we just act ridiculous and know we're being annoying, we continue to do it and think that it's okay. When we know it's not, because us normal folk who want to be unblack, we don't like it either. And if we start speaking up about it, maybe some of the blackity black is bad behavior people will start acting different. Again, because it's not skin color, it's behavior. And it's us who have accepted that black is synonymous with bad behavior. You don't see people saying Clarence Thomas is so great. They hate Clarence Thomas because they don't feel he's black enough. When they criticize Larry Elder, it's because he's not black enough. When they criticize Thomas Sowell, it's because he's not black enough. Candace Owens, not.
Look at him. Now see, she's going to bring up Candace Owens. Nick Fuentes criticizes Candace Owens, but she didn't let that play through. This is so hypocritical. Now, this is a white man criticizing Candace Owens as a token. He goes in on Candace Owens. He goes in on, what's his name? Jason Whitlock. See, she skipped way over that part. And this is so funny.
Black enough. Why? Because we don't see enough.
Hey, Nick Fuentes said that Candace Owens isn't black enough. She's black enough to be a token. But she's not black enough to be a non-token, apparently.
Negative bullshit nigga behavior.
I'll talk to anybody that gives respect, gets respect with me. And I may not agree with their life choices, their politics, their whatever. I was in an Uber not too long ago with this black guy, and he was reading me the riot act about how racist white people were, you know, because he recognized me. And he's like, oh, you're Nick Fuentes. And he starts explaining to me all his political views. And I sat and listened. It's like, look, I don't love hearing that stuff. I don't agree with it. I just listened. He was telling me his opinion. And at the end of it, he said, you know what? He goes, you're a really nice guy. He goes, I want to get a picture. He goes, you are really nice. You seem like a good guy. And this guy, for 40 minutes in the car from the airport, was just hitting me with every anti-white, pro-black argument. But all he needed was somebody to sit there and listen. He wanted to be heard, you know? And he was a veteran. He was well-spoken. I didn't agree with the word he said, but, you know, he was a nice enough guy. I mean, really. And I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm the best person ever or anything, but I think I'm one of the most friendly people. I'm very go out of my way to be respectful to people, and I get branded as like this maniac. People act like I'm just this like unhinged lunatic. Like if you put me in a room with a Jewish person, that I'm just going to like spontaneously combust. It's totally not the case anyway.
Listen, I don't understand why this video got people so mad, so angry. It's still coming across my timeline days later because there was truth in that. When we get any type of money, what do we typically do if we were raised in the hood? We move. Why? Because we don't want to be around those acting niggerish. We have a whole term called niggery. When he talked about nigger something else, we got a whole term. Don't niggery it, or I'm a niggery it, which means it's going to be below standard. We have a whole group that we're referring to as YNs, young niggas. And we'll say things like, oh, them YNs don't play. Be careful, them YNs will shoot you. Be careful, them YNs don't care about nothing. It's bad behavior. When you think of a YN, you're not thinking about someone who's going to school to become the next engineer, or who's in a trade school to become the next best plumber. That's not what you think about when you think of a YN. You don't even think about a white person. Why? Because we have embraced that. It's in most rap music. Anytime you hear it, it's typically coming from Black people embracing the term and the behavior. We love to embrace bad behavior. We would never tell some fat woman twerking with her ass out, she a coon. She's a sellout. She's a Uncle Tom. She ain't Black. You never hear that. Why? Because we love bad behavior. That's just something to eat up. That's why I like to separate myself. And if it means I gotta be unblack, even while naked, because I'm a naked girl, open, honest, and emotionally exposed. If I gotta unblack myself because we have made Black synonymous with being ignorant and stupid, then I'm gonna be unblack. It ain't no Black love. It ain't no Black excellence. It ain't no Black girl magic. I don't want to be Black. And it's not because of how white people view Black or how racists view Black. It's because how Black people view Black. Y'all the ones that have made it synonymous with being ignorant. Nobody but you. Peace.
Yeah, okay. You know what? The end is kind of goofy, to be honest. I really I like Shamika Michelle, but you know what? She's really problematic. And she didn't stick the landing. It was more goofy than anything. My thought is that, and I'm gonna say this again, and I don't mean like violence or physical danger or anything like that. I'm really talking more just like mental or kind of like psyche. Anti-Black blacks are a bigger issue to the good order, discipline, and morale of the quote Black community than racist whites are. I think Shamika Michelle is a bigger problem to a young black person watching a YouTube channel, I think she is a bigger problem than a Be Brave is. And I'm not being hyperbolic here. She is agreeing with an avowed white nationalist who was at Charlottesville. She is joined at the hip with his view of the black community. Nick Fuentes, we expect a white nationalist to be a little racist. We don't expect someone like a Shamika Michelle, who has raised black kids, by the way, who has a black husband, who is religious. She's a huge problem. So I understand that there are many. Hey, Roz, I understand that there are many in this audience who will not agree, and I respect your opinion, but you will never be able to convince me that a Shamika Michelle is a plus for any black community, be it mine, be it hers, be it a YouTube audience. So, I'll leave it at that. It winds up being goofy, and I would generally point out that Shamika does not need to be talking about when we're a YN. When you think of YNs, you don't think of someone studying to be an engineer or someone in trade school studying to be a plumber. What we do think of is someone who is a bartender, like her daughter. So sometimes the messengers are not very good for the message. That's the other thing that black conservatives have a problem with. It's always the messenger is never the right person to convey that respectability politics message. So I'll leave it at that. We will see more Shamika Michelle. It's actually great entertainment for me. I don't know if the Deacon Daves or the Chris M's get off on my analysis, but I do. So let's see what else is in the old grab bag here. Shamika Michelle. Let's see, what else do we have here? You know what? Speaking of black conservatives, let's see what Glenn. This is several months old. This is almost a year old, 11 months old. This is Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter talking about Solid Snake's favorite topic, the soft bigotry of low expectations. And that's what Shamika just did. I didn't have high hopes, and boy, did she deliver.
It calls the whole thing off when we haven't actually done the job yet.
Clear.
And that's not equality, man. That is so far from equal dignity, from a sense of equal standing, from being able to look people in the eye and feel confident within yourself that you're their peers. That's horrible. You got asked a question, what's the difference between equality and equity? And it gave you the occasion to hold forth, I thought, very powerfully. You want to reprise that?
Well, what I was trying to get across is that the way we use the term equity these days is it's a fig leaf term, because what people mean by it is we want to make sure that people.
By the way, this equity, equality thing, this equal outcomes thing, that moment passed about 5 years ago. And John McWhorter is just going to beat this dead horse into the ground. He's going to dig a hole. He's going to beat that dead horse into the hole. Then he's going to cover it and beat the soil that he covered the dead horse with. Okay. This equality, this argument is over. If he's still talking about it, then, he needs to up his game a bit.
people in this organization, in this body, reflect the demographic proportions of this, that, or the other thing. The idea is that there should not be an underrepresentation, for example, of especially Black people and Latino people. And to the extent that there is, we're going to force the issue. When you say you're for equity, you don't mean that you're just for equality. What you mean is that draconian measures are going to be taken, always involving relaxation of standards, although you may think of it as reconceiving them, but it's always relaxation of standards, with the idea being that true equality must be forced. If there isn't this equality, it must be because of racism, for example, and that therefore special methods are necessary to ensure this equality. Those methods are about equity. And the funny thing is that you really learn about why there is ideological conflict. There are people out there who genuinely think that equity is simply a commitment to, equality, that that's all it is, that it's probably this slightly official term for being committed to equality. And they genuinely don't understand, or they genuinely don't see why anybody would have a problem with changing standards, having quotas.
You would think someone as verbal as John McWhorter. This is why I think sometimes people like John McWhorter are deliberately disingenuous. They're not innocently disingenuous. They're not getting the message or misconstruing it or misunderstanding it. He is deliberately dancing around words for a Glenn Lowry audience. Okay, a year ago, they were sponsored, or Glenn was sponsored by the Manhattan Institute, which is one of these far-right think tanks on the order of AEI or Hoover or the Heritage Foundation. They lost their funding because Glenn had a fit of independent thinking. So the Manhattan Institute said, you know what, we will let the contract run out. Here is what John McWhorter, or here is how I would address John McWhorter. Let's dispense with all the equality and equity. Let's dispense with all that. What I seek is equality of opportunity. Okay, and you'll never have everybody being totally equal, but equality of opportunity is expected, not equality of outcome, equality of opportunity. Everybody should have the same chance to pass or fail. Okay, if you can't figure out that, hey, if you let things just, if you let things go as they are, Black people will eventually catch up with white people in about 150 years. Okay, if you want to wait that long, then just say, we want to let nature take its course. There will be many people who will go, well, no, we need it a little sooner than that. Okay, all I want to hear from, the wannabe conservatives like John McWhorter, let's not bandy about words. Equality of opportunity is all we need. Now, what do we do to make sure that the legacy admission at Harvard has the same opportunity as some smart kid from the barrio? If they don't have equal opportunities, if one family can afford, $10,000 worth of SAT prep, and the other kid has to work to support the family, but he's got really good SAT scores, what do we need to do to make sure that that kid has an equal opportunity with the person whose parents can afford the SAT prep? Now, if your answer is life isn't fair, then you know what? Just come out and say that's the policy and take your lumps. Okay, but pretending that, equality, oh, Stanley, you don't understand equality, you don't understand equity. Motherfucker, I understand what it means. What can we do to make sure a smart kid in the barrio has an equal opportunity with the mediocre midwit who happens to be a legacy admission to Harvard? What do we need to do to make sure that the balance of the scales are a little bit more balanced with that opportunity? People like John McWhorter want to dance around and be all fancy and pretend that he's making a complicated, hard to understand argument. And it's people like me that will tell John McWhorter, who happens to be almost exactly my age, by the way, son, you're full of shit. Let me talk to someone who actually knows how to fix problems, because John McWhorter does not.
And doing all sorts of things in the name of equality and calling it equity. And so I was just saying that, you know, and this is something that I had thought of before I got up on the set. I hadn't thought very hard about it, but I thought equity is like equality, but with something banged out of it. You get rid of the A and the L, and then you've got this word equity. And there's a certain arrogance, or there's a certain know-nothingness.
Look at this motherfucker. You are using all these words when you could get to the heart of the matter in about 2 minutes, and then you talk about how to fix the problem.
In the way you bang out those words and pretend that equity means the same thing. And the reason is that these people think, and this is my hobby horse, these people think that what they're doing is okay because it's battling white power. Anything that battles white power is inherently okay, short maybe of physical violence. And so you're allowed to completely change standards and do affirmative action in the old token black style. I think on the show I mentioned, what happened to the conception of token black? Tokenism is okay under equity because it creates a tableau that reflects what they call equality. It's a very false, as I said on the show, wormy and arrogant social policy. Yeah, it's wormy. I don't know what.
Okay, well, let me say for the record, I think that analysis is brilliant. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Thank you.
I think you touch on so many interesting points. Of course, I'm inclined to want to say things like it's a bluff. Everybody can see how phony it is. There'll be backlash. These people who think they're getting equality are really getting patronized. They're getting tolerated. They're being treated like they're little spoiled brats who you don't want to provoke too much because they know that people know you'll throw a tantrum, and so they placate you
on social media
by mollifying you, by pretending. But they're pretending because mediocrity is actually what it is, and mastery over the command of a discipline or a talent or a job or whatever it is also what it is. And there really is no substitute at the end of the day for the objective demonstration of competency. Throwing out the tests, skewering the people who want to make judgments is all a kind of power play, and you're being tolerated, and you'll only be tolerated to a certain extent. So, it's going to blow back on you, and you're in a position of weakness. It's faux power. It's a kind of false power that is built on a very shaky foundation, something like that.
Okay, and the great Glenn Lowry, he is playing the same game as John McWhorter. They want to pretend what a person like me is talking about is, let's take some unqualified young black person and stick them into a Harvard or someplace like that they have less of a chance at excelling in. They want to pretend that's the argument. The argument is, why does someone have, let's just assume that the kid is smart. And it really winds up being more an economics argument than a race argument. But you know what? Why does someone in the hood who is promising, why do they not have the same opportunity as some kid, who whose family can afford all the SAT prep. If you gave that kid SAT prep, that kid in the hood would be just as qualified, if not more qualified. There's a lot more of that happens than people, putting some, C student who's black into Harvard. That does not happen. What does happen is a lot of kids could do well if you could just give them opportunity. So these black conservatives are disingenuous even when they argue these pretend points. Okay, nobody wants a student in some elite university that's not going to do well, who's not prepared. What we do want is people who could be prepared to be prepared. And if that's not what we're talking about, then we are just pretending that we are just pretending. We literally are just pretending and avoiding what the actual problem is. And black conservatives like Shamika Michelle and Glenn Lowry, and I'm a big Lowry fan, but Shamika, Glenn, and John are talking around the problem for an audience of Nick Fuenteses and Be Braves. They want to be entertaining. They want their Manhattan Institute grants. What they don't want to do is address the problem, because they would have to say some things that their Manhattan Institute audience, their Nick Fuenteses, their Be Braves don't want to hear. Things like you sound like a moron when you start making up 70% and all these wacky numbers. There's a problem with it. And the problem is you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. And these two gentlemen here are not going to bring you knowledge. They're just going to confirm your biases, your soft bigotry of low expectations. These guys are going to tell you you are right to have low expectations.
Yeah, it is. And, I'm hearing from various people who are, appalled at what I said, who think that it was irresponsible of a college professor, irresponsible of a public intellectual, as it were, to present such an oversimplified concept.
Hey, Chris, only if I don't call them a motherfucker first.
Conception of what equity is in a highly viewed venue. And you can really see the reason why I always tell you I don't think it's a bluff is because these people writing me are not bluffing. They genuinely think that this conception of how equality works, that we call equity, is the way it's supposed to be, and that nobody could possibly question it. One person even wrote me and was, they were keeping it cool, but they said, John, you went to a Quaker school, and this was somebody else who was involved with that realm of things. You should understand these things, as if it's that self-evident, that it's a certain kind of Christianity, or it's a certain.
Yeah, well, I know a little bit about John McWhorter's history, and I know a little bit about Glenn's history. John McWhorter is good at what he does. You'll never convince me that he is a problem solver. You'll never actually convince me he's a good critical thinker. Like I said, he's good at linguistics, and he's not that big a heavyweight in linguistics either, to be honest. But I'm not a linguistics dude, so I will just limit that by saying it's my opinion.
Kind of, especially with the Quakers, it's a kind of leftist commitment. This is somebody who thinks that if you are anywhere left of center, you could not have any problem with this conception of equity. And it's one of those things. I get so damn tired of this particular thing that gets thrown at you. You're oversimplifying, they say. But the same people who tell you that you're oversimplifying and speaking in clear language and having a little bit of emotion, just a little, will talk exactly that way, write exactly that way about racism. The people who tell you you're oversimplifying will happily write about 2023 as if we're in about 1955, and nobody will say anything. and nobody in their world will say anything. No editor will have anything to say to them. It's disgusting. Why are those people so upset when somebody says something they don't agree with in a way that's understandable? I'd think that they could see past it, but they can't. They oversimplify all the time, and not just the extreme ones. Everybody does it. I get tired of being accused of that particular thing.
Okay.
How dare you
let
be
me try to make-
understandable? Go ahead.
Okay. But I want to try to make the case for equity.
You're good at
in the
this.
spirit of, the devil's advocate and the spirit of telling both sides of the story here. And I think the case has two major prongs. One of them has to do with standards. Standards are relative. Whose standards? And the other has to do with opportunity. It's not a level playing field. So when you enforce, quote, equality, close quote, as your standard, and you don't recognize that both the rules of the game are up for grabs. I mean, the rules of the game have evolved. They reflect power relations, dynamics, and so forth, and they reflect history. And also that the starting point for people don't start at the same starting point, and they want somehow to make that a part of the conversation. And when you say equality, it's like you're taking some givens and you're taking them off the table for debate. And you've got your rigid assessment. You've got your SAT. You've got your standards, and you're hiding, but you're kind of hiding behind a procedural fig leaf, and you're not engaging the substantive questions of social morality and whatnot. So equity contextualizes the assessment of talent and the social obligations in the face of history, and ask us to engage the full problem and not just the yardstick measuring, how fast are they running the race? It's not just how fast they're running the race. It's everything that went into it, from the way the track is laid out to who had a chance to train and develop and so forth like that. And this little cartoon of the kid standing at a fence where one kid can't see over until you put her on a higher box is a very nice representation of this idea. But I think the real issue is, where's the boundary? Are you going to include everything, or are you just going to start from the status quo ante and then make your judgments without taking on board how it is that we got where we are? Something like that, John.
Yeah, sure. But the problem is, and here's some oversimplification, all of that is well-intended thinking designed to grapple with the fact that brown people in the United States often aren't as good at taking standardized tests as other people. Really, most of this comes down to that. And whether or not you can be granted something on the basis of having filled in some.
Just a quick note. I actually like watching conservatives talk about stuff. I know I say it 100 times, but it'll bear repeating that I like watching conservatives dissect things. And SKC and Deacon Dave kind of know, and most of the people who, listen to this show a lot. I'm one of these people who likes to know my opponent's argument better than he or she does. That's how you sharpen your own argument. So knowing what a John McWhorter thinks, knowing what a Cartier family thinks about Nick Fuentes, I saw a reaction to the Cartier family reacting to Nick Fuentes. So when I saw Shamika Michelle looking at the Nick Fuentes video, I'm like, well, gee, this ought to be interesting. So I don't shy away from what conservatives think. As a matter of fact, I embrace what conservatives think because it just makes me a lot more effective when I roast their dumb asses. And by the way, black conservatives aren't always wrong. There are black conservatives that I actually think before I criticize, and you will all know who you are. Um, Glenn Lowry, I totally respect. John McWhorter, not so much, because I think he just can't admit that he's a black conservative. He wants to pretend that he's some, center left sort of guy, I forget what he calls himself, some sort of liberal, like a centrist, some sort of centrist. I actually appreciate someone who's upfront about who or what they think. And every now and again, a Glenn Lowry will surprise you. He'd been in lockstep with the Manhattan Institute for years. And you know what? He basically started seeing Israel as going too far in Gaza. And you know what? Manhattan Institute said, nope. Because Glenn interviewed this Israeli historian who was basically, concerned or basically anti, what the IDF was doing. So anyway, he did 2 interviews, and the first time Manhattan Institute said, hey, we're going to pull our sponsorship for this particular show. Now, if I had been Glenn Lowry, I would have said, well, gee, that's odd. Maybe I shouldn't show this guy again. Well, Glenn Lowry did a second interview months later, and I can't believe Glenn didn't know what he was doing or didn't know that there would be a risk. Or maybe Glenn thought, hey, I've been with these guys so long, I'll be able to get away with it. Well, whatever the reasoning, Manhattan Institute said, you know what, we're not going to, your contract or our agreement is coming up for review. We're not going to take up, renewing it. So, I think Glenn Lowry got a rude awakening, or he took a risk, whatever the reason. I was pleasantly surprised that Glenn was able to at least do a little thinking for himself. And Glenn has always been able. I've known about Glenn Lowry since the early 90s. He has an interesting history, I'll put it that way. But he is drop dead brilliant. The dude is like, I couldn't even describe his work, but he was basically a mathematical economist. He was some math whiz. First tenured faculty in the economics department. First and youngest at the time, black tenured economics professor at Harvard. So, that pretty much speaks for itself. But anyway, my point is I don't shy away from conservatives. I embrace them because I think a lot of times they're wrong in knowing what their arguments are. I read a lot of conservative, books, the political philosophy. I try and stay away from economics, but every now and again I have to do it. Oh, I read me some conservatives. The last book I read was William F. Buckley's God and Man at Yale. As a matter of fact, I started listening to William F. Buckley when I was in like 8th grade. I've loved politics and that sort of thing since I was a kid. So anyway, Chris, yes, I would have seen that Nick Fuentes. Now I'm a little late with the Nick Fuentes. I knew about the interview, but I never got around to watching it. And then last night when I was preparing, or early this morning when I was preparing for the show, I saw the reaction to the Cartier family. As a matter of fact, I have a couple videos on the Hodge twins that I'm not going to get to today probably. But bottom line is I think that there are like Wilfred Riley, who is my favorite black conservative. I don't agree with a lot of his points of view, But the one thing I can't fucking say is he is probably the smartest black conservative, even smarter than someone like a Glenn Lowry, because he is very diverse. He can do the regressions. He can do the type of mathematical analysis. He can make models, mathematical models. He's also a lawyer. He's also a sociologist. He's also kind of like a political scientist. So, he can do the math. He can do the law. And I've been following him for quite some time, for years, because I have a friend of mine and I haven't talked to her in years. She actually has something called the theory of, she calls it racelessness. It's kind of like it's not quite a Chloe Valdary sort of thing. Her name's Sheila Mason, and I haven't talked to her in at least 2 years, maybe more. But she and I used to interact a lot. If you've ever seen these Better Angel things, Braver Angel, she used to be somewhat associated with that. But she's a university professor, and she literally has textbooks on something called, I think it's theory of racelessness, or it's just racelessness. She and I used to go back and forth all the time because I think she's living in a fantasy world, but she's literally got textbooks on the topic. So I have dealt with some serious conservatives, and I am comfortable going toe to toe with my disagreements, and because I understand where they're coming from a lot of the time. So anyway, enough of that bullshit. Let's get back to Glenn and John.
Bubbles and answered some short questions. If you're not good at that, the issue is we've got to come up with a way of getting around that instead of giving people practice in the tests. And that's where I become implacable. I cannot budge and say that that's okay. All of these pretty words about opportunity, et cetera, are fine, but not when what you're really doing is trying to exempt Black and Latino kids from standardized tests because you're calling us dumb. And I can see how a good thinking white person might figure we don't have long enough to fix why it is that they aren't good enough at the test. Or deep down, they might be thinking we're just not smart enough to take the test. They figure we must make a pretty picture to show that we're not racist, and that's probably the right thing to do. And then you start really thinking about how much do our previously maintained standards matter, et cetera. But as I used to say more than I say now, how would you like that standard applied to your own kids? How would you like your children evaluated according to this idea that they have to be, put up on a box? Because the thing is, the cute cartoon with the box is nice. You were born short, so we're going to put you on a taller box. It's not your fault you were born short. Do people not fucking realize that the analogy here, if we're talking about tests, is you were born dumb, and so we're going to let you in anyway? Do people not understand that? I am truly, and folks, I am not performing. This truly does insult me. What frustrates me even more is that so many Black people don't understand the insult. It's a terrible, terrible thing. The only way I can justify it is to imagine that people just get impatient. They don't want to do the hard work. They want to just make things look better faster because we all have bigger fish to fry or something. But no, it won't do at all. It won't do. And I want to say quickly, I tweeted myself on Mar last week, which I do not usually do. I'm not into looking at myself on shows and clipping pieces. But because of all this blowback I'm getting, I just decided, no, folks, I do not think it was oversimplified. And I'm going to put this here on Twitter where people can see it, because I think what I said is something lots of well-intentioned, intelligent people are thinking, but you're just not supposed to say it. And my job certainly is to say it on national television as a Black man in accessible language. I'm glad I did it, and I'm going to do it again.
Well, you're doing it right now, and I want to just drill down on the point.
That John has a spine, for sure.
McWhorter says the issue is the test. Okay, when it all is boiled down to it, the issue is the Blacks and the Latinos, especially the Blacks, are getting low scores on average on the tests. And all of this smoke, all of this stuff they've thrown up in the air is a cover for the terrifying possibility that we might not be that smart on average. Now, I assume the McWhorter that I know and love thinks we actually are on average, at least in our basic inherent capacities as smart. But he doesn't want us to be exempted from having to certify that we actually have command over the material by doing the test. Okay? So this dodge that people are willing to engage.
Well, see, this is the other thing. I think I have never heard either of these two concentrate on the parenting. And what I'm saying here is if the individual parent, such as myself, knows what needs to happen for you to get into an elite university, don't leave it to chance. You as a parent need to guide that process. I think that, the idea that blacks aren't that smart, that eugenics bell curve sort of idea that, hey, and I've actually heard this on Ak Nation one night. This is months ago, where Ak and some white guy was up there, and Ak was like, yeah, well, the Sun people, yeah, we're good at art and feelings and dance and the arts. And I'm literally up there. I'm not on the panel. I'm literally in the audience going, Jesus Christ, what is this moron doing? And the white man, the white panelist is just like, well, yeah, and the gliders are better at math and logic and critical thinking. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, talk about self-loathing. Okay, now here I am, a chemistry major. Here I am, the son of a kid in one of the best engineering schools in the country, if not the world. And I'm sitting here listening to another black man talk about how great that Sun people are good at this, that, or the other. And, the argument, well, I didn't mean there couldn't be exceptions. Well, in my opinion, there are a lot of exceptions. And number two, if you're not emphasizing the type of parenting that creates more exceptions, then you know what? You're not doing anybody any favors. And I think that these two, and I've been watching them for years, probably 7 years. These two, I've never heard them talk about what black parents should be doing. And there's a reason for that, which I won't get into now. I suspect there's a reason for that. But I would love to hear people like the Wilfred Rileys, for instance, talk more about what we need to do as parents to get kids in positions to take advantage of some of these opportunities to get into the better universities. I think parenting is America's biggest problem. Black, white, Asian, it doesn't matter. Parenting is America's biggest problem. And in my opinion, a lot of the problems that happen, you would think unrelated to parenting, those are problems because kids don't learn it at home. They don't learn how to critically think. You cannot depend on the schools to teach everything. Okay. Schools are not parents. They're there. They have a limited role. Most of it needs to be done by the parents, especially the non-rote stuff. Okay. You may not be good at algebra, but you can still teach your kid how to think critically, maybe in real world situations. The other thing, and I've said it before, but while I'm on a roll, I'll say it now. The one thing I've never seen black conservatives, with the one exception of Glenn Lowry, maybe, I've never seen a Thomas Sowell come and talk in a church. Okay. I've never seen a John McWhorter come and talk. That I've never seen them go where the black people are. Glenn Lowry, I've seen do it. I've seen actually Candace Owens do it once or twice. To her credit, she has gone into, downtown Atlanta, sitting on a panel in the hood or somewhere, with a black audience. And, she kind of stood her ground. You got to give her respect for that. Black conservatives always want to talk to Manhattan Institute or Hoover Institute type audiences, people who are receptive to what they have to say. And Thomas Sowell, I have a huge problem with how Thomas Sowell has conducted himself, criticizing the black audience, but never talking to a criticizing black people, but never actually talking to a black audience. Somehow or another, he has depended on other people to do it for him instead of actually taking the message to the people that, who knows, maybe he's right, but you would never know because he never went and faced an audience that would have a lot of questions about his points of view. I respect Thomas Sowell as an elder, but you will almost never hear me cite him as a black conservative that I have much respect for. He is respected. He is an elder, but if he's just another black conservative, I would respect someone like a Wilfred Riley or a Glenn Lowry or a Wilfred Riley, who actually, Wilfred Riley teaches at a HBCU. Glenn Lowry, I've seen him on like Mark Lamont Hill. He will talk to a black audience because he grew up on the south side of Chicago and he's comfortable in his own skin. Black conservatives don't do that very much. Larry Elder's a fucking clown. Of course, he's not going to talk to a black audience. So people like Jesse Lee Peterson, fucking clown, and illiterate clown at that. There are very few black conservatives that I would actually sit down with and, think. There are a couple around here. Dave and SKC, I give them their due. Black conservatives have a huge problem in the black community. There is a reason that they don't get up in public and kind of talk the bullshit. It's easy to do on YouTube. But, I won't get off on that too deep into that. Maybe they got sick of being, sometimes, life is not fair, Chris M. They couldn't, Thomas Sowell, all I'm saying is that there is a Wilfred Riley teaching at an HBCU. There is Glenn Lowry talking to Mark Lamont Hill, talking to, like I said, I've been following Glenn Lowry for decades, I guess, and he's not afraid of hanging out with black people, talking, his truth. And God only knows what he's been called. Everett Ellison, not familiar with him, Deacon Dave. Drop a link. I'll follow up. So anyway, let's get back to these two.
Agent about getting rid of the test where they really are living in bad faith. They're not actually facing the existential challenge. They're not taking life seriously in a way. I'm putting words in your mouth now. But
and by the way, make sure you all are hitting the like button. Make sure that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. If you are new, maybe I'll get monetized in 9 versus 10 years. And make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel and Urban Landlord Clips. John did some street interviews yesterday. I'm sure that those will be cut up and premiered at some point. Whenever you get a chance, Dave, you got my email. What was I going to say? Oh, make sure you sponsor the show. Let me put up our weekend show sponsors because I will forget. Oops. Where is it? Oh, there it is. So our show sponsors, our weekend show sponsors, our Saturday show sponsors, Lupin, Reiging, and the CKJ3. And feel free to support the host. When you support the host, you do support the channel. And just for people that are new, I subscribe to a lot of news publications, that sort of thing, just because news is my thing. And as dry as it may be, I think, being up to date on, what's going on culturally and politically is very important. And all people should really be doing it. If you take voting seriously, you really should be keeping up with what our leadership is doing.
And you're just not going to stand for it. And what I want to ask you is, how do you know it's not true that we're not as smart if we're not doing that well on the tests?
Yeah, that's a legitimate.
Yeah.
That's a legitimate question.
Well,
we're going to get in trouble for even discussing.
Okay, that is a legitimate question, which goes back to test prep. How are these kids testing for prep? Okay, my son, for instance, I offered to do one of those expensive courses, and he was just like, nope, I'll deal with it. So I, at a minimum, at least, you can go right to the bookstore and order SAT prep books. I think he might have done some online stuff. So that was all the test prep he needed. But, who knows? Maybe he could have gotten a 15 something if if he had been disciplined enough and asked me for test prep. I was willing to spend $10,000, but he didn't want to do it. So he did not get his 1,500, but he got good enough. It was somewhere between a 14 and a 15. So that was good enough to get where he got.
But anybody who thinks we can't discuss it as being religious and not logical, how do I know? And you know what? I don't know. However, I sense it very powerfully from my experience with people of all colors over the past 57 years. And I don't think that we've been given a chance to show what we can do. And one thing that makes it rather clear to me is, as we've discussed, kids of African and Caribbean ancestry have much less of a problem with this sort of thing than Black American kids. I don't know of data that show that a Nigerian immigrant kid does better on those sorts of tests, but I know anecdotally that it is certainly true that, that things like the SAT don't throw that kid as easily as they throw a native-born Black American kid. And frankly, it's the same genes, or if anything, here in America, there's more mixture with white people. And so for me, that is one piece of evidence that it's cultural. And this is very anecdote, but I'm going to use it because I was thinking it as I saw it. On my way, I'm not going to, I can. On my way back from Antwerp, back from Brussels, I had occasion to be near a guy. And he was, you could tell from, little things he would say to the flight attendant, tea or coffee or something like that. He's a Black American man. He wasn't African. He wasn't Caribbean. He's from Cleveland or something. And he's on the plane. It was a 7.5-hour flight. I happened to notice that this guy had no reading material of any kind, never picked any up. He didn't have a Kindle or anything like that. He didn't read the whole time. He didn't watch a movie. He didn't watch any TV. At one point, he picked up the little thing that shows pictures of what you're supposed to do if the plane crashes, as if anybody would be alive down there to do it. But he takes a look at that, and then he takes a look at the magazine, but he never really reads it. That guy just sat there the whole time, often just looking off into space. And he wasn't that sleepy. He wasn't sleeping most of the time.
Hey, Jack.
And you know what now there could have been any number of things going on, but I remember looking at him and thinking, he's not interested in anything whatsoever. He doesn't have any interest. He's a human being without any interest. And it got me thinking, I wonder if he grew up in a home where he was never pointed towards anything in the natural give and take of things. What's interesting? What do you look at? What do you pay attention to?
And see, this is where I find weaknesses in people like John McWhorter's little anecdotal argument. One way or another, he's coming back from Europe just like you are. So either he was able to afford it, he somehow or another, those European trips aren't that cheap. He is doing the same things you're doing right now, except you're reading. Okay, so who gives a fuck whether he's reading or not? Apparently, he was well off enough to afford an air flight back from Europe. Dude, your example is trash. It means nothing. These are the sorts of problems I have with people like John McWhorter. You're shitting on a black guy for absolutely no reason. It proves nothing except he didn't read for 7 hours. I don't even see why you wasted airtime with this anecdote. Damn, dude.
In his upbringing, clearly nothing much. Now, that may not have been a black story. It may have just been him. But I remember thinking, the difference here, I'm very close to done. The difference here is that you imagine South Asian kids growing up where even if their parents aren't intellectuals, there's a sense just from intonation, you better do well on that test. You have to worry about that test.
Yeah, I think
I don't think that
Dave,
guy's parents spoke that way. They didn't say don't.
Yeah, this guy didn't impress me that much. Yeah, I've seen this before. I wasn't that impressed. This because the institute he's talking to, if I recall, is like it's full of like frat boys and sorority girls. It's not anything that any black kid would get anything out of.
Pay attention to the test, but they weren't telling him to be interested in anything. Now I'm on thin ice here because I don't know anything about this person, but it got me thinking about how people are raised. What interests you? That's culture. That's not his brain or his IQ,
I admire your courage and your candor because, you are kind of out there on a limb. You're talking about culture and people would get mad at you. And it's anecdotal. Mm-hmm. You're telling a story about a particular person. You don't have systematic data, so they'll say you don't know what you're talking about.
One guy I don't even know. Yeah.
Although it has the
power one guy I don't even know coming back from Europe just like me. Yeah, why did he even bring that up? He looks silly. And Glenn is just too Glenn is just too nice to tell him that you sound like a moron, son. So
novelist anecdote in the sense that, the vivid, concrete illustration captures something that we all know from our common sense lived experience, as it were, is true about people. And I expect the generalization that you're making across racial, ethnic lines is broadly true. I mean, I think it's hard to deny that. But I want to step back a little bit because I want to distinguish between this argument, the causal argument. We have differences in performance on the test. What are the rudimentary bases of these? Is it, some kind of genetic thing going on? Is it a cultural thing going on? The causal argument, and we could argue about that all day. But there's a difference between that and the philosophical kind of existential. I keep wanting to use that word again because I'm thinking about the existentialist. I'm thinking about the idea of living up to the possibilities of your freedom, about being honest with yourself about life. And the idea that you don't know for sure about the inferiority question, about the question, okay, they're doing less well on the test. How do you know it's because they're not just on average less intelligent? You don't believe it. I don't believe it. You don't want to believe it, but you don't know. And the temptation to run from the inescapable necessity of demonstrating your competence, both to others and to yourself, by embracing this narrative of historical victimization and this kind of, you think you get an exemption, this kind of, I'm going to trump your performance card with my moral claim, my claim of, anti-racism in this.
Well, see, there's a middle ground here, Glenn. What if you have killed SATs and done stuff like that, and you still have the same argument? Okay, I still have the same argument. It just so happens that I don't need to blame slavery on, why I didn't do well on the SAT. I did well enough on the SAT, and I still blame slavery. I basically think that, I overcame whatever crutches there were, or my parents or my grandparents, and I'm just lucky. What if I wasn't that lucky? These guys are horrible at actually thinking outside their little black conservative box. And I'm not necessarily saying that I'm right, but I think I have an argument.
Case, the equity move that you're critiquing is in a way a kind of try to play that card that the historical mistreatment of my people therefore entitles me to be exempt from, your enforcing of a certain standard of judgment. And I think there's no way around that dilemma, the dilemma of having to demonstrate your competency. I mean, if I were to say on a banner or a bumper sticker, Black people have something to prove.
Okay, I think this framing is wrong. Okay, they are basically bathing in the white gaze with this type of orientation of their arguments. Bottom line is, two things can be true at the same time. There is historical oppression. Things are not equal. The playing field is more level than it was, but it's still not level. How do we cope with it? Okay. And I might agree that, hey, these white people ain't going to give us shit. How about let's just, let's do what we can to parent better. The crutches are not helping us. And I'm not sure that they're, the system is the system. Okay. I think that we probably need to, in a way, take a Shelby Steele, sort of tack, in that we know that there is systemic racism. What can we do to get around that impediment? And I will agree with the conservatives that, looking for a break, we tried that. Okay. The bottom line is, I think we figured out by now that, anything that will, anything like a DEI, which DEI wasn't necessarily racist. As a matter of fact, anti-DEI, the anti-DEI argument is inherently a racist argument, because they assume that it's racial when there were all kinds of things, all kinds of diversity that the program embraced. Affirmative action is a better example. And you know what? As soon as was it Karl Bakke, back in 1978 or so, that's when affirmative action started being dismantled, in my opinion. Whites just weren't having it. Okay, they were not going to have their mediocre white males basically be disadvantaged by people they didn't think should even be there. So basically, after 1978, when affirmative action, the quotas were outlawed, that writing was on the wall. Okay, people should have probably known that affirmative action is going to be dismantled or crippled or eventually go away, how are we going to prepare ourselves? And you know what? There are all kinds of reasons why. The Jesse Jacksons of the world, didn't see the writing on the wall. That's why I'm really just more into, you need individual parents who basically, can guide these kids, their kids, or maybe even mentor. Black leadership, the Black leadership model has not worked. Okay. Had the Jesse Jacksons of the world failed. Okay. They failed at motivating people. I would buy the argument, the Black conservative argument, that, the Black leaders really weren't that, I don't know, weren't that competent or that visionary for that matter. You could make the argument that someone like a Glenn Lowry would have been a better model, except they never got out there to do it. The Thomas Sowells never wanted to be a leader, which is fine. But that's why I'm arguing that time's out for this Black community thinking. There are local Black communities, plural, and parents need to take charge of their kids. And, where coalition building at a local level is possible, do it if it benefits you and your kids. But time's out for, even someone like an Ibrahim Kendi. You know what? He tried and got shot down royally. That model's not going to work. We need to just, stop trying this NAACP type model where, we're looking for a Black Moses essentially. And I think it's time for us to just basically be a lot more individualistic. And I catch a lot of flack, even from Black conservatives over this individualistic bent. When people start talking, we need to do this or we need to think about it this way, my first thought is, who is we and why would I follow a we? Okay, the we model has not worked since, I don't know, 1965, 1964. Once the Civil Rights Bill, got passed in the Great Society. And ever since then, I wouldn't be opposed to the idea that model has been undermined in a lot of different ways. But the bottom line is it has not worked. And if we keep going back to something that just has not worked, thinking as a we has not worked. And then a lot of Black conservatives have hypnotized themselves into thinking that other communities work as a team. I'm going to be honest with you. I doubt the veracity of that. Okay. Or what's his name? Master Kim. Master Kim has no fucking clue what he's talking about other than his personal experience. You can believe what he says all you want, but all the other groups working as teams or, they all pull together. I don't see evidence of that. So, that's kind of the way I feel about it. I basically go against what both sides are saying. I think they're paradigms that both Black conservatives and, Black leftists have bought into. And I think they're all tired sort of paradigms. I don't think there's one answer for every single person. And, we basically need to go back to, controlling what happens within our four walls and doing what's best at the family level. When one family what works for one family may not work for another family. Maybe it works for 2 or more families in a community. I'm not opposed to working at a community level, but thinking that there is a coast to coast Black community, I'm 60 years old. I'm not convinced, even after 60 years, that it's a thing. What's up, Ponder? You're back. Excuse me. What's up, Sugar Bum?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, goody. Oh, did you come back for? I thought maybe you had something to say.
Oh, I do. I do.
Oh, okay. Well, feel free to say it. Let's see. When was the last time you were in corporate America? Probably about 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, Stanley, when it comes to mediocre whites, they can complain all they want. It's irrelevant at this time. The big capital has spoken. They're going to bring in H-1B, and the H-1B does not include offshore. For the
Okay, I have
American
no idea. I have no idea where you're going with this. What does H-1B have to do with this?
when it comes to mediocre whites, whatever their complaint is, it's irrelevant because big capital, the capitalists have spoken. They're going to utilize H-1B, and H-1B does not include offshore. Offshore, 3 offshore workers equals 1 American worker. So when you put that in the aggregate, white mediocrity has to figure itself out. You can complain.
I don't give a shit. Whoa. I don't give a shit about white mediocrity. That's their problem.
I just mentioned that because it's something that you had said. You had mentioned white.
Well, I don't think hopefully I didn't give the impression that I care. I care
No, you did
about.
not give the impression. No, you did not.
Okay, just making sure. I don't want to miscommunicate. I do care about my own little family mediocrity. I think that like I said, you need to work at the family unit level. I think parenting is the biggest problem we have. Be you white mediocre or tiger mom, Asian tiger mom, family is the biggest problem. I think it is the root cause of a lot of our societal failures. I think Donald Trump is the perfect example of bad parenting. So
You're really going to start judging Trump. Leave Trump alone when it comes
yes,
to
I'm going to judge Trump. That's what you do with politicians.
Okay.
You put yourself out there, you're going to be judged. And the latest iteration of bad parenting is wanting to build a big ass ballroom that's 3/4 the size of the White House.
His parents.
That's a lack of parenting. His parents taught him to be crass.
Nothing to do with it. Oh God, whatever. Okay, to be crass.
Hey, I'm the host. I get to loop in any narrative I want. I don't need approval.
Random narrative, but oh well, Stanley.
Oh, it's not random. I think
Yes, it is.
I think Trump
is with his kids.
is
all
the
5 of them,
Trump
all the
family.
time.
You got one suicide in the family. There's a lot of family dysfunction.
What
There
family
is a
dysfunction?
lot. Okay, hold on here. You're protesting too much. I think that I think there is a history of dysfunction, and you're not going to tell me a twice divorced cheating man while his son is suckling at 4 months is not dysfunctional. There is a problem.
How are you getting inside their marriage? That's none of your business. How are you getting inside their marriage?
He's the president, and I'm sure he appreciates you defend. Okay, dude, Ponder.
While he was president.
Okay, Ponder.
Do you
I'm not as kind as Bob. If you think Bob was mean, guess how mean I can
You
get.
are mean.
Okay,
I've already dealt
I
with
have
that.
I have
Why
I
are
have
you
said
telling me
what
something
I
don't
have said what I said, and you'd be much more fun if you were drunk, to be honest.
Stanley, what the hell? No.
How can you be sober and act like Solid Snake?
What? Stanley, whatever.
Just
You
the
say the most
interruption. I can't
most
get two
incendiary
words out.
things. You can't, Stanley. All you do is talk. You say the most incendiary things.
Oh, of course I
That's
do.
true. And like you said, it's your channel. Do you?
Well, all I have to say is that I am perfectly willing to be magnanimous, but it has guardrails and limits. So anyway, I think parenting is the biggest problem in America. Most people will at least go with me halfway. They don't want to go as far as I do, but oh well, it's my opinion. Trump, and listen to this moron. Trump is a better parent than the person you voted for.
Deacon
Oh
Davis,
my
correct.
God.
Trump is with his
Well,
kids.
if you didn't know, Kamala doesn't have any kids, so of course he's going to be a better
Which is
parent.
probably one of the
But you
reasons
know what?
both probably, which is being
I
used
can
against.
guarantee you that her husband is a better husband than Trump.
That makes no sense.
He's only been divorced once.
Marriages. You're getting inside these people's marriages. The fact you're
I
even
do it
divorced
all the
and all,
time,
that
and
already
I
speaks
don't
volumes.
really care about your sense of outrage.
Nobody
It is
cares
not my
about your
concern.
sense of outrage. You're the one going after people and their marriages. And if
I'm
you're
not
going to
going
bring up
after
any divorce
anybody. I am
here,
stating
if you're
what
going
the
to go
public
after
record
one
shows.
divorce, go
I
after
am
another.
rendering an opinion. I am rendering opinion on stuff that is available publicly, readily accessible.
So Irmov is going to leave his wife to marry another woman, and he has children. And one of those
Yeah, what are
children,
you talking about?
Kamala, you're the one bringing up Kamala.
Okay, now you see, you know what? You even when you do whataboutism, you use
You
too
do
many words.
whataboutism. That most of
I
your
do,
arguments are
but
all
at least my whataboutism is less verbose.
Stanley. All you do is you're just incendiary. You just say mean things about people and to people. That's your shtick.
I don't think stating the obvious is mean.
Sure, Stanley. I mean, again, your channel. Your channel. That's how you want to move, so be it.
Well, let's finish up with these two people. I was going to say clowns, but I don't want to offend your sensibilities.
That we're not
These
more
are men.
privileged,
You never seem to go after these men, but whatever.
that we don't neglect our
Oh, wait,
children.
hold it. Did you just get here? I've literally been going after McWhorter this whole video.
That we're just as smart as anybody else.
Stanley, you don't
We
care.
have the burden of dispelling the suppositions about us that
Wait, what'd you say? I don't tip.
That's what I'm reading.
You know what? Do you believe everything you read?
I don't know, Stanley.
Did I write that or did someone else write that?
Stanley doesn't tip. Stanley, I hope you tip. When
You
you're
know what?
dying,
Someone was making a joke. It's something Shamika Michelle said. So it's a joke. Of course I tip. Why wouldn't I?
some people are inclined to
you dying?
arrive at based upon what they see in the world. And we don't, that's
Believe me,
respectability politics. They have a name for it. I mean,
I tip. As a matter of fact, I think that tipping is, if someone does a good job, tip them.
the idea that you would even take that up. So I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but one of the things that terrifies me about getting rid of the test is it concedes. It calls the whole thing off when we haven't actually done the job yet.
Yeah, that's exactly
And
it.
that's not equality,
The
man.
one
That is so
thing
far.
I hate is when Glenn starts getting all emotional. You know, the way he's squeaking right now, he sounds like Jason Riley, the little squeaker at the at the Wall Street Journal.
From equal dignity, from a sense of equal standing, from being able to look people in the eye and feel confident within yourself that you're their peers. That's horrible.
It is.
Oh, thank God this is over. All right. Well, I ran across this, and let's see what this Army guy has to say. His video is called "Why Black Military Officers Fail," and I will emphasize I was in the Navy. Why military officers fail? It's because they're ground pounders, I would think. But who knows? Let's see.
Because what we have a tendency to do as black officers is stand on the side. The unit is here functioning,
what?
especially at function, social function. The unit's going on, but I'm standing over here on the side. And I saw that when I was a company commander, and I used to tell my black officers, and hey, go mingle. Because I found out that if you wait as a black officer for somebody black to help you or tell you what the next job is or tell you what positions are coming open, you're going to be waiting a long time. It's called networking. We don't network very well, but you got to start learning how to network because that is key to being successful. I have been a mentor for specifically black officers and Latin officers most of my career. And the reason is because most young black or Latin officers don't see anybody that looks like them, sounds like them, above them. So I have been doing this for a while. As you go up in rank, the pyramid gets smaller and smaller. So you have to have a base to get up there. And sometimes that base might not look like you. There are people out there that are going to help you, regardless of your color. There are some people out there that don't want to help you. You have to be able to differentiate between who's going to help you and who's not. You have to start understanding that, hey, I'm black, I can only be with black people. It's not true, especially if you're in special forces. You got to be with everybody. And so that's the tact I took. And I looked at it and I said, okay, Smuckatelli, he's a pretty good officer. What made me different than him? Well, come to find out a lot of things. One was the jobs I held. I have never held an easy job in the military. And I remember when I was in Panama in 1988, 89, there was a rift in the military. And I used to go to the officers club on Friday evenings. A lot of young black officers there, lots of them there. After the rift, there was few there. And I was talking to another friend of mine. He was the headquarters commandant for Southcom. He was black. And I said, hey, what's happened? Where are all the black, used to be here? He said, they're gone. And it was three of us talking. Another black guy, officer said to me, he said, well, they don't have real jobs. Never thought about that. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, Captain so-and-so, he was in charge of the basketball team. Captain so-and-so, he was in charge of counting cans in the commissary. And these weren't hard jobs, but what the job did, it gave them plenty of free time to go to the club. I couldn't go to the club all the time because I was the J3 in Sock South. And I got to thinking about all this stuff. How did I get that job? Somebody recommended me for that job. What made me different than someone else? And a lot of it is the people you meet, how you interface with them, and how they help you or how they want to help you. And I thought about that and I said, okay, let me take all the knowledge that I have and try to understand and put it down so other people can see why black officers have a hard time. And as I started doing the pyramids and the research work, you come down here in lieutenants, everybody's fine. First lieutenant, everybody's good. Captain, pyramid gets a little smaller. Major, pyramid gets really small. Lieutenant colonel and colonel, pyramid is tiny for black people because we don't make it to that level. Why don't we make it to that level? We don't have the right jobs, for one. What is the right job? You want to be a 3, or you want to be a deputy 3, or you want to be an XO. If you're a company and a captain, you want to be a company commander, or you want to be on the 3 staff. Those are the jobs that people look for. Well, unfortunately, a lot of those jobs are by recommendation. And I'll use myself as an example. When I came from Fort Benning to Fort Bragg, people didn't know who I was. They made me, liaison officer. And I did that job. Well, someone up top was looking out for me because a new battalion commander came in and somebody said, hey, you got this guy Butler over there. and I think he's liaison. He'd be a great 3. But right after that, the 3 got fired, and boom, I'm the 3. I was a captain. Did I have to work my butt off to get it? Because we were getting ready to deploy as a battalion. So did I work my butt off? Yes. And as you work your butt off, and I tell people this all the time, people notice it. People look over and say, oh, he works hard. He's a good hard worker. At some point, somebody's going to reach out for you because you're a hard worker. Why are they going to reach out for you? Not because you're a hard worker, because they want you to make them look good. So now you become a commodity. Oh, he made me look good. Okay, hey, so-and-so, you need to look out for him. And it's a pyramidal effect that goes up as you go up. And those people that you made look good, in many cases, remember you, because as they're going up, as you're going up, they're also going up. And they will continue the pull on that. Well, unfortunately, we black folks don't have a lot of people helping us go up. A lot of times, it's a self-inflicted wound. Because a lot of friends of mine went out and they searched for the easy job. I called one of my friends once and I said, hey, listen, I'm the S3 for this battalion. I'm getting ready to leave.
Nah,
battalion commander listens to me.
He's
I'm gonna
speaking some
recommend your
facts.
name
It's not as
to
profound
be the
as
next 3.
one might think.
He didn't want it. Yeah. He said, I got a good job. I don't want to do that. So if you don't have the mindset and the mentality that you're ready to bust your ass to make it up, you're not going to make it. Because some people can do that. They can kind of glide. We can't glide. We have no glide pattern. If we don't push
I think
it, we'll fall
that
like a rock.
maybe the Army's different. Well, I mean, my one story is that when I came out of OCS, there was a gaggle of black O1s, ensigns coming out. And a lot of them picked as their first assignment. They all wanted like carriers, because carriers don't bounce around in bad weather. And I guess they wanted a comfortable ride. And I kind of thought they were crazy because, on a carrier, one of the things you want as an officer, like this guy said, you want to be noticed. And you are not going to get noticed if there are 300 officers on a ship. The O1s, the little boot ensigns, the butter bars are going to not be noticed that much. You want to be on, a destroyer or frigate or something smaller. You also want to be, and he didn't mention it, but I suspect in the Army, and maybe even the other branches, there are people who don't want to be line officers. In the Army, combat arms, if you're not combat arms, you could be a quartermaster, one of the other support type MOSs, or I forget I don't even know what they are for officers. Somebody will have to tell me, but if I'm going to go into a military or naval branch, I want to be a warfighter. Otherwise, why are you joining? If you're not there to fight a war, or be a warrior, I don't want to be a supply officer or, or even an intel officer. In the Army, being intelligence is, I can't remember if it's somebody tell me if in the Army, if an intel is a combat arm. In the Navy, it's not. It is more, I guess it's more a support job. But anyway, if I did not want to be on a carrier, I'm kind of an attention hog, and I want to be somewhere where, talents and hard work can be recognized, like this colonel apparently was. But a lot of what he's saying, I guess it's good advice, but I was in the Navy. I was a surface warfare officer. I basically spent 90% of my career as the only black officer on a ship. So some of it is kind of instinctive. Like I'm the sort of person who always wants to be where decisions are being made. And if I can't be making the decisions, at least I need to be somewhere, in a central position to execute the decisions. So I guess it's good advice, but it I think the Navy is somewhat different than the Army, because I had an Army ROTC scholarship in college, and I did not like the Army. The Navy suited me better because there's a whole lot of off the cuff or from the hip type decisions, and I'm really good at quick. I got kind of a fast twitch thinking process, and going to a book to find answers. Everything was in the FM 22-5 or some field manual, and leadership by field manual just bored me to tears. So slavery is older than the United States. 1865 did not just end slavery. Oh, wait, did you write that? What is the difference between you and air and sea when it comes to the Navy? I'm not sure I understand your question. Ms. Ponder?
I guess from a, I don't quite, when you and Aaron C go back and forth regarding your military service, I personally get kind of lost because I don't know the difference between the two of you. And remember, I'm a regular civilian. I only have special friends.
Hold on one sec.
For military.
What on earth happened here? My Bluetooth is acting funny here. Say something again.
When you and Aaron C go back and forth in regards to your military service, I get confused because
my Bluetooth is acting up. Let me just go ahead and hold on one sec. Let me grab my my headphones here. Once these Bluetooth earbuds get low on power, they just start acting weird. And headphones. Nope. There we go. Okay, try speaking now. Well, I can hear the background music, so nope, that's working. Can you ask your question again?
in regards to military service, at times I'm not able to understand, well, I'm not at all able to understand the difference between yourself and Aaron C when it comes to your time serving in the military. How the difference, because the both of you go back and forth, but I always get lost because it's hard to understand the
Both of who?
you and Aaron C.
Oh,
Because
you know
all-
what?
because all-
Our experiences. Well, number one, he was on a carrier. I was never on carriers, not at least duty station wise. He was enlisted. That's the main difference.
He was enlisted?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What does that mean? I'm sorry. I don't.
I was an officer. He was not.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, I understand. Got it.
So, and not only that, but I mean, I was in the, the surface Navy. He was whatever he did in the on the carrier. That's a difference. And then, the Navy's probably worse than just about any of the other branches. There is a huge difference between, being an officer and enlisted. To an extent that literally, like, say on a destroyer or any ship, there is literally a part of the ship that they like, unless you have business. If you're not an E7 or above, you don't even need to be in this area. It's officers' country, and if you were some little E3, and I used to have guys come knock on my door. I tell them, "Hey, look, I need you to come up. Just knock on the door. I'll deal with any flack you might get, but literally the sign on the door will say, if you don't have business." E7s are usually okay because they don't want to be there anyway. They will have business, and it is so different that the uniforms are different. If you're E7 or above, you're going to be wearing khaki. At least back when I was in the Navy. If you are not in E7 or above, you're going to be wearing the dungarees and the work uniform. So it's other than being on the same ship, and if we're in a storm, we're all in a storm. It's a huge difference.
Oh, no, good. Thank you for sharing. I did not know. I only have special friends who are military, and they tell me what they tell me. But I heard.
Well,
you all.
I think any branch there's gonna be a difference, but the thing is it's sort of funny in the Army. If you're in the field, you're all in the field. If you're getting bit by chiggers, everybody's gonna be bit by chiggers. I think the Air Force is somewhat different, but I don't have a whole lot of experience. I don't even know many people. I don't know anybody my age who was in the Air Force, enlisted or officer. But I know if you're a pilot, like, to me, in my opinion, if you're not a pilot in the Air Force, then why join the Air Force? The Army's somewhat different. The Navy's somewhat different. I think the Coast Guard is pretty cool. I don't know that I ever would have joined it, but if anyone said, "Hey, I want to go to the Coast Guard Academy," I would definitely recommend it if you can get in. If you can get into any of the military academies, do it, because they're pretty much considered elite colleges. So, if you get in, and it's hard to get in, to be honest, it's harder to get into a military academy than it probably is getting into Harvard, because you've got to get like a congressman or a senator, or some big wig to even write a recommendation. So it's almost like you have to have some sort of contact to or some sort of connection to get the attention of a congressman or senator. And then you can only imagine how many people are trying to, get a recommendation. So I wanted my son to go to a military academy because I literally have a buddy that I was an ensign with. We were on the same ship. He was literally the temporary commandant of the Naval Academy before he moved on to the Pacific. And my son has the grades and the other requisites. He could have easily gotten in.
So if you're reading what CKJ3 said, respect the chain of command can get you far in the Navy.
Exactly.
And it can make your job easier. That's actually one of the most important lessons, Stanley, I learned from my special friends. They actually told me the same thing, how important following chain of command is. And I actually took that to the corporate world. Like that's how I basically
Well, the
learned.
corporate world, depending on what your corporation is, it's actually there are some corporations that are literally like kind of like the military with that chain of command stuff.
Right.
Um, and then there's some that aren't. So, but you'll never go wrong following the chain of command.
That's what I've been doing. And my former boss, he himself is military family, born in Guam, and so that's something that was just important to me. Follow chain of command. I may not understand
Well,
but
now I don't know how many times I've bucked the chain of command because as you can quite imagine, when I was in the Navy, I was always, the first rule is follow the chain of command, and the second rule of mine was rules were meant to be broken. I literally had my XO pull me into his stateroom once after I'd pulled a doozy. And he looked at me and he said, Cross, you have your own agenda, don't you? So I looked at him and I shook my head and smiled and said, no, XO, your agenda is my agenda. I won't even get into the story. And there was no way I could get in trouble for what I did. But yeah, I pulled a fast one right before deployment. But I had a kid who had no vacation and wanted to go home to get married before the deployment. And somehow or another, he went UA. I think I've told you this story before. He went missing, and it was a day before I noticed. Funny how that happens. And my XO was none too pleased, but you know what? There wasn't much he could do about it. And I knew he was missing, and I knew that, you know what, if he got married, I was going to have a great petty officer for the cruise. If I said, no, you can't, I'm going to have a bitter petty officer for the cruise. And I did not want a bitter petty officer. I have enough troubles on these deployments. I don't need a surly petty officer. So thank you, Deacon Dave. Let me see if I can figure out how to. Oh, there we go. Deacon Dave has joined the weekend sponsor list. So Dave, you get a whack at what the topics will be. So far, no one has chimed into fishing and food. So if you have something better, let me know. Dave said they do the ASVAB for Border Patrol. That's interesting. What's up, Richard?
So, Stanley, I know you mentioned that you don't want to talk about Hunter Biden's interview, but Hunter Biden did have a clip of the interview that Hunter Biden had with another YouTuber. He brought up something. He brought up a great example of AI with a friend of his who owns a number of McDonald's. And long story short, Stanley, Hunter Biden gave this example where a McDonald's owner was able to make a $2 million investment in, AI, basically like autonomous, which brought the employee staff from 55 people to, or like over 50 people to just 5. So with a $2 million investment in automation, you're able to reduce your workforce by what? What is that? You reduce it by like 90% or over about 90%.
Portia told us about a McDonald's, I think in the Dallas area, that's literally fully automated. I guess they might have a person there for maintenance, but they've got some. They've got plans to have fully standalone, like we don't need humans.
Hi, Portia. Hello, Portia. Thanks for sharing.
What's up, Stan Autry?
Hey, Portia. Portia, thank
No,
you
that's
for.
wait, hold it. What are you talking? Portia's not on the panel.
I thought you said that was Portia. Portia gave an example.
No, I said Portia gave an example. I meant a while ago.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought she was here. I
Hey,
thought you.
Stan, how you doing?
All right. Good afternoon, Stanley. Good afternoon, Miss Lady. Hey, I just wanted to correct one thing you said
This
earlier.
lady? Yeah, please do. I don't.
Questions will ponder. Nah, she's a sweetheart. But no, I just want to correct something. That one-star general, he's not a brigade commander. He's a division commander.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Oh, because in the Army, brigade commander tops out at 06, a full bird colonel. So that's all.
Well,
Yeah,
let
he's
me
a
ask
division
you a
commander.
question. Have you ever had an 06 make star as a brigade commander?
Yeah, they get promoted, but they get promoted to the next position up.
Right, but
They
what I'm
would never
saying
be a
is,
one star.
like I had every now and again, especially at the 05 and 06 level, occasionally, like on my last ship, my XO made 05 and the captain was 05. Now, the 05 that my captain, he was senior, of course, but I don't know, my XO was a nuclear trained officer, so he might have even made 05 early, but basically we had a captain who was an 05, we had an XO who was 05. Now the captain was moving on. His next job, because my captain was a nuke too, his next job was literally building a nuclear reactor. He was a pre-com carrier. He was the reactors officer. So his job was literally being in charge of building a nuclear plant. But I'm wondering if you ever have an 06 who might put on that star before he rotates out. Have you ever known of that to happen? Just curious.
I would say not never, but I've never seen it because normally
see.
they promote you to the next level because that's crazy. It'd be a waste of time and waste of money because they got to go to division level or corps and all this other stuff. Not as brigade commander. You top out at 06. And yeah, but I've never seen a general as a brigade commander, never, or get promoted and get pinned at that level.
Right. Well, I mean,
They normally got the assignment.
Yeah, I'm glad you came up and corrected because I don't know any of that stuff. I probably knew it years ago.
Yeah, because when you called him a brigade commander, that was a slap in the face. But he's a division commander. Oh, not to me, but now it's a slap in the face. He's the division commander. He's the division.
My bad.
Next level up. So. But
I'm sure he would have been the first to correct me had.
Oh yes. Hey, he would have locked your heels, sir. Yeah, but yeah, he's the division commander. But that was sad and tragic what happened, and I'm waiting for everything to play out. That was like, I tell you, you're never safe. You always got to be vigilant.
Yeah, well, you know what? You weren't here? Did you see the? Because I subscribe to the Army YouTube channel. And they did a little award ceremony where they handed out, I think, one bronze star, and a bunch of meritorious service medals.
Yeah, MSMs.
Yeah. Now the MSMs outrank or higher award than the Bronze Star, right? Or is it the other way around?
The Bronze Star outranked that, if I remember correctly, but I'll fact check it. And then the MSM is like
it's an all red ribbon, right? With does it have white borders? Because they have an MSM in the Navy, but you don't usually get them as like you don't usually start talking meritorious service till
you talking about big awards when you start getting the MSMs and Bronze Stars. That's big boy stuff, and I got 20 million of those.
Well, this kid, she was a staff sergeant, got a Bronze Star,
and that's unheard of. Normally that goes to senior. You know how that goes.
Well, I don't know what she did. I think she rendered aid. I was kind of surprised when I saw it too. I mean, the last person I knew to get a Bronze Star led 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 a ship out of a minefield. um, this was like I won't get into the story, but there's a guy. He was a '04, right at the beginning of the first Persian Gulf War. Um, one of the marine carriers had wandered into a minefield and had a mine explode. So they call in the little minesweeper, and the minesweeper basically cleared a path for the big, marine carrier to get out safely. So that little '04 got a Bronze Star for that. And I'm like, well, whatever this, maybe I made a mistake. But I would have sworn I heard Bronze Star. And I was
Yeah.
surprised she was a staff sergeant.
Yeah, but what happens, right? The MSM is like the
She might have
higher than the
done it
Bronze
under
Star.
fire.
You're right, because the guy was actually firing right then,
Yeah.
right,
Mhm.
with the weapon. But MSM is higher unless the Bronze Star is with a V for valor, right? With
Oh,
combat, right? But the MSM is like the top dog, right? It's
yeah,
the top dog.
well, they handed out 3 MSMs.
Yeah, and and they were worthy of it. I mean, courage on the fire, taking this guy. They went to the fight. They didn't just scramble and hide. They went to the fight. They
Shit.
They
War?
took him down.
Oh, okay.
They stopped him from shooting. That's why they got them MSMs.
And I heard he brought his own weapon. It was like his personal weapon.
Yes, sir.
Damn.
They ain't hard to do.
Well, I want to know what he was pissed off about.
Well, you heard that when they went to check his records that he ended up getting a DUI in May. And maybe somebody was getting ready to tell him when they were getting ready to surface him, they were getting ready to punish him and discipline. But they said they didn't even know until they ran his records. So I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're here. What is automated logistics? You have any idea?
Automated logistics. It's a logistic, a highly glorified supply, right? They run systems and stuff like that. It's a part of the logistics world. They do track all the equipment and track all the force moving equipment, right? They got all kind of catchphrases that they plus them up, just like they tell you that I'm a custodial engineer, right? But you're a janitor, right? So it's just one of those things.
Well, I was thinking he was like a conveyor operator.
Nah. They run systems.
Okay.
Yeah. They run systems. They're running the systems and all that, and checking and all that other stuff. Yeah, nah, man. You find no conveyor belt in no damn.
Well, hey, automated logistics.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but they run the systems and check. That's automation, right? And graphics and all that kind of stuff, right? They track a lot of the force multiplier equipment and stuff like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? Okay. I am lost. You know what? We old people. But I'm gonna be honest. I am just surprised that this doesn't happen more, to be honest. I'm thinking back to, when people get out on the range and stuff. I'm just surprised it doesn't happen more. And I think it might happen more than we know about, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of times they keep it on the wrap because they toward it, right? But it's what it is. It's the 92 Alpha, right? And and they do storage, distribution, the issue of supplies and equipment and all that. It's a 92 Alpha, and they just changed the name to it, changed the name of it to automated logistics. Yeah, they just changed the name. Ain't no conveyor belt. But yeah, they just
Well, I
maintain
was
equipment
making a joke.
records, and I know, because you ain't seen one of them in a long time, because most of them don't have it. But yeah, they just track and maintain equipment records and parts and all that other stuff. They use the GCSS Army, which is the Global Combat Support System, right? That's the new thing that
Mhm.
came out years and years ago. A
Mhm.
one-stop shop. You can see everything in the whole
Really?
military, what we have. Yeah, GCSS Army, which is Global Combat Support System. You go in there and you can check, see if your stuff is circle legs or people what you got to go into combat, or is it in service times and all that. You do that with the weapons, the
Wow.
tanks, the vehicles. Yeah, they just made it one centralized system. So if they need to get something from Fort Stewart, and let's say that you in Fort Bragg, which keep changing from Fort Bragg to Fort Liberty, you can look in there, and then you can do a requisition, and you can get the equipment from there, so you can still continue your mission. So you can just look in one
Well,
system for it now.
it's funny you said that. At first, when I read it, they were talking about Hunter Army Airfield, which is right in Savannah. And I'm like, well, damn, my father didn't call or my sister didn't call, but it was actually Hinesville. I know right where it is. I'm from Savannah. Um, but yeah, I'm glad they were able to get a hold of him. That's just crazy. I mean, you know what? If they were gonna, boot him or something like that, or he was gonna get in some huge trouble for a DEI, I just don't see this as any sort of alternative.
Yeah, I agree. So
I
I'm
mean,
not
what was
really
he think?
sure what he said. I'm not really sure, but that's what they brought up. And they said they found it in May he had a DUI. So I don't think his chain of command even knew until they ran the record. But somebody else may have knew. I'm just saying what they said. It might have been some disgruntled stuff at the job as well. But if he get hit with a
Right.
DUI as a sergeant, he might well go ahead and pack his bags and go to Fob Liver Room. He got too much rank. Yeah, I mean they'll send him to ASAP and get him help and all that, but they kicking him out.
Yeah.
Well, probably not now because they're hurting in recruitment, so they probably just bust him down a rank or two and keep him, right? But back in the day, you get a DUI, you out, you gone.
Well, that started way back in the 90s. It used to be like back in the 80s, and you're way too young to remember that. Back in the 80s, you could even if you were an officer, you might be able to survive it if you were really squared away. But right around 89, 90, it was actually probably also right around the time that you don't remember tail hook. It was a big deal way back then. Um, yeah, it just became, for an officer or an E7 or above, you're done. I've seen people literally like something like that will happen on a deployment, and they will you're gone. You know what? We're gonna fly you back. You're not staying.
Yeah. If you connect it, if it's still exceptional policy. You connect it, they'll give you a letter of reprimand. They give you a letter of reprimand, but most people don't get a letter of reprimand. They send you to Fob Living Room. They send you home, and you
Well,
go.
let me ask you a question though. That letter of reprimand is pretty much good. Well, if you're an officer, you're done.
Oh yeah, you toast.
Or an E7.
Yeah, you
How,
toast.
yeah. How bad is a letter of reprimand? Say you're an E2 or E3. I mean, would that hinder your promotion forever? Would you still make E7?
You'll weather the storm.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of like the way the United States, right? How they treat juveniles, right? They say, well,
Yeah.
they just learning, they just adapting, they don't know, they're getting used to the environment and stuff like that. So the junior soldiers, they give them a lot more grace than they give
Right.
you as you start making rank.
Right.
For obvious reasons, right? Because when you start making rank, now you in charge of people, and they can't have you being the outcast, right? Because you'll teach them how to be like you in bad habits and bad behaviors, which it can mess up the mission. So yeah, when they all the way up to E4, you kind of like can got some breathing room, but when you start putting on them stripes, they
Right.
start looking at you harder, and they track you when you E7 and above. You DA selected, right? So what
Mhm.
they do, they track you in a total different system. Officers, they track y'all from the beginning. Once y'all graduate from school, y'all DA selected, right? So they track them totally different than they track everybody else, right? Because they can tap you on the shoulder, E7, E8, you the first sergeant somewhere, or you the command sergeant
Yeah.
major, the fifth, sitting in a slot. And same
Mhm.
thing with officers, they take you, make you a commander or something, right? So,
Mhm.
so you DA selected, they track you differently because they can
Mhm.
put you anywhere,
Right.
so.
Yeah, that reminds me. I was they deconned my first ship after my first deployment, and me being a little homeboy, I'm like, you know what? I applied for a destroyer in Charleston, South Carolina. That was going to be like I was going to love it, and they wound up routing me to a destroyer in Norfolk. And as it turns out, it was kind of an emergent request. They needed somebody quick because the guy I replaced was in a fairly top secret job, and he was a Naval Academy graduate. He got in trouble because he used his roommate's credit card to make 1-900 calls, and you're too young. Most people are too young to not understand what 1-900 calls are.
Oh, I totally know what
Basically,
it is.
oh, okay. Well, it's kind of the equivalent of OnlyFans, except it was it was for
Hey, Stanley, how you doing? Hey, oh, and next you
well,
know you got a
he
$1,000 bill.
well, you know what? He had used his roommate's credit card, so he was toast. Uh, he was still on the ship when I got back. When I got to the ship, but he was like there a day, so we did kind of cross paths. From what I understood, though, he wound up going to dental school. I'm like, what? So, he went from, I can't believe he got into dental school or anything like that, but
Yeah, they were taking
that,
care of him because he took care of them. But they said we can't have you in this position anymore.
yeah,
However, and that they don't know how intricate the military is. It's not a bunch of dummies. They tracking all of us. So they tell me, hey Stan, you got to put on your shit. I keep my bags packed. You got to report here. You in charge of that. They can
mhm,
plug and play us in different areas, right? That's why we go
mhm.
to schools and
Right,
do all
yeah,
those things. Just like they grabbed you, you wanted to go to Charleston and said, no, you're going over here. They knew no matter where they put you, you were qualified, you going.
yeah.
And so,
And
we never
at
going to be
that
vulnerable.
time, I'd already got my warfare qualification,
Thank
so
you.
I
Yeah.
was
So,
literally, you know, um, I mean that is like, I got it early actually.
yeah.
So that basically qualifies you for command. You you know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, you know what? One day you might be commanding a ship. That is like the first step. So anyway, Charles, come on up because I'm not going to be up here that much longer. I'm right at 7:40, and folks, I will be doing a weekend show. It is we have weekend sponsors. Let me put these fine folks back up here. The show, the weekend show, has been sponsored by Lupin, CKJ3, and Deacon Dave. So it will happen. I'm not exactly sure what time. I'm guessing it'll be around 9 or so in the morning. Um, but you never know. I might get enough sleep and do it early, but 9 seems to be about the right time. That gives everybody time to eat breakfast and that sort of thing. So, Charles, I don't know if you had something to ask me or. I've dropped the link. Maybe he's busy. I am available if you want to do a show, Charles. I guess it would depend on the topic, but I am free if you can hear this. So this particular video, and Stan, we've just been kind of all over the place. I've been doing a lot of Black culture stuff, American Black culture stuff. And then tomorrow I'm going to be going back to a unified executive, the unified executive theory. But I had so many of these politics and culture in the Black community type videos that I wanted to thin some of them out. So this is Politics Broken, Black Women Job Crisis, and something or another. And rising something. Oh, Rising New Voices. So I'm always up to hear what Black women are doing. Me and AAE, we are feminists of a sort. Right, Ponder?
And debating this idea that's rolling around in my mind,
You what?
politics as culture.
Feminist, Stanley, feminist. We're feminists.
Hey, I am definitely pro woman. I am. Well, I can't figure out whether I'm pro woman or just anti.
I'm a feminist. That's a Drake line.
Well, I may be more anti-manosphere.
Yeah, being anti-manosphere definitely does not necessitate feminists. But I think being pro-woman, it's just, to be honest, Stanley, not to interrupt, it's hard to understand what exactly is the definition of feminist, because it has such a negative connotation. But when I was growing up,
it's been given a negative connotation.
Yeah, it appears to have been hijacked, because when I was growing up, Sister Monica used that word in a
Sister
very
Monica.
Sister Monica. Yes.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call nuns. I mean, can a nun really be a feminist?
But she said, but a woman being with God, being with family, being under God. She wasn't referencing in a political sense. That's what I should have.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry. I'm just not going to call someone who is technically the bride of Christ a feminist.
Right. You don't use it in that type of politicized word. You want to be pro-woman is to a woman being, wife, mother, under God, family.
Well, you're right. That is definitely not, a political feminist. Look, I think people should just. I'm just kind of anti-label these days, and pretty much always have been. Look, I'm surprised. Probably one of the reasons that the Navy suited me more so than the Army did.
What about the Marines?
Oh, well, if I had it to do all over again, I probably would have done the Marines. As a matter of fact, my wife and I used to talk, we used to dream big for our son. I wanted him to go to the Naval Academy and take the Marine option. And the reason being, I'm going to be honest, the best officers, Navy, Army, Air Force, the Marine officers that I knew were just like superstars. I had a buddy of mine who was a major in the Marines. He was recon, so he'd been to buds. Basically, he was a commando, but a dude was just he was super squared away. The guy was just like a god, every now and again you'll come across like an officer who is, I don't know if they use the term in the Army, but like the guy I replaced on my first ship was like God of the ship. He was Mr. Everything. If something needed to be done, the chiefs would come to him, the captain would come to him. It's like, hey, you know what? This guy is a god. He will get it done if you task him with it. And yeah, the dude was indeed real, like, hyper confident. So most of the Marine officers, well, actually I didn't know that many, but all the Marine officers I knew were that kind of squared away. You know, if you gave them something to do, they were going to figure out how to do it.
So Stanley, us regular people, we love the Marines. We do. They can get it. We love the Marines. And I just want to respond to Deacon Dave. Pro-woman is the reason why there is no Black community. Being pro-woman does not necessitate being anti-male.
Well, now you know why I'm anti-manosphere. Stupid statements like that.
Because for men, always remember something. Supporting women, educating women, that just in and of itself, you are increasing the intelligence of your children and eventually society. You want smart, educated women. Because remember, the woman is the first teacher to the child. The first teacher of language to the child is the woman. Because
Deacon Dave's not having any of that. The man is the leader.
Okay, just remember, when a woman is pregnant, by third trimester, you have a baby. And that is when the woman is teaching the baby language, behavior, manner.
Well, you gotta savor the irony of you saying, hey, the woman is the first teacher of language to the baby, and his response is a one-word nope.
Okay. Dave, you're not birthing infants.
Dave, you just proved her point.
You're not birthing infants. Like when a third trimester.
Oh, no, you're talking language, and his response is one word nope.
It's not the devil. Like, remember, when a woman is pregnant, by third trimester, you have a full-fledged baby. The baby is listening to the mother, hearing the mother. The baby only hears and knows the smell of the mother. A child needs the father. These children belong to you. I'm not saying that I'm negating the man. These children belong to you. No, I'm not. These children belong to you. These children belong to you. They do. I got called a mammy on Bob's channel because I said that by one of the other women. You're a mammy. You say these children belong to the man. I was like, yes.
Oh, were you talking this talk on Bob's panel? My God. You put your head in the mouth of the lion, didn't you?
I clearly did. It's that crazy channel. Goodness gracious. But it's just I told her she got mad at me. She called me a mammy, and then she started making fun of my voice, like that sultry, oh my God, like that Betty Boop sultry voice, whatever. Because I said these children belong to the man, the father. Men lay genetic code. You lay the genetic code.
My God, you went into all of this on Bob's panel? Oh my goodness, if they could have run you out with torches and pitchforks, they would have.
Well, they basically did.
You can't be speaking all that scientific.
They did run me off with pitchfork. The sickle, the hammer, and the sickle.
You can't be talking like complicated concepts on a Bob panel.
Hey, I didn't know. I learned my lesson, and yes, I was ran off. Pitchfork, shovel, hammer, and the sickle.
You see Dave's response, resist the devil. They were all thinking that.
Well, the Bolsheviks ran me off. Yes.
They weren't Bolsheviks, believe me. They were brown shirts, more likely.
Oh my gosh.
They were not Bolsheviks, they were Nazis.
Okay, so who would be Himmler and who's Goering?
You know what? Whoever's hosting the panel that day takes the Führer role.
If you're no, give Bob that. He'll probably
Whoever hits the button that says start stream, that's Fuhrer for the day.
Oh my goodness. Well, yeah, they did that.
That's funny.
Oh
He
my
says AAE was stuck in Charlottesville on Bob's panel. That's probably the long and short of it.
Yeah, basically.
Women will not replace us. That was what they were chanting.
You know they do that over there. Yeah, they're like that. Yeah.
I have no doubt that they do.
Yeah, they're like that. Yeah.
Okay, well let's see what Miss Red Lipstick has to say here.
That is a red lip. I like this look. I like that. The red lip.
I'm not sure. That's a little. I don't think it suits her skin tone that well.
I
But,
actually disagree with you. I think it looks really pretty on her skin tone. I like the same.
Versus real
well,
world.
that I hate I hit the button. She has this kind of fish pucker thing with her lips, which I'm not
Really?
that impressed with.
That's probably the red lip.
Participation, and we'll break that down, what I mean by that. And celebrating the new voices remixing this new America. I'm Dr. Nola Haynes, your favorite political scientist and host.
You
of
hear that,
Nightcap.
Dave?
So
She's a
grab your
doctor.
beverage, put the Signal group chat and phone on Do Not Disturb. And let's get into your late night download of The Real. This is Nightcap.
Yeah, I'm not going to go
Nightcap
too
with
deep
Dr.
into
Nola
this
Haynes,
because
streaming
I'm
only on the
getting a
Persist
little
Network.
fatigued here. Clown mouth.
You know, as I mentioned in the open, this has been a hell of a week. And one of my favorite people on the planet is the one person I wanted to talk to, not just about, VP, because we all know Reese with the receipts, y'all. Reese knows everything about Vice President Harris.
Oh, I know who this is.
By memory. And
Reese
she
Colbert.
was the first person I thought about, not just to talk about
Y'all gonna
VP
love
and Stephen
her.
Colbert, to also talk about Black women's unemployment and, what that looks like and some of the drivers behind that. And Reese, in my opinion, I'm a little bit biased because that's my girl. She is definitely one of those new voices out there reshaping the political landscape. She brings a level of authenticity and intellectualism, that beautiful blend that is uniquely her. And so I'm just grateful she found the time to be able to come and spend a little time with her girls so we can unpack some of these really, really big things. And there she is. There's my friend Reese Colbert, y'all. The one and only.
Hey, Dr. Nola.
Oh my God.
Welcome tonight.
Hey, Dr. Nola. Hey, Persist Network. Good to be with you, sis.
Good to be with you too. Oh my goodness, girl. There's a lot going on.
Yes, it
is. So
is. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I know you are absolutely booked and busy. So first of all, congratulations on that. But let's
Thank
just
you.
let's dive right into this. I know you have seen all the things about VP's appearance on Stephen Colbert. And there was this moment when she said
She was on
politics is
Colbert.
broken, right?
That's a big deal.
I know.
She started out on Roland Martin's show a few years ago now, so she's hitting the big time here.
That a lot of people were focusing on the fact that she says she's stepping away from politics. She just wants to be with the people. That could be coded in and of itself. We can get there. But what I want to talk to you about is when VP.
I tell you what. I'm sorry.
guessing you're referencing Kamala when she says VP.
No, I thought they were referencing what's her name from Texas.
Jasmine?
Yeah.
Oh,
saying she wanted to be with the people. Maybe they were talking about Kamala. Because I have a comment on Jasmine.
Congratulations on that.
Okay, I actually have to go through. I do want to hear what you have to say about Jasmine.
Dive right
Jasmine, I'm
into
very
this.
sensitive.
I know you have seen.
I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be up here that much longer. But
you've been here for 8 hours.
they were talking about Kamala.
Yeah, they still call her VP. I like that. Yeah, she's VP.
Well, that'll be her honorific.
That's her title, Kamala.
Yeah.
I wonder what Jasmine. All she was doing was selling. Okay, yeah, she's on a book tour. Okay, cool.
Well, Jasmine said. Oh, excuse me.
What did Jasmine say?
Well, she said something similar because Jasmine kind of got slapped down. Um, you know, all that showboating. She kind of let it get. Excuse me. She kind of let it get out of control,
Okay.
and
Slapped down
she
by
went
who?
up. She
Lucy?
went up. What?
Slapped down by who? Or humbled by whom?
Well, let me explain.
Okay, going on
She
mute.
went up for a leadership position on some committee or another, and her fellow Democrats did not support her. So, you know, basically, you know, she was expecting, you know, big fanfare and huge support because of her antics, you know, on the judicial committee or whatever committee she's on. And she got a lot of TV time and stuff like that. And as it turned out, she did not have a whole lot of support, if any. I mean, like nobody supported her, maybe one or two. So, you know, that kind of gave her a message that, hey, you know what? Even your fellow Democrats are not appreciating, you know, the showboating, because that's really what it was. She was on all these TV shows and interview shows and stuff like that, and I guess people just thought she was kind of hot dogging it. So I noticed she has changed her hair. She's a lot more muted now, a lot less flair.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think it's a little too late. One thing about her, she's not. She looks young, but she's actually not. She's in her 40s.
She's 40. She's 14. She's 40. It's the melanin. You know, the
She was
melanin throws
actually a
people
couple
off.
years older than that.
It's no, she's 40. I think she's 84, 85. She's 40. It's the, or she's, or maybe, let's say, I think 41, maybe 42, but she's 40. It's the melanin. You know, the melanin throws people off. It's the fountain of youth. So
Well,
she looks younger.
right, but the bottom line is that, you know, she has a lot of accomplishments, but the showboating didn't help. And I'm going to be honest with you. I think not being settled down at her age has worked against her also. You know, a lot of people just kind of, you know, see her as a gum popper, not very serious. And, you know, she doesn't have the gravitas of motherhood or anything like that. And I think that's part of, you know, a negative against her image.
Okay, so with that being said, later on, Stanley, I'll give you some information in regards to her congressional seat. I'm very, very familiar with in regards to her congressional seat.
Will she still have one?
She will have, yeah, she's not going anywhere. Because
Well, no. She might be districted out.
no, that's not going to happen. I'll
Oh.
explain later to you. I'll explain later to you. I just know this. I'll talk to you about it
Oh,
later.
okay.
I actually had to go, but
All right.
her seat is going nowhere. Her seat's going nowhere. That's Eddie Bernice Johnson's seat. That seat that she has right now, I grew up there, and that seat was created for Eddie Bernice Johnson, Black woman, by George Bush, President George Bush, when they redid.
Really?
Yes, it was.
Was
And
he governor at the time?
no. HW.
Oh, really?
Yes, specifically for Black women in that particular area. That area is that seat. It goes nowhere, and it will be for Black women, for a Black woman. That's why Jasmine has that seat. Eddie Bernice Johnson passed away. That particular district was formed for her, for a Black woman.
Huh.
So, and only Eddie Bernice Johnson had that seat. Basically, think like the Pope, lifetime position. The only reason Eddie Bernice Johnson no longer has that seat, which she had for like well over, I'm talking like 93, which she had, is because she passed away. There was a special session. That's how Jasmine got that seat. Jasmine was not elected until recently, until 24. She basically filled this seat because Representative Johnson had passed away. So I myself, I'll be honest with you, Stanley, I myself was concerned because Eddie Bernice Johnson was just a great woman, very quiet, not loud. She was go along, get along, solid Democrat, solid Democrat. She was there when you needed her. So seeing someone like Jasmine really bring this seat to such national attention, because it never had this type of attention ever, I was a little concerned that people will start trying to get at her, especially because Jasmine is a young Black woman who was qualified. Jasmine is not from Texas, but she did grow up like us, Stanley. She grew up like us, and she went to law school at University of Houston.
Well, she went to Rhodes College. That's the same undergraduate college that Amy Coney Barrett went to.
So she knows she comes from a great background. She comes from that type of background you and I come from. And
yeah, well,
seriously,
and Portia too comes from that type of background, and Portia is not a fan.
I think that she's a little loud, and remember, she's not as familiar with Texas, and also Jasmine is not as familiar with Dallas, Texas. She's not as familiar with that area. I will speak more to you about it later on, Stanley.
Okay.
The only thing is that they're not the district, that seat goes nowhere, but they may try to primary her. That's what I've been hearing.
You mean the Democrats?
They may try to primary her out. They may. I don't know.
think that. I don't see that.
You know, who would know better, maybe Portia, because from what I heard, Portia is like, knee deep in Texas like that.
Well, you know what? Portia's probably going to run against her.
But if they do, then maybe. But the thing is,
Portia's actually that deep. If Portia said, "Hey, I want to run for that seat,"
no, but that seat, you need to be from that area. You have to be you need to know people, be from that area. That's what I'm concerned about. Yeah, it is. It's like that there. Eddie Bernice Johnson is from that area. There's other people from that area who could take that seat. A lot of people I know, my parents.
Really?
Yes. My parents know a lot of people there. And my mom likes Jasmine. It's just like, Jasmine, she's not private school Dallas like that. She's not private school Dallas. Jasmine is private school, but she ain't private.
Not from Dallas.
Not Dallas. Just like think you Savannah. Like I just can't run in Savannah and be the way I am. There's a manner to that. And on top of that, you have roots, you have your family. Like you know how to get around there. That's what I'm saying. Jasmine herself doesn't have that knowledge. Even though Jasmine did go to University of Houston Law School, which is a big plus, she didn't go to the law school where Eddie Bernice Johnson went to school.
Where'd she go to school?
I'll tell you later. I'll tell you more about it later.
Okay.
But so my long story short, that seat goes nowhere, but I did hear that they may try to primary her with this one woman from Louisiana. That's what I heard. I don't know. And then of course, whatever Portia knows. But I like Jasmine. And she's qualified. She's an attorney. She's qualified. Defense attorney. I just think she may be a little bit loud. And I know someone has talked about her in home training. I know these people. I'm from Savannah. Like you're from Savannah, and I've heard nothing but good things from Savannah. The food, the manor, downtown, like that southern, that genteel, genteel. She's not genteel, and I think you know what I mean when I say that.
So, I know what you mean.
I think that's what they kind of want to polish her up a little bit. She's a pretty girl, but she knows she needs to be a little bit more, P's and Q's. That's all.
We need to put some Spanish moss on those oaks.
My goodness. Talk to you later. Gotta go.
All right, take it easy.
What's
up, Charles?
Question, comment.
Oh, do you? Well, let me say hello to my buddy Charles here. How you been, Charles? Well, go ahead, Stan.
Yeah, no, I was just telling her, but before you end it, I got a question, and I got to make sure I send you my number so we can talk more about some other things that
Stanley,
I see.
can you hear me?
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Charles is calling from is it you're in? Damn, I'm having all kinds. I am tired.
You are tired. You've been doing this for 8 hours straight. That's
from
much.
Nigeria, folks. He's calling from Nigeria.
Yeah. How's everyone doing?
Pretty good.
And doing well.
I just came into the conversation. I can see Harris on Colbert. our politics broken, black women, job crisis. So I didn't really catch much of what the conversation is about. But I think I did see a clip of Harris on the Colbert show where she was asked about, essentially saying that she was right. All her predictions about Donald Trump, what he was going to do, everything is coming, everything is happening. And then Cobra asked her that, no, she said the thing that she didn't see coming was Donald Trump essentially being able to capture and the whole political system just capitulating to Donald Trump, which is something that I didn't see coming too. So I want to find out from you Americans, why is that so? Why has the political machinery just bowed down to Donald Trump? How is Trump
Well, it
able to so
hasn't.
effectively capture everything?
The Republicans have. Look, Charles, I showed a clip, and as a matter of fact, I'll put it in the back. I clipped out a interview that Steve Bannon had on Frontline. It's a PBS show. As a matter of fact, I'll put it on the Discord. Look, these guys had between losing in 2020 probably helped Trump tremendously because they had 4 years to plan this out. Okay, you've heard of Project 2025. Trump kept saying, "Oh, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is." They literally have had it planned out. They had the Heritage Institute is one of the oldest conservative think tanks. They basically had it all mapped out in a policy paper, 90 some pages. And there is nothing that has gone much different than how it was mapped out. Probably the only things that kind of didn't go to plan was Elon Musk kind of fizzling out. And it looks like they're not going to be able to do the 3,000 deportations a day. Now, here's the deal. I think there have been enough roadblocks that the court system has put in its way. They're in a hurry to get what they need done before the bottom falls out. And you can see Epstein was unplanned. They weren't expecting that. And you can tell that they're kind of panicking a little bit because now they're going in trying to scrounge up extra districts for representatives because the House of Representatives is like within 4, they hold 4 more seats or round about that number than the Democrats. If all things were left the way they are, there's a very good chance that the Democrats would take the House of Representatives back. I don't know that they'll take the Senate, but the House of Representatives is something they could easily lose. So what they're trying to do is generate some extra Republican seats. Now, the problem is that California, Illinois, and who knows who else, they can probably match the number of seats. But essentially, I think the irony is that essentially what Trump is having to do or what they're attempting to do in Texas is steal. It's basically steal an election. Okay, they spent 4 years talking about how elections were rigged, and what they're trying to do now is rig an election. I don't understand how people aren't beating them up more for this.
So I think it's good news. It's good news to hear that the system hasn't really totally fallen to Trump because I was a bit worried that
there's still resistance, and as a matter of fact, I've got something else that Gretchen Whitmer said. That I think Whitmer, Pritzker, and Whitmer is governor of Gretchen Whitmer is governor of Michigan. John Pritzker, or whatever his first name is, Pritzker, gave a pretty decent speech yesterday. I'll send that to you as well. You're starting Pritzker in 2028. I could see that happening. That dude is rich, probably richer than Trump. Not that the money should matter, but you know what? My billionaire can beat your billionaire, and he's been a governor, and from all I can tell, an effective and popular governor. I could see him running against someone like a JD Vance and beating JD Vance, especially if there's 3 more years like this first 7 months. And the other thing, this will surprise you, Charles. I think that it'll be Marco Rubio running for president in 2028. It's just my gut feeling. He's the only big name in that administration that has been able to avoid criticism or being in the papers every day. And I don't think JD Vance has the gravitas or the spine to put up an effective fight. JD Vance was a Marine. I don't think he has military bearing at all. He was like a photojournalist or something in the Marines. He has no military bearing, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem to have Trump's fire and charisma to be able to carry forward the MAGA agenda.
Well, what you call fire, I call crazy.
Yeah, crazy can be charismatic. I mean, look at it. Bad man of the Third Reich, Hitler. So.
Stan, you got any input?
Yeah, so Stan, go ahead, please.
Yeah, definitely, right. So what's always been amazing to me, right? Because I've been a part of AFRICON and military and all this, right? And I understand Charles' concern, right? Why he's asking the question. This is my thing. What Trump is doing, you know how when somebody run a play, nobody ever thought they was going to run the play. And now people starting to catch on to what he's doing. Because he's ran amok these past 7+ months or whatever, 8 months. Now people catching on what he's trying to do. But I've been in them other countries, man, they run amok over there all day. Because I got partners, man, that's in the military.
Trump is a perfect African leader.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, so everybody's catching on to his play. We're seeing a lot of people losing their jobs that never thought they would. I'm telling you, it's always a trickle down effect. When they got rid of the jobs, right? And and then guess what? Those was the consumers, right? The ones that was buying things and all that. No longer are they buying it. They taking their children out of private school because they no longer can afford it. So now everybody's catching on to the play. But in them other countries, I know how they get down. They take the rich, keep all the money, and then they stay poor. And so their systems is totally screwed up. I mean, like they do corruption right in your face. Now Trump is trying to do it in our face. Never before in the history that they did things in your face. Trust me, it's gonna be pushback, just like you said, Stanley. And that's why I ain't interrupt, because you're right. Now he's getting pushback because now we are in America. You're like, wait a minute. That's why all these judges are getting involved. You say, man, we ain't letting you run rampshire in America. But in them other countries, they do it all day, every day. Stanley, we know that.
Well, all I have to say is two things are kind of like he stepped over that line in the sand. It's going to be Epstein, because from what I've heard, from some YouTube shows, and I don't know whether it's real or not, but back in that 2006, 2007 time frame, when Epstein first got into hot water, Donald Trump there's some stuff way back in those days that you cannot separate Donald Trump out from. And then the other thing is adding that ballroom to the White House. I don't think that's going to fly. I don't think the American people want, he paved over the Rose Garden.
Exactly.
And now he's going to put a ballroom that's 3/4 the square footage. Well, probably not the square footage, but in volume, it's 3/4 the size of the White House. He's literally going to change kind of the profile or the silhouette of the White House with a big ass ballroom. It's like, we don't pay you to throw these grand, balls. We pay you to be president.
But
What kind of?
Who's going to stop him?
He's paying for it out of. Apparently, he's donating his presidential salary to it. I don't know who's going to stop him, but I can guarantee you, unless it's done in the next 3 years, because Trump only has 3.5 years or so left in office, unless they're going to throw it up in under 3 years. If I were the next president, if Stanley were running for president and I wound up in the Oval Office, on day one, my first executive order would be to tear it down.
Yeah, but
or repurpose it, or repurpose it. Or
You know what?
repurpose it.
Tear it down and put the Rose Garden back.
But I don't think he's concerned with that project, Stanley. I think he's concerned with distraction.
He was literally up on the roof surveying it yesterday.
Nah, he want to leave his staple. He want to leave his staple.
He wants to distract from the Epstein issue. So he's
Oh
going to
well,
go out.
nobody. Well, no. Well, you know what? The Democrats the Democrats did some procedure to force the Republicans, James Comer in particular, to subpoena a bunch of Epstein stuff. This is not going away. He can distract all he wants. It's not going away. Congress is now, or the House of Representatives specifically, is now subpoenaing stuff. They moved Ghislaine Maxwell from some like real prison to minimum security prison. They did like a waiver. Sex offenders are not supposed to be in minimum security prisons in the federal system. Trump waived they granted her some special authority to be moved to a minimum security prison. And right now, her lawyers are negotiating with Congress to get immunity for her testimony. And
I'm not as optimistic that anything is going to come out of this for Trump. I mean,
I don't think. I think
Republicans are going to be in big trouble once Trump is gone. But Trump himself, I don't think so.
You know what? Just damaging his credibility with his base is enough.
He doesn't have any credibility, and his base, they're like cultists.
His base is
like
do or die.
They're like cultists. They're going to. It's only a matter of time,
Right?
before
But he's lost some of that luster with his own base, like the true believers. True believers are
He
asking.
doesn't really need them because he's not running again for president. So
The true believers are starting to ask questions.
yeah, with the 2 remaining brain cells that they have, once it's down to 1,
Well,
I'll back to him again.
All I'm saying is that, when he said he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue, that might have been true, but not releasing the whatever it was they were looking for, the Epstein files. That was the one thing. You can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue all you want, as long as you release those Epstein files, and he did not release those Epstein files. And his thing was like, hey, if there was something on me, the Democrats would have released it. Well, if there's nothing on you, why don't you release them? He's not going to be able to get away with it with his base.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why I still think Trump is secure is because that file would indict people across the political spectrum. So both Democrats and Republicans and Trump himself. So it's in the interest of the politicians, the establishment politicians from both sides, to nip it in the bud.
Well, it's how he sold it. The way he sold releasing those files is it would take down a bunch of Democrats, and all of a sudden, hey, they're waiting for Democrat blood, and all of a sudden he's not giving them their fix of blood. And the reason being, the theory, and from what I'm hearing, kind of, third, fourth, fifth hand, is that there's almost no way he cannot be intertwined in this. I mean, he met Melania at an Epstein party.
Elon Musk literally said, and I believe him for once, the reason the files have not been released is because Donald Trump is on the Epstein files. And it's true. I mean, there is enough circumstantial evidence to show that this file indicts Donald Trump. And all he's been doing so far proves that. But the thing is, it's not going to go anywhere so much. I mean, he's thrown so many distractions. Now he's trying to investigate Obama for Russia Gate.
Okay, that's, you know what? That is a non-starter. Even if they were able to produce something that would be worth, Donald Trump secured immunity for presidents. So even if they were able to,
he knows that it's a distraction. That's the point.
Okay,
the point is to just
Charles, I'm literally here day in and day out. The distractions aren't working.
Okay, let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes.
I mean, Epstein stuff is still in the newspapers every day.
I agree. So let's see how it goes.
I don't think Trump will wind up in jail, but I think this is enough to take some of the luster off of MAGA as a movement.
So what's the worst that could happen to Trump? Sorry, just one minute. What's the worst that could happen to Trump from all this?
Yeah. Hey Stanley, can I jump in real quick, brother?
Yeah.
Hey, but what I'm gonna say is that it's not even about the Trump. When they take the luster off and the MAGA, everybody's running for office that's Republicans. And the people that's supporting him, when they find out that he's corrupt, that's what the biggest impact is going to be, because they get ready to have the primaries get ready to come up again for Senate and the Congress and governors and all that, right? That's what it's going to get. So anybody that supports him, people going to look at them sideways. It's not about even taking Trump down. He's the president. And then they gave him immunity. No problem. But if you rocking with him, I'm telling you this, they're going to say, he did all this, and they're going to turn their nose up on them. So that's what the biggest impact is going to be. Trump is one man, but it's going to affect the party. That's why when Trump came in, and a lot of Democrats lost their dang on positions in the House and the Senate, that was the impact, because they said, I'm draining the swamp. That's the impact. It's not about one person. But if they can prove that he been lying to them and all that, watch how his dang constituents and the fucking Republicans, they got to scramble. And people are not going to vote for them. And that's why Texas getting ahead of it. That's why they trying to change the goddamn own districts.
But Trump has been lying since birth, and that hasn't changed anything. Why
well, prove he lying. Prove he
Why
lying.
is this lie? Why is this lie suddenly going to mean anything different?
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm gonna tell you this: nobody like people touching children. That's why.
Well, let me tell you the other thing. The way Trump presented it is there were going to be a lot of Democrats, liberals, commies, whatever you want to call these people on the left. He promised heads on pikes, and he did not deliver. These MAGA people, they, you know what, own the libs is like, one of their 10 commandments. Okay, if you promise we're going to own some libs, you better be delivering. And this Epstein thing, look, you promised it to us. It was one of your core promises. And when it comes time to deliver the tangible, he did not deliver the tangible. And worse than that, he didn't delay it. He didn't do anything. He just sent Bondi out there to say, hey, there's no there there. You can't be doing that with this base.
That's a great point. I mean, because people that supporting Trump, I'm talking about politically, I'm talking about Congress, the House, and the Senate, and like you saying, they say, "Where's the there?" Right?
Yeah,
And
well, these
they're
people,
gonna
these
lose
this
favorability.
MAGA base, they don't want the Democrats reduced to an opposition party. They want
Right?
the Democrats gone. They
Gone.
want MAGA to reign Reich.
The Fourth Reich.
No,
We know
no,
how
it'll be.
long the last Reich lasted, right?
You mean the Third Reich? Not long.
Yeah, the third one wasn't very long. So this would
Well,
be
this will
short.
be the first Reich for America.
But the funny thing is that I don't understand why these MAGA people think that the ideology is going to survive Trump. It's too chaotic. It's just going to
Well,
implode.
I don't think I don't think, the Tea Party went away. I think these populist movements in the United States, if you go back and look, back around right after the Civil War, between the Civil War and I forget the years, but like 1890 something, right in there, Wilmington, North Carolina happened. That was a populist movement. And then there was a populist movement where black farmers and white farmers were kind of, making some hay. And the elites went in and broke that up toot sweet. Um, Populist movements have always been flashes in the pan. Occupy Wall Street, Tea Party. It doesn't matter whether it's a left populist or a right populist. They are hot, they are heavy, they are volatile, and they are ephemeral. They will be gone. And I think MAGA is in that pattern. But anytime I've brought that up in these YouTube spaces, people swear up and down that MAGA's here to stay. Well,
I agree with
these
you.
true believers think that MAGA is literally like a dynasty, and it's showing some cracks in the base.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I don't think it's going to last. I don't think it's going to outlast Trump. Once Trump is gone, a whole lot of these Republicans who aided and abetted Trump, I see a lot of them in jail. That's what I'm looking
Well,
for.
you're right about that. It's a cult of personality. I don't think anyone else can do it. But see, that's why he wants these fundamental changes. Look, the Republicans since Reagan have wanted to break the government. Okay, they want it broke beyond repair, and that's what Trump is trying to do. And he's not able to break it, like the education department, Corporation for Public Broadcasting, that might be broken beyond repair. But Doge has been going. One of Doge's goals was to break stuff. Look, that's like an Elon Musk special. Okay, there's like, I forget what they call it, but there's this Silicon Valley ethos
Yeah,
where
move
you
fast
go
and
into
break
a
things.
company, you break it, and then
Yeah, move fast and
anything
break things.
right, anything that absolutely needs to be put back, will do it. But you break it, you just assume, just tear it down and see what you have to put back. These people want to treat government like a business. Okay, the people on the right have been saying for decades, we want this country run like a business. We need a businessman as president. That's part of the luster. Also, Trump is a nominally a businessman. You cannot run a nation state like a company. They are fundamentally different. And I don't know why people don't get that.
Yeah, it's weird why you would want to replicate. Why not run? Why
Well,
not
I,
run it
I
like
have I have my theories, and I wish John
why
Galt
not
were
run?
here so I could really agitate.
Yeah, why not advocate for running the government like a family? Why run it like a business? Of all the things that you could run it as. You choose profit over people, over fulfillment, over life, over quality. Just choose profit. I mean, what's the point of profit? It's insane.
Okay, well, Trump basically feels it's his birthright, I think. Look, having Obama in office, that hurt a lot of people's feelings. Okay. Trump has this obsession with Obama. And this is just my personal feeling. I think that people like Trump were literally hurt to their souls that a black man got into office. It's almost like I hate to be crude, but it's almost like, if your white wife slept with a black, side piece, you never quite look at her. What's the term? You start calling her a mud shark or whatever the term is. I think that Trump is trying to get rid of all vestiges of anything that could possibly be, credited to Trump. And Obama, and Biden was Obama's vice president. So, all that stuff, we got to wipe the fingerprints off. We got to start over, plus getting rid of the administrative state. There's just a lot of things that Republicans have been wanting to do since Reagan got out of office. And Trump is their hope.
Hey Stanley, can I say this real quick? So let's think about it, right? So when Obama, because I don't play this party stuff because all of them play shady, right? But when Obama came in, it was the dang on market crash, right? And then he
Right.
dug it out. He was there for 8 years, and then Trump comes in, right? And
Mhm.
then when Biden got elected, it was a crisis. It was the cough, right? C-19.
Right.
And I'm like, they digging themselves out. And then when they come back in, then they want to blame everybody else. I'm like, man, are we watching it? It's not about parties. It's about the individuals. You will never be the party. That's too vague. The individual, what did they do? That market went down, and a lot of people that was in the market, the civilians in 2008, they caught a lot of hell, bankruptcies at alarming rate, losing their homes, foreclosures, and all that. And when Obama took it, and whatever the administration, because I've never give credit to one person because it takes a team, and then they level set it. When they did the level set, then here come Trump. Cool. And then when the cough happened, the C-19 happened, now he handed that over to Biden. And I'm like, man, are we watching? Man, it is not about the parties. It's about the individuals. They playing a game, and they playing the game in our face. And if you don't get out there and realize what they're doing to us, when people talk about Democrats and Republicans, man, are y'all crazy? Them jokers play golf with each other. Just like when you go to court. That judge and that DA and the dang on prosecuting and defense guys, they play golf. They go to bar mitzvahs together. They go to baby showers together. They take trips together. If we don't realize it's not about the parties, it's about the individuals, and we keep playing this party game, you're going to lose. Vote for the right candidate and check their bio. Just like we had to do in the military, before they can give me an assignment, they check my background. They didn't automatically just choose me because I was here. But we just do things based on parties. No, look at everybody's bio. I never did a
Right.
straight party ticket in my life when I
Right.
first got the right to vote. I'm looking at the individuals. I said, no, yes. No, yes. We keep doing this party stuff, and the party ain't even there.
Well,
So
I'm going to tell you, and I'm still not sure the Democrats actually get what's happened to them over the last 10 years. We need to do a lot of work locally. All
bingo,
politics is local, and I'm
bingo,
still not sure the Democrats get that.
bingo. Hey, but Stanley, watch this. Hey, you see they pushing everything back to the states.
Yeah.
That's the ones that tell you whether you get a driver's license, a barber's license, or a cosmetologist license, or whatever, a doctor's license, a lawyer's license to be able to practice in a state. That is local. If you don't vote locally, I mean, what the hell you talking about the federal government for? That's why the federal government said, forget it. I'm pushing it right back down to y'all.
Well, the thing is, in the South, where, I mean, basically the Republican base is in the South still. And, I saw Marsha Blackburn running for she's given up her Senate seat basically to run for governor of Tennessee, pushing all this stuff back to the states. You know what? I'm not making a direct comparison, but I am noting that, the Confederacy was all about states' rights, and the right wing of American politics has always wanted to push stuff back to the states. They do not want a strong national government. These guys have a plantation mentality in the South, and they want their own little fiefdoms. Okay, they don't want Washington telling them what to do or how to do it. And I actually think that Trump does not have an actual. Trump may have designs on a lot of different things, but I actually think when I say Marco Rubio is like the smartest bear in that cabinet, the rest of them are not that bright. And I do kind of wonder whether they're even smart enough, to get their aims, get their goals. Steve Bannon doesn't have office. I think Stephen Miller, for instance, he's going to fizzle out. He might be the last cockroach alive, but I don't think he's going to actually be able to get what he wants to get. Look at what they're having to scramble. They're having to drop age requirements and offer these like huge military style bonuses just to get people to work for ICE.
Right.
I
think it down to 18.
Yeah, I can't believe that.
Wow.
That's like a paramilitary. That's like a paramilitary outfit. 18,
normally
you really want 18-year-olds.
Go ahead.
I mean, I guess 18. Can you be? Does anyone know what the minimum age to say be a cop in a big city? I would think you'd have to be 21.
Yeah, you spot on. We ain't gonna fact check this right now, but I'm telling you, you can join the military at 17, 18 years old, but they got structures in place, right? And then typically people will graduate from that, retire, or they ETS out and go to ICE because they already got something. But you telling me somebody 18 years old can come straight off the streets and go into doing what they doing? Bruh, you know they in trouble. They're trying to hire 10,000 18-year-olds. They in trouble.
Yeah, I simply cannot believe that they're gonna have 18-year-olds doing this mission. I think that they're scrambling for votes in Texas. They're hiring 18-year-olds to run an immigration and customs enforcement outfit. Yeah, that's some scary stuff.
When seasoned people in the military with customs and
Clara says it's 20. Clara says it's 20 and a half years old.
Yeah, I think that was the answer to your question, to be a police officer.
Really?
Yeah, man, they don't let no 18-year-old do it. But we're gonna do the biggest thing that you got to identify, PID in the military, positive identification, do a background and all that, and you're not gonna be all emotion. I'm like, come on, man. If people that's older that went through training lose their shit, you talking about an 18-year-old that just graduated from high school? Come on, man. What are we really doing in America? It doesn't
Well,
make
you know
sense.
what? They got rid of the Peace Corps, so here's your chance
Here's
to.
it. Right. It's funny you brought up the Peace Corps. I ain't heard about the Peace Corps in so many years when they were
I
doing
bet
great work.
I bet it's gone by now.
Oh yeah, USAID. You know that's gone. And we were trying to feed them to keep them healthy because we know they travel and hey man, we taking care of them so they don't bring it over here, right? I mean, come on, man. And so it is what it is, man. Well, it's
These
fine.
damn ICE agents can't even have a drink after a stressful day.
Yeah, 18. I'm like,
At
bruh.
least in the military, you might be able to get one on base.
Right. They'll make sure you stay on base, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah. And man, please. And you're gonna take an 18-year-old, and we see how they've been raised. We've been on panels. We listen to it.
That's funny.
And I'm like, wow. And that's the guy that's gonna sit up there and determine where this guy, this woman, this child need to be deported, and then they get quite naturally going to be resistant, just like a person trying to repossess your car. And you think that joker going to show some restraint, or they going to freeze and get everybody messed up?
I'm 18. I'm 18 with a badge.
Yeah, watch that. What that badge do? So come on, man. We that desperate in the U.S.?
Well, I think they are to hit their goal. I don't know what this obsession with 3,000 people a day. I think that I think they ought to relax that, and I think there's signs that they're they're finally realizing that hey, this is like an impossible goal. But I saw a story earlier today where they're starting to say, hey, look, you know what? If you are grabbing people who are legally here and you're deporting them without due process, you can't. They violated no law. They're here legally. Why are we deporting those people?
Because they all look alike. Yeah, come on, man. They ain't vetting none of this stuff, man. They sending them across the pond, man. But I'm just like, man, like like the comment in the chat. I don't want any Call of Duty brain rotted Zoomer in ICE because they think because they playing this shit Call of Duty on the goddamn game. You think you gonna go out there and that's the way it's gonna happen? I'm telling you that this need to be people that have experience and know communication skills that need to be out there doing what they're doing.
Well, my question is, are they going to be able to get off their phones long enough to do any arresting?
Man, they playing. You remember when they came out with that game? I can't even think of the name. Finding Pokemon. Them jokers were getting ran over by cars, and they were talking about find a Pokemon, and them jokers falling in ditches and all that. Man, I mean, that's the one that's gonna go chase. Tell somebody that you got to go. And the real thing on a serious note, the real thing that ticks me off. We fought for freedom. We fought for due process. If a person that you find has been in this country for 30 years, that is undocumented or illegal, right? No problem. Take them to the same court. Take them to the court system. Nah, we're just going to pick them up, put them in a plane, and take them away.
Well, you know what? I wouldn't approve of it, but I might be able to stomach someone just here, no papers, no nothing, or you're here and you committed a crime.
The crime shit, that's what I got a problem with.
Yeah, you could probably justify it, but what I cannot justify is taking somebody who did the right thing, they did it the right way, their visa or whatever green card has not expired, they're just here and they're a target of opportunity. That's just crazy. No, it's cruel. You're nabbing some target of opportunity. You're leaving. And the other thing that I cannot abide by is if Americans are being hurt. This is where they just totally lost me. You remember some mother who had like a 5-year-old with cancer. This child is an American citizen, but the mother was not. So they give the mother a choice. You take your kids or you leave them here. Well, of course, the mother's going to want her kids. But in the meantime, you're hurting American citizens. Even if they're a minor and they're with their mother, I'm sorry, you make an exception. Okay, I don't care if she's here illegally or, the one caveat might be as if she committed some crime or something. But if the choice is deport the mother or and the choice is she either takes her American citizen kids with her, I'm sorry, make an exception. I don't care if she's illegal. I don't care. She stays because you're depriving those two American kids of an American childhood. I'm sorry, that's just not going to fly with me.
Hey, Stanley, this is what's wild to me, right? So yeah, well, they already committed the crime because they came here illegally. So that's why.
Well, it's technically not a crime. If you
exactly.
Well, the second time it is, but I mean that first time, it's not even. It's nowhere near a criminal act. It's like some administrative thing.
Right, but watch this. It's amazing how the people that's setting up these rules and laws that after they illegally came over here and then they put a period on, nobody else can do it. Fine, get it. You won the battle. However, when somebody gets over here, give them due process. You're going to tell the person that had children over here, got family members, and you tell them, make a choice like that. What choice? You're not really giving a person a real choice. Man, you see, and I love people that do it the right way. What's the right way? You tell me how the president's wife, her came over here because she jumped the line because they had money. Her family came over here because they jumped the line. I'm telling you that people don't have money like that and all that. So you tell me the rich people and the wealthy people, they don't need a quality of life. They're not leaving a good opportunity, because if I was staying in a country or in a neighborhood, I'm going to do everything to get my family out. But guess what? And you can call me wrong, fine. But give me due process, right? You crazy as hell. You think I'm gonna leave my damn children, my family in a place where they shooting every day, rat and roaches, and they taking all my goods? I'm telling you, people are not running to America because it's better where they are. Come on,
you know what? My only thing is if those kids are American and you are given that sort of choice, I think it's the right of those minor American children to have an American childhood, and if the mother is not some violent criminal, make the exception.
We deport criminals. Did you see everybody crying when they started all this mass deportation? Man, the farmers are on this shit crying. The builders are out here crying. We don't have workers. We don't have this. And then that's why Trump said, well, I'm gonna make a law, executive order to say, no, let them stay. You right. You crazy. You can't make us go out in the heat. You won't even go out there and take your trash can out to the damn road unless the sun is down. Man, we have made ourselves so weak, but we like our licky chewy stuff, Stanley. And so if we take them people out of the farming, we take them out of construction, we take them off from all this stuff, we not gonna do it. Talking about, and they try to give the black people to about they taking y'all jobs. Man, you ain't going out in no damn field, Stanley. So why they telling us they taking our jobs? They just want us to be mad about something we would never do in our life. Them jokers would rather starve to
you know
death.
what? I've heard people who are, into making sinister plots saying, you know what, at some point they're gonna force. Well, you heard the agriculture secretary. I don't think she was actually joking when she said, well, hey, some of these Medicare people Medicaid people, put them out in the fields. They're adding a work requirement. Put them out in the fields to replace some of.
They are not going. You already know, because what's in America, right? We got rights. I ain't going out there. I'm gonna cut your benefits, man. They'll kick your door in, man. I'm telling you, Americans are different than other countries, and I'm gonna tell you this: they will fight, right? But now America's never had a reason to fight. When they take your Medicaid, your EBT, and take your get out in the field. Man, they won't even take the trash out unless the sun is down. The children won't even go outside and play because it's too hot out there. You think you're going to put them out in the field? Good luck with that. They're going to start riding, man. I'm like, okay. Talk about put the people on assist and put them in the field. Good luck with that one.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. She didn't say it with a smile on her face, so she might have been serious.
No, they serious. Well, we'll replace them with the people that's getting assistance. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. You done told them they got all the rights in the world, Stanley. Hey, you can't make me, you can't this. You look at the traffic stops when you review those and all that. Them niggas, you can't make me do nothing. Man, please, you're going to put them out in the field and cropping tobacco and all this stuff. And you think you're going to put them out in the hot sun, put them on the roof and tar the roof and all that. Man, good luck with that. Never work. You ain't forcing them to do nothing. I'm like, okay. Hey, don't take Stan's word for it. You would never make them do it. They'll go take our stuff, Stanley. They'll come and kick in my door. Well, I'm the wrong door to kick in, but I'm just talking about for the sake of the conversation. They're going to start robbing other people.
Well, no, she didn't exactly. I guess it would be on that order, but yeah, basically she floats the idea, and I don't know that she was joking that, hey, you know what? We're adding a work requirement for Medicaid recipients. They can go out and pick strawberries, I guess, to replace some of the workers that are being deported. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, of course. But look, just making the comment, just having a cabinet member make that joke was inappropriate. If you're going to say something like that, you better be smiling and have your personal laugh track with you. Or somebody somebody to go, but I'm bummed.
Yeah. Stanley, they're kicking your door before they go out in the field. They'll rob people and crime will go up higher. Man, they're not doing that, man. I'm like, okay, you don't spoil them. They got air conditioning and game systems and all that. The children won't even come out, man.
Well, look, the thing is that forcing them to do it, I think, is not the right thing to do in the first place. It's not a matter of whether they will or won't. That they're expected to is problematic. Oh, here comes the roast master here. What you gonna roast?
I ain't gonna force anything, man. You ain't forcing them to do none of that.
I'm not roasting nothing, but I'm in the chat. I'm like, I can't take it, man. We can talk about football if y'all want.
Oh, Lord.
I'm not interested in football. I stopped following football about 5 years ago.
I think the season starts in about 3 or 4 weeks.
Hey, that's a John Galt thing. You know, John follows football just so he can trash black quarterbacks.
We got the answer. If you're getting some type of social assistance, you should go pick strawberries.
Yeah.
I mean, why give you the money for free? You and the kids can get out there and y'all can earn it for real.
Yeah, well, all I have to say is taking somebody from, New York City out into the hinterlands of New Jersey. Good luck with that.
Hey, Stan, let me ask you a question. If you have a baby with a woman that you're not married to, and you guys break up, who does the court system give the custody of the child to?
Automatically the woman. That's a loaded question.
And if the woman is not a legal citizen of the United States, let's say she crossed the border in the back of a U-Haul van during the Biden administration, and she gets caught and she has to leave. They're saying, all right, you tripping, you crossed the border illegally. Now we have to take you out of here. Tom Homan taps her on the shoulder. Do the kids go with her?
No.
See, this is the conundrum that Stanley doesn't want to.
Well, no, there is no conundrum. I told you the solution. Those kids who are American citizens deserve an American childhood. The answer is
switch it up now. You know what the rules are.
The answer is keep the mother. Make an exception. How many times do I have to say that?
Yeah, we make exceptions for women all the time.
No,
hey, you know what? I don't care about any of that.
I know. I'm not going there.
You wanted
I'm
to
just
do
saying.
this manosphere tasting thought.
Yeah, let's have a taste test. Let's taste these options, right?
Let me
ask we keep her tacos here.
So our rules don't really mean nothing. We have rules, but they don't hold up in court because.
Let me answer the question.
All right, go for it.
As long as she's not a criminal, I don't see why it's a reason to separate the woman from her children. I don't know, if vice versa, a man, unless if he's a criminal and he did all these acts, deport them. But if they got a clean record, whatever. This is one thing that pissed me off about these talking points, Stanley. I'm gonna tell you this. Everybody, not everybody, the majority of these talking points, hey, you need to love the children more than you hate each other. I'm telling you, what do you gain by the damn woman leaving? She never committed a crime or whatever. Or the guy leaving, he never committed a crime. You need to love the children more than you hate each other. Guess what? You hooked up on a one-night stand. You end up drunk, hazy, and you slept with Big Shirley. So what? The damn child is here. Now, what are y'all going to do with that? Y'all don't never get that far. Y'all always talk about the women all the damn time and talk about the men all the damn time. Nobody talks about the children.
I don't know, Deacon Day of CKJ3. I don't know. I mean, if the man is illegal, I mean, I did say I don't want American citizens hurt by any means. So, if it means keeping the man to keep the family together, yeah, okay.
So you know where you end up? Right back at square one, where you're not doing anything.
I don't think
because
so.
You're not holding the line on nothing.
How about just deport?
Unless your only suggestion is
How about just deport the criminals as a stage one? Instead of dealing with all these targets of opportunity. See, if you just deal with the criminals, it gives you a little bit of time to figure out the policies that would cover situations like this. I think that, like I said, I don't have a problem with the goal. I have a problem with the method, and going too fast too soon is a problem with the method.
Mm-hmm.
Why this wasn't gamed out?
It doesn't play out that way. It never plays out that way.
You know what? Well, then you roll with the punches. All I'm saying is that if the option is to hurt American citizens, that is not an option.
If the criminal comes over and makes a baby in the United States,
criminals are the
wait. Let me lay
exception.
out my scenario.
If you're a criminal, you got to go.
Okay, so what happens to the American citizen children?
Well, you know what? Might have to make that exception.
All of a sudden, you don't care? What are you saying?
Okay, well, see, you're not going to let me finish, are you? Don't put words in my mouth, son.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. But I see
You know what? You know
playing
what?
out.
It could be that we put the kids in foster care.
Nah, they go with the father or go with whoever's being deported.
Oh, well, whoever the relative is, foster care. If the lady is or man is the criminal, then they got to go. However, I just don't want to deprive. I don't know. You know what? That's difficult. I would say keep the kids, but then what I've heard about foster care, but you know what? If they're going to a country, that's overridden by gangs, the best thing would be to keep them in the States, I would think.
And see, my whole thing is, why even play this game at all? Get rid of all of them.
Yeah, well, you know what? We don't have your cruelty is the point mentality. And quite frankly, I for the life of me don't understand how a descendant of American slavery gets this kind of white boy cruelty streak.
Because, Stanley, you're not taking ownership in this American...
Dude, I know what taking ownership
whatever that
means.
we've helped build. I
have to
actually
say
have pride
is
in
I will
America.
never be able to
ownership. I helped
understand
build it, right?
how an American descendant of slaves could have the masses cruelty streak unless you're maybe the masses genes are expressing themselves.
Hey,
And this is why people are popping up everywhere saying that they're no longer black, because you have to have this standard set or this default setting that you have to be mad about.
Okay, well,
anybody having any type of patriotic outlook on this
how about let the default setting be? How about let the default setting be black and everybody come over to our default?
Hell no.
Okay,
I've seen how far it
you know
goes.
what? Don't expect black people to default to white. And as I said, this is just my personal feelings. Anyone who has any idea of the cruelty that American slavery involved, being a descendant of that horrible system, I honestly don't understand how cruelty is the point is anything that a black American could stomach.
Well, listen to what you're saying. They should come over here because none of us want to pick strawberries. We'll have them in the field.
I said nothing of the sort.
Oh, okay. The jobs we don't want to do, they'll do while they watch everybody
You know
else.
what? I said nothing
They'll
of the
do that
sort.
and they'll move past black people, which is crazy.
See. This is what you anti-black blacks want to do. You want to fast forward to the argument you think you can win. You want to just gloss over the hard part and get to Stanley, you said, no, let's take our time getting there. Bottom line is and this is just me. And it's really not even casting shade, but I personally don't understand how anyone who's a descendant of American cruelty, systemic American cruelty, can be so willing to participate in it once they free.
Mm-hmm. And I told Walla yesterday, I said, I ask questions because it answers the questions that I'm not asking. And here you are answering all types of questions that I asked yesterday. You moved off your position on this.
I haven't moved off of any position. Let you buy into Wale's flattery if you want.
No, I just noticed that sometimes you do double speak.
I don't ever do double speak. What you don't do is double hear. I think you double hear. You kind of hear what you want to hear. And you know what? If you don't understand something I say, ask me a question.
Maybe I don't mean double speak, but you definitely tripped over your logic. You said
No,
now that the
I
person is
don't
a
trip over.
criminal,
I
they have to
rarely
go.
trip over. I
But that
rarely trip
also hurts
over
the
logic.
American children. You said as long as
This is
American
not.
children don't get
This
hurt,
is.
then you said,
See, you want to
okay, deport
gish.
them if they're a
You
criminal,
want to
so that way.
gish gallop. See, what you're doing is gish
He always
galloping
said,
over
get the
what I
criminals
said.
out of here.
Yeah, even
I
if they
have
have
no
kids. So
problem supporting
what
the
does that do?
criminals.
What happens to the kids?
Okay, look at your gish galloping back over where we just covered. If you're a criminal, you don't need to be here. Okay, but
Right, I agree with you.
the cases I'm talking about did not involve criminal mothers. Hey, Lou, I haven't even left the house. There's no beer in the house. There is no Guinness count. So you're not that lucky. You're not that lucky today. You got fully sober, Stanley, and I'm gonna have, by the time I get out to get my Guinness, I'm gonna have some roasted hide.
I think Stanley should have had some beer. He's a little bit sharper.
Yeah, but he said criminals need to go. And that's what he kept saying.
Yeah, but he didn't make the point that criminals could also be fathers or mothers.
Okay, I'm not making that point at all. Where are you getting this from, Dave?
Because if they're a parent, you don't want the family to be broken up. There's no chance they could be a parent and a criminal.
See, I said nothing of the sort. I went so far as to say if the mother is a criminal, and you know what, the only choice is to keep the kids here and put them in some sort of foster care. I would rather the American kids stay here in foster care and deport the criminal mother or father.
After due process. So how much money do they get?
I think the criminal, let's just let Trump do what he wants to do. Now, if the criminal offense is like, hey, he got caught smoking weed, I'm even going to say that's criminal. Go ahead and get him out of here, even though I would be inclined to, a nonviolent crime. I'm not so sure that's the right decision, but let's just make it easy for you. If you got a criminal offense, take them out. I still want the American kids in America. And if it means choosing between the evil of keeping the criminal or putting the American kids in foster care, I do the foster care.
What you're doing is you're literally like,
no, what I'm doing is making
weaker and weaker.
What I'm doing is making sense. And it is flabbergasting you. Now you got to start.
Yeah, because I do have a speech impediment. I guess I got to actually think about what I'm gonna say up here.
I don't care. Hey, I think
criminals gotta go. I don't know how hard is that for you.
I think electing Trump in the first place made us weaker.
I think that your position on it makes you understand it better, Stan. Because you agree with Stanley. He ain't gonna say nothing wrong as far as you're listening.
I said, I never got a chance to answer your original question. If a criminal commits a crime, take him out of the country.
Okay,
that's what we've been saying.
Now put a pin in that. Now, if he has a family, won't that break up the family?
Man, it is not about breaking up the family. Yeah, it's a reason why. That's why I like talking to civilians, right? Because the world is hell outside the United States. They're going to get slaughtered. They're going to get butchered and all that. And some of that happens here too, but it's more probable over there. So that's what Stanley and I am saying. Keep them here where at least they got a snowball chance in hell. You send them over there, it's immediately death.
How do you know? What the?
You don't understand what happens in them goddamn countries. That's why they run over here. Man, they attack them. They take all their damn villages. They take all their antiques. They burn their houses down. When the last time you saw somebody burn somebody's house down here? Keep Americans in America. That's the only thing we saying. Y'all frontal lobe is retarded. But I'm gonna tell you this: y'all only can see what you can see in America. In them other countries, bro, you're done. You automatically done. You already put in a bad situation. I mean, that leads to death.
At least
What
in
are we,
America, you got a
humanitarians?
chance.
Am I responsible for that? You guys want to give them due process and a house, you
That's
know what I mean? You
American
want to give them all
goddamn
kinds of
child.
shit. And then to the point where you're being soft on crime.
I said this in America. We said criminals go. Stop moving the goalposts. Criminals need to go. But if that's American child, we're going to protect Americans. Just like
Only
you
because
protect
they were
your
born
gun.
You
on
would
this
think
soil.
these America First anti-black blacks would be
Yeah,
stopping
man,
that.
forget them. Because they're going to take care of your ass because they've been trying to throw us out this goddamn country since the beginning. After slavery's over, we was no longer use. We had no more use. Man, they
Oh
trying
my
to figure out
God.
a way. Watch it. Watch it. You know, every time there's a shooting somewhere and y'all get mad and whatever, I'm going to tell you this. Watch who get the call. The police, the ambulance, CSI, the detectives. Man, you out living your purpose. And I'm telling you, they've been trying to figure out a way to get rid of you. And watch when they start emptying the prison. You think they're starting with taking the immigrants out of this country? They're figuring out a way to take them and send them to them same countries. I'm telling you, I'm never going to agree with you or anybody else that's going to do cruelty to children. Them children are here. They're Americans. If the parents are criminals, get them out of here. We'll figure out a way to take care of them. But you say just throw them all in the trash. Man, they've been trying to throw us in the trash forever. You get a mouthful of that, bro, and you watch what happens to you when the gang gun. Hey, ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, bro. Y'all keep going with this shit like y'all invincible, bro. Y'all, man, how can you not agree about taking care of children? I don't understand that at all.
So let me
But
see
you got
if
it, though.
I really couldn't follow what you were saying because it didn't really make sense to me. So I'm not.
Well,
I'm
wait,
not
hold on. It
advocating.
made sense to me. American children, American children deserve an American childhood under almost any means possible. You keep them here. If it means making an exception for a non-criminal mother, keep her here. Make the exception. If it means the mother has committed a heinous crime, well, you know what? She's got to go, but we're not going to give her a choice. The kids stay.
So you're stealing her kids from her.
You know what? If that's what you want to call it, I call it protecting the child's best
That's
interest.
not stealing.
No, you're taking the kids from her.
Yeah, watch it.
Hey, you know what?
When you have a damn child,
Well,
and
hell,
that
you
woman,
gave her
you commit a criminal
right now.
offense.
Give them a choice.
Hey, one at a time, you guys. You guys got to listen to what you're saying. As you're saying.
Stealing. Right now, we give a
That's
choice.
not stealing.
Don't give a choice.
That's not stealing.
You're not giving her a choice, and you're taking her kids from
Oh,
her.
all of a sudden, you're pro-immigrant feelings.
No, I'm not. I said deport them all. I said, why play this game? You guys want to play a game? I'm here to play.
Who knew
I'm here to play the
MAGA
game
had
with
a
you
heart?
guys. I said that, and I had to listen to you guys carry on about weak point after weak point, and you guys didn't make any good points.
All of a sudden, you're showing us your tender side.
No,
you stealing the kid.
I'm trying to understand how tender I got to get to understand you guys.
Okay, well, let me show you tender. Let me show you tender. Since you want to use that lane.
Hey, Stan, this is just a fun debate, bro.
Let me help
I'm
you
not
out.
tripping.
You know, let me help you out with you saying tender. You know, when a man commits a heinous offense, you notice even an American citizen, you can't see the child. You don't tell the woman she's stealing the child. Bro, are you crazy? When both parents are screwed up in America, you talking about Americans, they take the child from the parents. And you talking about, hey, that's stealing. Bro, when you commit offense in America, a heinous offense, they take the children from both parents. Did you call that stealing? Bruh, you need to do some research, bro.
No,
They take your damn child.
Scenario.
They take your child from you. If both parents are screwed up, they take your parents. Do you call that stealing? Answer my question first, and then you can rebut.
I don't agree with it.
Do you call
Both
that
parents,
stealing?
well, both parents messing up. They should find a grandparent or a closest relative. Honestly, I don't think the state should take custody of a child automatically.
Wait
So
a minute. Wait a minute. No. You answer my question. You call that stealing? Because most parents. I'm gonna tell you this. Hey, Stanley, I apologize for this. Most people don't even talk to their parents. They don't talk to their grandmother. You tell me you be on these panels more than you talk to your brother, your sister, and all that. Not you specifically. But I just had this conversation the other night. You think they're gonna take your damn child? You ain't talked to them in 10 and 15 years. Man, stop this bullshit capping. Bro, they're not taking your child. You don't even talk to them. They didn't like you growing up, and you don't like them as an adult. Stop that bullshit. Stop the cap, bro. We can go on these panels. We spend more time on these panels than we talk to our own goddamn family. Now they're gonna take your damn wayward ass children, bro. I think they need to find the grandparents. Trust me, they find them, they ask them, they say hell no. And I'm telling you, this is not back in the day when they would take the children in. So stop capping, bro. You would not call that stealing when the government said both parents are wayward. You wouldn't call it stealing. You won't
no,
answer that question.
no, I don't call that stealing. No, question answered. All right. So we're talking about two illegal immigrants having a baby on the soil. They both commit crimes, and you guys are saying that the baby should stay in America under foster care while the parents get deported.
American kids deserve an American childhood.
Exactly.
All right. Great. Now we have an understanding. You're both ridiculous.
Yeah, well, you know what? Coming from you, Dave, that really doesn't faze me much.
I know, not in this moment where octaves got kind of high. You guys are getting excited.
How
You can
a
sit down
black
chopping
man,
it up.
how an actual legacy black man in America can adopt so willingly and readily the white man's systemic oppression attitude, it is amazing to me.
And we had that conversation where I said yesterday.
Oh, and you know what? I'm
Wait.
having it again. I want to make sure I rub it in. I want to
Yeah, and
rub
that's
it
fine.
in. I
The
want to.
more you
I
do, the
want
more you prove my
everyone to
point.
hear.
Because we had that conversation yesterday where I
I
said,
want
if
to.
you
I
want to
want
be
everyone
anything
to
other than
know.
black, it's
I want
automatically white, and
everyone
you're
to
going to
know
do it right now.
far and wide
Go for
that
it.
you, Shamika, all these people, y'all have adopted Nick Fuentes' ways, and part of that is just cruelty is the point.
And you call that wanting to be white, right?
No, I didn't call it
That's
wanting
what
to
you
be
just
white.
said.
No, I did not say you wanted to be white. I think you just can't help it.
Hey Stanley, you know what's crazy to me, and what's really like it's not even mind blowing because I'm used to dealing with knuckleheads throughout my life. I'm like, wow. So
Present
you
company
tell
accepted, right?
me you take a child from the U.S. and then you send them to a country where they have no running water, everything is corrupt, and you want to let that child live that experience. That's what we saying. Yeah, just take them all. But now he say, you see, he messed up with this.
No,
Now,
I don't
see,
think you guys are actually paying
Both
attention to what you're
parents
saying for
are.
the need to be
Big
right.
Dave, I
Wait a minute.
see your
Wait a minute.
reinforcement is here.
Wait a minute. Both parents are
What happened?
criminals, and you send the child with the criminal outside the United States when it's an American citizen. Man, nobody with a half a damn brain would ever say that's a good thing to do for a child.
Well, you run that test. You take it everywhere you go, and you ask people, should the United States take the children away from two illegal immigrants that are getting deported? Because that's what
No,
I'm
we
asking.
said criminals.
Criminal illegal immigrants are
No,
not
we
U.S.
talking about.
citizens. Parents.
Hey, Stanley, can you break down what you said? What a criminal is?
No, I laid it out, and this is the answer you gave.
Okay, see what he's trying to
Oh,
do is he's trying to
bullshit.
bamboozle you. Let me make it simple for you, Dave. And Lou, now that you have come here to reinforce Dave, here is my simple premise and you work your policy to make this simple thing happen. American children deserve an American childhood. We will make exceptions to make sure they get their birthright, which is a childhood in the United States of America. Now, you shape your policy to fit that goal, and then you should be able to figure it out.
Stanley, how are they going to have a childhood with no parents?
Okay, no. Don't ask me how, son. Just make it happen.
If their parents get deported, how are they going to have a
pretend that I
childhood?
am Donald J. Trump. I don't care how you do it. Just make sure it's relatively legal. But that is the goal. You need to shape your policy to achieve that goal.
Are you asking me a question?
Oh, no. No, I didn't ask you a question. I
Okay,
told
well
you
then
what the
let me
policy.
make a statement.
I told you what my policy would be. All American children, even if they're the children of illegals or whatever, we figure out how to keep them here in America. That way you're going to be able to cover the criminals. You're going to be able to cover the non-criminals. American children, stay in the United States of America. Shape your policy to make that happen.
Okay, so that being said, if the parents were due to be deported because they acted and did some illegal activity.
I don't care. You don't need to ask me questions. The goal is to keep American children in these United
I'm just
States.
trying to figure out how this is going to be possible
Every
if they're going to get
American
deported.
child deserves to have an American childhood if possible. You don't need to ask me questions. You just need to make that happen. See,
Okay, so
I'm
we're
gonna
going to
have to
give
get
them an
all. I'm gonna have
American
to get all.
childhood.
I'm gonna have
How
to
are we
get
going
all
to do
Navy
that?
on you. I'm gonna have to get all
How are
Navy
we
because
going to do
you
that
keep
if
asking me stupid questions
we
over and over
deport
and
the
over. So
parents?
I'm gonna go all Lieutenant Cross on you. Make
See,
it
this is
happen,
where you
son.
become unwound. And
Shape. Oh,
you can't stick
dude,
to your own
I
logic
am not.
because you would be able to explain it.
See, I don't think I'm the one getting unwound. I kept it simple,
You are,
stupid.
because
Now all
I
you
asked you
need
to
to
ask me a
do is
question. You
how
said,
to.
no, this isn't a
All
question.
you
We need to
need to
figure out
do.
how to make the
All
policy so
you
that
need
way
to
they can
do
have an
is
American childhood.
you can
So I'm
ask
laying out a
every
scenario. Here you
stupid
go.
question your heart desires as long as what I want happens. Figure it out.
Yep. Okay, so all right, you guys got it. I just wanted to put this little argument in the air to show you guys how
There is
ridiculous
no
you actually
argument
think.
now, son. You know what the goal is? Make it
And I'm not
happen.
even debating it
It's
to
not
the
even an
top
argument.
level that I could.
Not
This
an
is just
argument.
funny to me. I'm
It's
just
not an
going off of the
argument.
hilarity that I decided to
Hey,
interject myself.
hey, CKJ3, the border's shut down now, so that argument doesn't hold water anymore. We got the border shut. Good job, Donald J. Trump. Now we need to work
Yeah,
on.
CK, that's what they're
We
suggesting,
need.
that you
Now
have a
we
baby
need.
on the soil, and
Hey,
that's
look,
it's an American citizen.
you
Now we got
over
to give them an
talking.
American
You
childhood, which
over
is nuts.
talking does not negate the simple instruction.
What's up,
American
Liz? I couldn't see
childhood
you down there.
for American children. You figure out how to do it and stop asking your boss stupid questions.
And they figured out how to have an American child, even though they're not
Oh, I don't know
American.
who they is. You're
The
the
two
one asking the
illegal
questions.
immigrants. I'm
Take
not
your
one of those
questions.
migrant
Take
guys.
your
I'm not one of those
questions.
asylum seeker
Take
guys. I'm
your
saying they're
questions.
illegal because they're
Because every
illegal.
time you ask me a dumb question, I hear, hey, boss, then dumb question. My response is, you know what the policy is? Make it happen.
And every time you answer my question, I hear I got a weak response, and you're
Oh,
gonna
I'm
take
not
it
I'm
whether
not
you like it
answering
or
any
not.
more questions. See, you
That's what
think
you're doing.
you're still in that time warp where you think I'm answering your question.
I
I'm
know you're
telling you
not.
I am telling you what to do.
Answer would be require you thinking
I'm
of
not
an answer.
answering questions,
You're
son.
just
I'm
responding.
telling you what the policy is.
Hey.
All your dumb questions, you know what the policy is? When you ask what if, ask yourself, well, what is the goal? And then
Well,
you
guess
have
what?
the answer.
They
See,
sent the mother with
I'm
the
giving
children
you
out of
a
here.
fish.
So
I'm
you
sorry.
think of a better way it's supposed to work.
I'm teaching you how to
You think of
fish.
a better
I'm
way.
done. I'm teaching you how to fish. I'm done giving you a fish.
Hey, Stanley, real quick, because I'm gonna let y'all go back and forth. I got to move around. But this is the thing: is that look at the House and the Senate. Look at all them. They came from illegal immigrants, and now we complaining today. Them jokers are running the country, and now you talk about they did this and had birth. That's how all them jokers even got here. That's running the country. Bro, y'all need to buckle y'all double-breasted lips, bro. Y'all need to do the research. Look at how many people came over here, and
I
now they
like that
second and third,
double-breasted
and
lip.
they
That's what's
were,
up.
and then they was born here. Their parents was illegal. They came over illegal, and now they're running the country, bro. Now because one thing I know that people like to stomp down on they think that is weak. But look at the House and the Senate. Do the math. They'll tell you the story. My parents, they came over here and they came over here illegal and this and this and this and that. They running the country. Now you talking about these people? Man, y'all need to do your research and do your homework. They're running the country and they the Secretary of Defense and all this shit. Man, and even the president. You didn't think this shit, his family is from somewhere else. Bruh, come on, man. Can we stop the cat?
I want to throw something out there
Because
that
that's not the
Stanley could
problem.
shoot down. This is what you could shoot down easily, Stanley, and I'm gonna give it to you. And I don't
Well, then
care
why
how it
waste
goes.
my time?
No,
If it's
because you'll
easy.
like it. There's a teachable moment that you could throw out there in that. So it's not only will you be triggered,
You mean we
you could
haven't been
actually
having
dance
teachable
this one to
moments?
the. You could high step like Dion to the end zone with this one. So, just same as how you asked me, how can a descendant of American slave have such a white boy outlook on everything? That was so long ago. I don't have experience being a slave. Same as how
Okay.
these illegal immigrants who came in, who got grandchildren, third
I was
generation.
being
No.
rhetorical.
Wait, hold on. Wait till I'm finished, because that way you can go ahead and high step it to the end zone. You'll love it. Same way how like past generations of illegal immigrants came, and now you're talking to the third generation of that illegal immigrant. He didn't do it. He been here, grandfathered in.
Well,
Hey,
they ain't
Dave.
grandfathered in. They turn and look the other way, bro. Just
They
like these
turn and
other
look the
people
other way.
do.
However,
Yeah, whatever, man. You a hypocrite, bro. And that's how all these jokers running the country. All of
Hey,
them, their
Dave.
family members are
Hey,
still
hold on
illegal.
one sec. Dave, can you be up here for about 15 minutes?
yeah, I could be here.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right, Stan. It's just me and you. What's up?
Yeah, brother. They got the same story. They family is still
Lou is
illegal.
here too, Dave.
Oh, what's up, Lou? What's happening?
Hey, Lou. Hey, salute to you, Lou.
What up? What
I
up,
ain't
man?
seen you
Y'all
come
y'all
up,
keep
man.
going. I'm trying to get context. I just got off work, so I was like,
Okay,
let
no
me
worries.
come over here and rock with Stanley. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, man, but they all illegal. They family is still illegal, and they still bringing their family over here. And then we get stuck, right? We get stuck. That's why they said, it's like, wow, and y'all just fixated on all these things, but you're not paying attention. All the people in the cabinet, and when they give their speech and they give this, my parents were illegal immigrants, my family, first generation, second generation. Now I'm a congressman, I'm the Secretary of Defense. And then you beating down the other people that just trying to survive, bro. Make it make sense, Dave. Y'all don't look
Because
at them. They're running the country, and their family's still illegal. They don't have citizenship. They don't have rights. Why they ain't kicking their door? Even when they told them that their parents are still illegal.
Well, Stanley did cover a story of, I think she was an Italian woman, and she was out in her garden and she got arrested by ICE, and I think she'd been here for 40 something years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just one case. I don't know exactly every case, and it seems like the cases that stick out do involve some kind of we got children, and now they're playing for the sympathy, and we didn't get due process, all that stuff, but I don't think it's just specific to the recent newcomers. if that lady
Yeah.
got arrested and investigated.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying, only thing I know is fair is where they judge on the best chili cook-off, the best hog, and they get ribbons and shit. That's a fair. But I'm telling you, why these politicians that got their illegal ass family in the goddamn country, why they ain't kicking in their doors? I'm telling you, if you can't see that it's people that at this level that they get certain rights and privileges, right? If anybody open up their eyes, it is what it is, right? Because the world is never going to be fair. But to attack and jump on the bandwagon, man, they got family. Man, them jokers, every speech that people that say, I'm the first generation, second generation, and all that, my parents came over here as immigrants, illegal immigrants, and they double down on it. And I promise you won't touch them. Come on, bro. Let's call balls and strikes and stop demonizing somebody else that's keep your goddamn water going. And the people that's giving you crops in the damn field, and the ones that's doing the turn down service at the damn hotel. Why we dogging them and we ain't dogging the other people? Because you know why? Because you're scared. Because if you gotta fight them up there, they'll fire you from your job. But then we want to punch down at the other people. That's the reality.
Well,
I tell you what. Go ahead, bro.
Sorry, but we're no longer the number one minority. So you know which group that is, right?
Yeah, I didn't never believe in the minority any goddamn way. Shit, I'm me. And, they like to put labels on us, man.
Unless CSIS is just filing paperwork left and right. The ones that don't have paperwork, you don't even know who they are, what they're capable of. So therefore, you got people who've lost loved ones to them coming over here. And this, I know it's a talking point, it's rhetoric, but honestly, you don't know what you're dealing with.
Yeah, and that's less. Let's be honest, that's less than 0.00000 of 1% compared to what we do to each other every day in America. They're just trying to scare people. Man, we do more harm. Start from the Civil War to moving forward. We do more harm to each other than any illegal immigrant has ever done. Because most of them, they doing the turn down service, they working in the field, they doing this, so they got their saying. But that same propaganda that they use about us as black people, they say they all criminals, they all drug dealers, and all the women are baby mamas and all that. They using that same philosophy that they use against us. Now we turn around and doing it to them. That the majority of them ain't doing that, man. Not even
honestly,
close.
I just want to know. I'm like, for even the slightest bit, do you even entertain the thought that if after they get rid of them, that there's a possibility that they could come after you?
Say that again.
After they get rid of them, do you think that there's a possibility they could come after you?
After them, well, they ain't coming after me because I'm
not you, but our type.
But I got what
type.
you're saying. I'm gonna answer the question, right? Take it off of me so it's not so personal. Absolutely. Everybody needs somebody to advocate. They always got to have somebody to keep low, so they look high. That's the way the world. Check history. That's what they did, and that's what they will continue to do. I'm like, yeah. So so my answer is yes. Yeah, they're coming back after us. We get to wipe the sweat out our brow. At least they ain't deporting us right now. They get ready to try to open up prison. They've been cutting deals with other countries to empty the prisons out in the United States because it's no longer profitable. They taking them jokers just sitting up there for life in prison. They send them to them other countries. Why they letting you sit there? It's costing them money. And now you think your mom couldn't come see you in the same state or the next state over?
tell you how she gonna get to you and see you 8, 10,000 miles away. Bruh, not gonna happen. And my answer is yes. They're already talking about it. How we can empty our prisons with these lifers.
I'm not exactly against the lifers being shipped out. Hell, where does that put me there? I'm actually with it. I would prefer not to pay for them, or put them somewhere where they could be useful. And if they ain't here, I'm cool with that.
I don't really care what they do with them either.
You know,
They could be out of here. Yeah.
yeah, they
Oh
cost
yeah,
me
I'm
money.
not I'm not against that. I had a phone call, but I'm not against that. But I'm telling you that we think we're untouchable. I don't know, man. I don't know how that a person think that they can get air conditioning and get all this stuff, right? You committed a crime. You're not trying to raise a family, whatever. So I'm not against that, but I'm just telling you that that's what it's going to. They already trying to negotiate with other countries to take all the lifers out of the country because they can't make money off of them anymore, and they it's costing them money. I say get them all out, right? But then we'd be wrong,
Mm-hmm.
right? We didn't just say black lifers. I'm talking about any person that's sitting up there committed these crimes and they never gonna get out of prison. I'm saying get them
All of
all
them.
out of here. All of them.
Yep.
Society be better for it. Then you would stop a lot of the crime that the people say, I got life. How much more time you gonna give me? And they'll stop doing certain things in prison because some people go to prison. You maybe we can get back to the motherfucker I learning my lesson, but you can't learn your lesson when this guy gets a lifer that's beating the hell out of you and teaching you how to be tougher. Come on, man, get them out of the country. And I'm telling you, they selling
Shit,
them
we
up.
take
They send them over there for
we
pennies
taking
on the dollar, man.
yeah, man. I mean, we taking criminals from other countries. Why not reverse it? You know?
Reverse Uno. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, nah, you need to go because you teaching the person. Can you imagine you got 5 years or 10 years in prison? You got a guy got a lifer, don't give a shit. And they'll tell you, and all that. Nah, get that joker out of here. We want this person to get reformed and get their ass out of there and be a productive citizen. How do they do that when somebody's saying they don't give a damn and teach them all the wrong things to do? How do you do that? Get them lifers out of here, man.
You
Why
can't,
they
but
sitting here?
how do you tie that into once they get rid of the illegal aliens, then they could possibly come after blacks outside of the prison system.
Yeah, no, illegal. Man, man, now after I retired from the military, they had all the construction sites. Them jokers ain't acting a damn donkey. They ain't doing shit. They working and they doing this. And I got friends that got farms and shit. They ain't acting a damn donkey. We the ones acting a damn donkey. We come to work late. And I'm not just putting it on black people. I'm talking about Americans, period. We come to work late, punch out, and then we take our break early, come late back from break, and then we we go to lunch early and come back late and leave the job early. That's the Western mindset.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they got these fucking robots and all this AI. Because they tired of dealing with that bull. You done smoke a carton of cigarettes on your goddamn one shit. They tired of that. If we don't understand that, man, I don't know what to tell people. They
Hey, you
figure
know
out a
what,
way to
too?
do it without you.
And to that point, for the conversation y'all were having when I came up here, I can actually see that happening for the kids of the illegal migrants that stay here. They'll pretty much just get hired. Like, I mean, they call it adoption, but essentially they'll hire them out for personalized cheap labor. Like, that's really what I can see happening. Or I can see you know, like all these older women that don't have kids, and all of a sudden they want to have kids, and now they can't have kids because they put it off too late. They'll probably scoop them up too.
So I'm gonna tell you this. One thing about it with them, you know, what I've seen, right? And you know, this is my experience, is that they even got the children out at the work site. They got the women out there. The woman, she's keeping the place clean, and they got the kids out, the children out there teaching them and all this. But this is what's getting ready to happen. And because them motherfuckers ain't complaining in no job site. They're gonna go into other jobs. I don't care whether it's McDonald's, Walmart, whatever. They ain't going there complaining. See, because one thing they got advantage over us, we used to motherfuckers, we want to make money. But to them, what the money they make here, they're rich as King Tut. Just like my man said, reverse Uno, right? You go to their country with our American dollar, we king. When they come over here, they king to their people. I don't know how in the hell you getting paid a certain amount of money an hour. You get 401k, health care, and all that, and the only thing you do is bullshit at the job. They like, thank God, they got them people working in them damn factories overseas. They in flip flop. Man, they don't have no benefits, no nothing, and they paying them minimal wages all day. What you make in a freaking 2 hours, they make that all goddamn day. Of course, they're gonna take advantage of it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but if you're sitting up here saying that they're not going to make it if we send them back, they're going to be killed by the cartels and all this and that.
No, not every place. Not every place. Not
They
every
are
place.
dropping them off inland. You know, you can't say they don't care where they send them. They send them somewhere away from the cartel. But I do think they have to go back. I mean, like, that was their problem. It's not our problem.
Yeah, right. And that's the same thing white people keep saying. It's not our problem. That's the black people problem. And that's the
You're damn
problem.
right, because there's a portion of my check that goes to the federal.
Yeah, well, you're right. That's the same thing. If we don't understand how humanity works, we always gonna do this circle jerk. See, because one thing about it, you had your own company, and you gonna hire people, and you're gonna hire the qualified people, and the less you can pay them, the better off you are. I don't understand how we don't understand how capitalism works, because we're not business owners. We say, "God, that's messed up. Send them back." Man, they can pay. They can hire them. They got to pay you $30 an hour. They can hire them $10 an hour, and they are outwork you 10%, 50% more than you will. I'm like, come on, man, you got to understand from a business perspective.
Okay, and then at some point, they're not going to hire your type because you guys don't work. See, you got to protect your own house for that. If you do have them, that sunshine employees or good morning, everybody, that guy walking into work, you need to get rid of him if all y'all want to be lazy.
Yeah, but I'm with you, bro. I grew up at a time, man, where work ethics was what it is. Most people won't even take the trash out until the sun go down, and children don't come out. We cutting grass, we chopping wood, we're doing all that. Now it's like, look at the world has changed, and I'm not making it up. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm telling you, people go to work not to work. They on their phones. They doing all this stuff. You tell them you got to work overtime. We got to hit these numbers. Man, shit, I got shit to do. I'm telling you, they're getting tired of this Western civilization. I'm telling you, they're getting tired of it. And if we can't see this happening right in front of our face, bro, I don't know what to tell you. They give you the $30 an hour. They give you profit sharing. They give you all that, and you don't do anything. And then now they got a group of people, and they don't give them half the bullshit, and they don't give them half the problems. Which one would you choose if you was a business owner?
The ones that don't get no problem, but I'm also not going to advocate for them.
Ain't
Now,
nobody advocating, but man,
I don't know.
I'm.
From where I was, my little chair in the chat, I couldn't tell what was going on up here. And
Yeah,
I came up to put a stop to it. I wanted to talk about other things like football and life events and
yeah, man.
children.
But I'm gonna tell you,
Just-
but I'm gonna tell you this: race law does not exist. When a person got a business that's a capitalist, race law don't exist. Just
well,
like, just
until
like,
it does exist, but just not in your race.
no. Listen, listen. What I'm saying is that if you start a company today, whatever company it is, and you're getting me, I want 200K a year. And then you got a guy with the same or similar credentials, not as much. And that joker say, man, I'll take 100K. Who in the hell you think you ready to choose? That's capitalism. I'm not ready. And I'm telling you, man, I wish more people would pay attention to business instead of just working for people. Even if you're working with someone, look at the P&L, profit and loss statements, right? Understand the POS system. I'm telling you, point of sale and all this stuff. I'm like, man, if we knew more about that, we understand why they're doing the things they doing. Because if it's your damn business, you ain't gonna let it tank. But guess what? We run out the door and we don't even talk to the manager until he can teach you how to do what a point of sale is. And look at the profit and loss and look at the P&L. We won't even stay long enough. We running out the door before even time to leave. If we learn that, then we understand why you even at the job and why they lay people off. And we understand why we got to hire a certain amount of people. You can understand that, but now we run out the door so fast. All right, man. Hey, man, welcome to America. You got a choice. And that's fine. But I'm going to tell you this. They're going to do, a person got a business, they're going to do whatever is in their best interest. Just like you do in your life, with your children, with your lady, if you're dating, you're going to do what's in the best interest of you and your family. That's it. And that's the same way of business. They'll tap you on the shoulder tomorrow, brother, and tell you your service is no longer needed. Ain't a damn thing you can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
But learn the POS system, point of sale system, P&L. Man, most people can't even understand it. But if you learn that, now you're an asset to the company and not just an employee. And you can take that to any company you want to go to if you learn that, because every company has that. But nah, we want to keep playing around.
I'm back, gentlemen.
What's up, Stanley?
All right, welcome back, Stanley. Yeah, I'm telling you, we learned just those two things: point of sale, POS system, P&L. Man, you can take that show on the road, and they gotta pay you for it once you learn it. But we won't do it. We're gonna stack shelves. We're gonna shrink wrap boxes. We're gonna get on the forklift, which is nothing wrong about that. But that's where you're gonna be at. But you learn those systems, logistics, and all that, man. That's where the money is, man.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah,
I got plenty of partners in logistics. I do know that much.
Well, I can tell you right now, warehouse management systems, which is a happy marriage between logistics and automating it. That stuff is actually pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think we got down to the bottom of it, Stanley. It's okay. I have no problem admit where I'm wrong on certain things, but it ain't for me to do this time.
What are you talking about?
Anytime you're ready, Stanley, I'll be listening.
Ready about what?
To admit Dave was right. I got my 6W.
What are you talking about?
I can fall back.
You were right with a damn Dave. You was wrong with two left shoes today.
I could fall to the chat with my W.
Look, you know what? The thing is, there is no right or wrong. There's just my belief that American kids need an American childhood when at all possible, and deporting them with their mother is not the right answer, in my opinion.
It's not.
Kids should not suffer for, what their mother did.
I don't know if that really works out in the real world, but
Well,
I hear
you know what? Hey, then make it happen. It will happen in the real world. It will happen in the real world if you make it happen.
So you're telling me that citizenship is more important than your mother?
Yes,
absolutely.
And if it's possible, keep your mother here.
Absolutely. Why do you think they risk their life to get over here? Come on, man. Don't worry about it. Hey, Dave. I still got a little connection. I'm gonna take you to a third world country, and I'm gonna drop you in there, you and I, because I'm gonna make sure you're safe. And I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna learn a hard ass lesson. You're gonna learn to be humble and buckle your double-breasted lips. You tell me to take a child that's American citizen that got an opportunity and take them over there. I'm gonna take you grown over there and watch how you panic.
Okay,
you're gonna be shaking in your boots. You're gonna be shaking in your boots.
Stan, this is very interesting. Now that you've said that, I'm really curious as to which country do you have in mind?
No, I'm gonna find you a specific one because I got to find out where my connections I still
Or
got.
send his ass to Sudan, South Sudan.
I got to make it special for him. I'm telling you, he be knocking, and man, his dad before the suitcase stopped rocking, he be trying to come back. And you talking about sending a child to that's an American citizen, bro? I'm gonna take your grown ass over there. I'm gonna see how tough you are, bro.
All right, let's look at who we're deporting, where they come from. You could pick from one of those
El
countries.
Salvador.
Yeah, you could pick from one of those countries. That's like a more realistic. That's a
It
more
does. I'ma
realistic
pick it.
approach to your scenario.
Yeah, well, watch this. They sending people to those countries that they never even came from. They
Yeah,
send them to a totally different country.
in South America, they could find their way home. They stick their thumb up.
Well, I'm gonna take you.
Stick their wet thumb up in the air, put them in the back of the van, and get them close enough to where they could jump out without stopping.
Let me make one quick point to Slick Rick. Yeah, Rick, yesterday I made 2 nice loaves of whole wheat rye honey bread. So it's, believe it or not, with a little the rye, and I add the seeds. I forget I can't even think of what the seeds are, but it's a hybrid bread. It's whole wheat, rye, some bread flour, and then honey is the sweetener. It's excellent. So it's a good sandwich bread.
And Stan, I'm gonna steal that. What you said, double-breasted lips.
Yeah. Hey, brothers. It's always a pleasure talking to y'all, man, because we mind things out, man. It's just like, man, I give a way, not the way. Stop listening to people that have no way. For things to change, we got to have conversations, man.
Stan, I'm all about good conversations, but if I'm in the chat and somehow you guys trigger me to put these clown shoes on, I'm gonna come up and do it. And I don't think I
you
can
sleep with them clown shoes on. So stop.
Sometimes you'd be surprised. If it matches the PJ set, yeah, sure. But it's not every day.
Well, don't front. You wear those pajamas with the little footies.
With the
Not the onesies, Stanley. Not the
That's right.
onesies.
That's what they're called, the onesies.
Nah, it was good talking to y'all. I'm about to bounce now. I gotta get to work.
I probably need to head out myself. We're
I'm
at
heading
almost
out
10
too.
hours.
Hey, man, enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, you too.
Hey, Stanley. Hey, man, always salute to y'all, bro.
Salute to you, Stan and Stanley. And if you have a Stan in your name in the chat, you will get roasted.
Yeah, we're not scared. Your tax dollar trained us. So good luck with that one.
Yeah, y'all take it easy. Man.
All
All
right,
right,
then.
you too. All right, folks. This is the end of the day. I was actually here quite a bit longer than I thought I'd be.
Man.
I will be here tomorrow at 5:45, and the show's sponsored by Lupin, CKJ3, Deacon Dave. They have pretty much sponsored into Saturday. So no idea what Saturday's show is going to be. Tomorrow's show, I am going to basically be, kind of finishing up with this unitary executive theory that Steve Bannon and Donald Trump and all the boys want to see if they can't ram down America's throat. So stay tuned for that. I enjoyed it. Everybody have a good evening. Stan, I enjoyed it.
Hey, man, salute to you as always, man. You stayed another
Yes, sir.
2 hours, bro, longer. But I appreciate you, brother. Anytime I got an opportunity, man, I'm going to always slide through and talk to you. But I'm going to send you my information. I'm going to send in the email so we can top up. I'm going to have a conversation. Okay. Maybe we can do a show or whatever together, man. But I appreciate you, Stanley, man. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
All right, brother. Out.
All right, folks. I will see you all round about 5:45, 6 in the morning, maybe as late as 6:15. So y'all be good.